Hello everyone, thanks for sticking with us through our bit of a delay as we're, wow, already a half an hour behind schedule, Astini. We've just been kind of chatting. It didn't really feel like that. But now we've got our first best of 3 of the day live. Randoms Esports taking on Peridao in a best of 3 to see who is going to be making it to the closed qualifiers. Winner of this series will be going directly to the closed qualifiers. Losers, they're not out quite yet because there's going to be another round of closed qualifiers beginning, I think, day after tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, or actually just tomorrow, but in the Peruvian servers. So for these Brazilian-based teams, this is going to be their best bet. But we were talking a little bit about who you think is going to win here, and I think overall you're going to give the slight edge to Paredão. Is that right?
Yeah, I feel like they're the stronger and more prepared team. I've seen, like, it's a team made of streamers, so they've been practicing on live stream for like 2-3 weeks. And so they have, I believe, more strategies. They have the Magnus that Randoms had to ban. They had the Viper. They have the Storm. Also, they usually play Luna very well. And Randoms, all we've seen from this team is they playing the open qualifiers, where all the games they either open with Dawnbreaker or Weaver. And of course, Paredão did the study and ban both heroes, so Random already a bit out of their I zone, I believe. So they pick, for example, a Snapfire into Rubik, which can be somehow dangerous. You always can cancel Snapfire ultimate, you can easily steal it. So also draft-wise, I already see a small advantage for Paredão here.
Yep, I would agree. LC usually not giving you the required lockdown for a Storm. It is technically BKB piercing lockdown with that duel, but good luck trying to catch him. Although we did see, I mean, I said that about Soothes yesterday on his Storm Spirit game, but, you know, that just turned into Drakil basically hunting him down as the Mars. But that game was kind of crazy for a whole lot of other reasons, so... For now, though, yeah. I would assume the Storm to have a pretty easy time when Ball Lightning is up.
And some curiosity about yesterday, it was a super crazy day. I guess it was the craziest qualifier we ever had. And do remind that we were casting a game where Duster was on Mars 5, and they had a Monkey King, and then we jumped to another game.
Dire team ban.
Richie?
Yes, sorry?
Oh, okay, because I lost you for a while. Yeah, so they actually lost that game. But seems like the opponent team paused during the draft and they got some punishment. So then they went through to the game, they unpaused, and then they lost again. So they lost twice in a row. So I would say that maybe they were already tilted, like coming from a loss and, let's say, an admin decision that they could go through. It was very weird situation, right?
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. You know, the SA server sometimes not really, you know, where they should be at, and that leaves everyone kind of shrugging. You know, they're just shrugging and not really sure what to do. But that sucks. That's you know, they have to go into that match with that kind of mentality. But you know. it kind of is what it is, right? You know, the other team had to play 4v5 and they ended up winning, so...
Yeah.
There's,
so it was super crazy day. Paredão making to the final day, everyone's so excited. They've beaten APU, which most would say was a stronger team. So APU beat Mad Kings, that beat 0900. So those were the 3 best Peruvian teams on the bottom side of the bracket, so already a surprise to see Paredão there. Randoms Esports, they had somehow an easier bracket, so I'd say it's not so surprising to see them go through that bracket, but let's say luckily enough to get this bracket. And in the upper bracket, I was mentioning the King RD stack, and I mentioned also we had like one stack with Bardo that was a former SG player that went in that year that we had many minors and majors. He went to something like 5 LAN events in a row, and he was just back after 3-4 years out of competitive scene, and he actually managed to beat them. So we've seen GODGENESIS beating the King RD stack our way on the last match of the day. So everyone is super surprised with what's happening in those qualifiers.
And of course, there's still a whole nother round to go where perhaps we're going to get to see a little bit more Peruvian teams kind of get in the mix into the later stages, as they'll have the ping advantage because of the second qualification round being played on Peruvian servers. But two Brazilian teams heading into this match. You kind of highlighted both of their journeys. Now that we're in the second phase of picks, this is where I would perhaps like to see that preparation come into play, right? The second pick in the second phase, I guess, yeah, is going to give you a lot of advantages. And, well, already knowing the mid lane matchup, it looks like Randoms will take the TA mid lane versus the Storm.
And they didn't ban the Luna, which is the hero that Paredão has been playing, so maybe they're comfortable playing against the Luna. Let's remember that TA can also be a hard carry, especially in South America. But yeah, I strongly believe it's a mid laner because it's the matchup they've seen, and it's a winning matchup for you. You see Undying, and I would be very surprised if we don't see a Luna.
Undying Luna lane, fairly strong as well, even versus someone like an LC Snapfire who can fight pretty decently, but that is going to be, at the end of the day, a double strength lane into the Undying, so he is going to be able to reduce damage, and, well, I guess it is nice to have the Snap versus Tombstone for a little Shredder, so that's at least a bonus there. But, you know, you can always be a little bit creative, put it on high ground, and that's where Snapfire is going to be feeling a little bit weaker. But I'd say a very strong laning support and someone that can definitely back up the Luna in the laning stage.
Yeah, lane-oriented, I see a lot of sense on the pick. But, yeah, the Tombstone against Snapfire is always not that great. It's, I believe Undying, to provide teamfight, he really depends on the Tombstone, and if you're against a Snapfire that's not that effective, it's way harder to set up a good one. But yeah, they could go for the Ogre or Undying on the melee supports, and they go for the Undying and Wraith King, so not the Luna, double melee lane.
Maybe they're expecting some kind of additional combo. I mean, we already have for Random Esports the Legion Commander duel into Kisses. Perhaps they were maybe afraid of something like a Skywrath Mage into additional damage, right? So just kind of looking to prevent that with the second life. A little bit surprising to me as well, personally. I think the Luna to me was just fine, but not having any save on your support duo, maybe this is the safer option overall.
Yeah, they could go maybe for SD Luna would be the way here, or Abba Luna, right? But with the Undying, might not be the best choice. But I was really expecting the Luna when you set up with a melee support. Usually you see this duo, right? A melee support with a ranged carry. And they opt to go for this double melee lane, which it's still a strong lane. I guess every time you have an Undying is a strong lane, unless you're against like a Venom. But not as strong as it would be with Luna or Draw Ranger here.
Yeah. Plus against LC, you know, heroes with heals, especially heals that are static and not percent based, are going to always feel a little bit better in the laning stage versus heroes that sap your strength. So she can just back up, take it easy. Within a couple of heals, she'll be decent. Willow is one of the better answers I've seen to someone like a Wraith King. Just being able to set up Brambles as soon as he respawns some reincarnation makes his second life a little bit more difficult to play with. It's still not exactly the amount of control I was expecting versus the Storm Spirit, though. I like it versus the Wraith King. It's not a free Storm game, but I don't think Storm is necessarily too scared of these supports.
Yeah, I believe they're betting so much on this laning stage that TA can win the lane against Storm. But since the addition of the water runes, it isn't so one-sided, this matchup. You can actually farm as a Storm against any hero. So they need more control during the game. It will not be enough to just win the lane against him. But I agree with the Wraith King. He seems super kiteable here. There's not control on their side. Like, it's Undying. It's no stun to help you hit any targets. So, yeah, the Wraith King seems very countered, but Storm still on a kind of free game for a first phase hero.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the most surprising thing to me. TA doesn't really bring a whole lot of kill threat to him in lane, unless he's really misplaying it. It's just the fact that Storm's going to struggle to kill her and contest the stacks. But I really like the answers to this Undying Tombstone. Snapfire, of course, like we highlighted, TA range carry with Refraction, might just be able to blink away, and even Willow with the Shadowrun projectile can hit Tombstone from extra far away if you just need that one extra hit. And all of that, I mean, that's Undying's biggest contribution to team fights outside of laning stage. That's what's going to allow Wraith King to run around in these fights and actually hit heroes. And, well, now it's just really all down to the Storm. So I like these final bans from randoms, especially the Mars. That would have solved a lot of issues for them. And the Underlord comes through instead. Interesting.
And Paredão, they really believe it's a hard carry TA. So randoms have already played TA as a hard carry. Their mid laner also plays TA, but they really bad it's a TA hard carry, so they ban Lina and
10
Pop.
seconds remaining.
Anti-Mage is open. I guess pretty
seconds
strong against Storm and Wraith King. If they want to go for a hard carry. If they want to go for a mid lane, I guess just Lash here. That's good against Storm. But it's not a good Lash game. Or Puck. Puck could be interesting.
Puck, yeah, actually. Puck might be the pick here. Now the Drow, so they're going to go send the TA mid lane. This feels a little bit too greedy for me on the cores though for Random Esports. I think we have two heroes that actually kind of three heroes that want to be farming, and LC has to play with both supports here pretty flawlessly early on to enable her game to make space. Feels a little greedy.
And feels like you lack some frontliner with the dual support ranged, and then draw, and then TA. This Legion Commander has so much to do in this game. Of course, they can maybe just snowball, and then you have like TA carrying Aegis, hitting the tower, and you have LC to cover it. But they need to play a very, very fast-paced game in order to succeed this way. Get like a Roche at the minute mark, 13, 14.
Yeah, and Undying Underlord, some of the better heroes to control Roche. Storm Spirit to zip in, you know, as soon as you finish it off. So even like there's some decent Roche fight potential, at least just in the area control as well for the Dire. I don't know. I mean, I like the core-to-core matchups that random esports have, like individually, when you just look at, you know, how each core is going to be able to fight. But as far as fitting together, you know, I agree with you. Trying to make it work and trying to play the tempo correctly here, I think is maybe going to give Paredão a bit of an opening in this game to exploit it.
Yeah, they need to win three lanes. I feel like this and keep snowballing. That's the only way. Because they need to 5-man. If they're not doing 5-man, Storm's just gonna pick off the hero that's standing alone. So they need to do a very early 5-man, so Storm can't fight into that. Otherwise, Storm just splits the map. They don't have enough catch for him.
Yeah, they don't. And Storm also not a terrible matchup versus the Drow Ranger, especially because usually what you'd want to do, much like Oriki, is make sure you know end up on the opposite side of Drow compared to your team. So if she is going to try and gust you, one, she's got to turn around, and two, she's not going to gust anyone else that's running at her. Best of 3 series here though, so you know, I think to me that one of the most interesting things about now this stage is that you can afford to experiment a little bit. You know, it's not all down to just making sure that you know you have to win all 3 lanes and do this. You can afford to drop a game here and then look to play flawlessly after that.
For sure. And I guess they're taking, let's say, the Radiant advantage that you have is to have a Roche lineup. And they do have a Roche lineup with TA, with Snapfire to help with armor reduction. The fact is the other team can really fight into the Roche pit, but they have this going for them that they can easily do Roche and snowball with these heroes.
Yeah, very true. That's, I think, going to be pretty crucial, right? Stopping the randoms lineup from getting first and definitely second Roche as we hit another pause. I think this Frost Arrow is, what is it called? The hypothermia is what it's called, reducing the lifestealing on the Wraith King, who's got a little mini Vlad's offering built in, is going to really make his game a lot harder to play. Not to mention, of course, he's got a couple of heroes that are always going to be having the advantage thanks to their ranged versus melee, natural advantage. Blink.
Yeah, this Draw Ranger can play really well the game, like especially if the support duo build Force Staff to help her a bit with repositioning. It's against like 3 cores that relies on regeneration and dying Wraith King, let's say Underlord a little bit, and they might not even be able to hit her in the team fight, all up to the Storm.
Yep. And then the Storm, even with BKB, maybe that's how they do it, right? Give Aegis to the Drow Ranger, or maybe I guess the TA. Storm's going to need to zip in to try and close the gap, allow the rest of his team to catch up. Legion duel to catch Storm, and from there the team fight kind of falls apart for Paradown. But I don't know. I think the fact that Randoms does have such a strong Roche lineup early on might give them an opening here within these first 2 Aegis.
Yeah, let's just see if it doesn't happen that Paredão outplays them in the lane somehow, because they seem very prepared. They have some pocket strategies. You can see they're going S5 to what may be a team fight, because both teams are heading the same way.
Level 1 team fight. As always, my favorite to see. You're always looking for AoE damage in level 1 team fights when you look to give some sort of advantage. Undying is amazing in these early fights. Underlord's not bad depending on what he wants to skill. But you are against a Willow and basically the Drow Ranger, someone I'd be a little bit scared of here with these Frost Arrows that she's most likely going to take. This could get a little spicy, as the ward is going to scout 4 heroes, Randoms holding the high ground. Yeah, let it down without any vision, especially any vision of anyone mid lane with their own ward. They're going to go ahead and back up. Oh, and the sentry is going to be quote-unquote wasted here by Randoms.
It's weird that they thought maybe Paredão warded during a smoke, but this smoke would be broken. Well, I could see maybe Paredão going for the level 1 tombstone that you mentioned, like, don't do that, don't take something for a first blood.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be doing that. Level 1 decay is going to be the move here, especially with another melee core. You're going to want to make sure that you're making as much space as possible. That's kind of the reason why you exist. They are sending Snapfire down bottom as the position 5, so it's going to be the Willow 4. I think this makes sense. Yeah, and I'm not too surprised by it, but perhaps now we'll see Tombstone actually be used a little bit more effectively in this lane. Willow and Elsie both a little bit vulnerable to it in the early levels.
Yeah, but it makes sense that you take the strength hero to bottom. Also, not only because of the Undying, but I believe Draw needs the stronger lane partner, and this would be Snapfire.
Yeah, I don't want to go double strength versus the Undying if you can avoid it. As we can see, he's already starting to force the LC to run around in the trees and miss out on a little bit of the CS. Mid lane, it's actually the TA who's falling a bit low, missed uphill, was K13 once, so he may not have had a kill there exactly, but already kind of giving the TA a run for her money. This matchup gets better with the 3rd level when you get one more instance of refraction, which is going to be huge against someone like a Storm.
Denied.
Yeah, but it's the most comfort hero for K13, so we can even expect him to win this matchup that he's supposed to lose. He's putting a lot of pressure here.
Well, already forced the first healing salve. First blood actually is going to be top lane. And, well, that's because this Willow is skipping the creep wave. So a little bit of miscommunication there. I think if, you're going to end up skipping a creep wave and pulling it, you generally do need to be very cautious of that as the offlaner to making sure that, you're not putting yourself in a precarious situation.
Yeah, you need to play safer, and this will create a level advantage for Paredão heroes, which is gonna make Legion Commander life very, very tough. He'll be hitting level 2 now, meanwhile Wraith King's already 3.
Denied.
And the Willow's still 1, and they wanna fight.
Brambles holding back cops for a while, but again, he's pretty eager to just walk up and start slapping people. Oops, I have the wrong sword in here by CS. Pardon me on that. But we can now see the 3 Dire Paradão heroes. A small lead right now in terms of CS. Nothing crazy, but already 6 denies on Wraith King is not a bad start here. I think it's indicative of how this lane could start going if they don't turn things around.
Hero's build choice by TA, she went for 1 point in meld, so she has 1 charge of 1 point in refraction, now 2.
Yeah, K13 off to just make sure he denies the bounty refill. And I don't think TA is going to be in much of a position here to actually try and do the same to Storm. Bottom, multi-shot, not enough damage here. They're actually going to turn onto the Snapfire. Fairy Fire forced as she continues to run. Underlord, though, with boots is going to give chase and eventually give up as... well, where the secret or where the side shops used to be, there's plenty of supports. They know how to juke very well on those trees.
Denied.
Yeah, I wonder why they decided to go for that first point in melds. Second point in refraction now, but it's on cooldown, and that's going to allow K13 to get in a lot more damage here with the combo.
And this hero has some mana issues, so he's running a Clarity now. I guess it was very greedy choice to go for the meld point so early.
Refraction up, though, is at least going to protect him. K13, probably having played quite a few games on the TA himself, is not going to get his own clarity cancelled, as both supports will end up rotating towards the mid lane to secure 1 water rune, respectively. Top lane, though, they recognize that there's no support top right now, so they do getting a little bit more damage to the LC, but they are pushing. The LC just has to be a little bit patient, and she'll have creeps to farm underneath her tower. That's no big deal. There's that.
The Ranger seems to have kind of a tough time farming bot. Or, oh, she has a huge wave on her tower now. Maybe it's fine.
You never.
That meld is not bad, but Storm, again, he's one of the higher armor heroes, definitely for an int hero, especially in the game. So it's not really making that big of a difference. Melds is going to be 5 minus 2 is 7, so I guess it does get him down to 0. I wonder if that's the math behind it. Because that is pretty significant for him. Not able to trade as equally.
But I believe when you go for a meld, you just like keep hitting from short distance the hero, and that's not what you want against the Storm. You don't want to close the gap, you just want to be hitting him from far away. So side blades would be more useful in that sense.
Interesting. No, you're totally right. 3-1-1 build now with the points and traps now. So small level advantage for the Templar Assassin. It's about to go equal though, and unfortunately there's Ball Lightning right as the Willow starts to gank. Pardon me, rotation as well from the bot lane supports as the Snapfire is going to come in and give a cookie stun, but they cannot kill this Storm now that he's level 6. He would have to misplay pretty significantly, I think, for them to go for it.
Yeah, maybe they just want to control the power-up rune, but all supports here.
Yep, there's the TA popping that refraction. They've managed to get through it as the illusion rune, first power rune of the game, is going to go the way towards the Snapfire. Willow is pretty low level, 2 points in Shallow Realm. There's the minus armor coming into effect as Caps is brutally murdered there. Lots of damage out from the mid lane TA, and that is going to be the only death probably of this engagement. So the wagons are both still alive, but I can't imagine that this Rubik is going to leave before the wagon and tower are taken care of.
Yeah, I guess the Undying could have used the Tombstone, but probably he was afraid by seeing the Snapfire, which doesn't have any point in Liu Shredder yet.
Yeah, he probably should have known, because she just got level 3 from the kill. He should have known that there was no little Shredder. At least that's something that, you can simply ask someone who's been laning against the Snapfire, and she would have said no, going for, Scatterblast build instead. I am a little bit surprised they're not going for the minus armor strat, though, to be honest with you. I think yesterday we were watching one of the teams, and he said, oh, this guy, he's been out of the game for a while. Maybe that's why he's decided to go for Scatterblast this game. This game, he's going for Scatterblast, and I thought for sure a little Shredder with the Medallion, with the Desolator early for TA allows you to snowball a bit easier, but I guess not.
Yeah, especially because we talk so much about the minus armor strategy with the Roche. So this would make way more sense if you have like a TA lineup. Maybe he needed for laning 1 point. Not sure.
I think, I mean, I would say you probably are a stronger laner with Scatter Blast instead of Lil Shredder, which is going to help the Drow Ranger. And now Drow's pretty safe all by herself, about to hit level 6, at which point she's going to be able to move to the jungle if she needs to. TA is looking to clean up the mid lane wagon, and this should go down pretty quickly. Willow's rotating back top lane, where LC is currently pulling her own wave. LC with phase boots on the way, or is that Soul Ring? It is phase boots.
Dire are scanning.
Looks like a Soul Ring in the works. And our Wraith King going for Armlet, likely Desolator after, is kind of the build I've been seeing these days. Blink Dagger seems like a necessity this game for the Wraith King, do you agree?
Definitely. He needs mobility. Otherwise, it's just gonna be kited the entire team fight. And that's the way to get mobility as a Wraith King.
That's such a good item these days, especially with the multiple upgrades, as not wanting to risk an engagement here or a death. Drow Ranger simply will just TP on home, and that is going to be the tier 1 tower acquiesced. LC just simply not in an equitable position here to look to push Wraith King out of lane. Tombstone even committed down bottom to make sure Putterdown can get the first tower. Careful here, though. Willow is coming on in. There's no duel. There's also no rotation from the mid lane TA, but either way, it'll get Henry to TP back top lane just to make sure there's no kill attempt onto his king.
That was super weird, Tombstone. Not sure if he thought someone was standing there. He could have used this. Oh, they don't have this cam. Because it's a very long cooldown.
Yep, whole minute.
And you want it available, especially with everything that's going on in the mid lane, all this fight for the power-up rune. You see 6-7 heroes on it, and Tombstone could be very effective.
Well, it's ultimately not going to be needed, as K13 is going to go ahead and bottle up that DD rune that spawns bottom for him. That's going to leave the TA probably looking to back up. Fighting into the DD storm this early on is a little bit sketchy. Especially when your Drow Ranger doesn't really have any items. This Drow cosmetic makes me think, like, the glance value. This looks like Razor to me. I can't believe it. You see the sets that she has? In the portrait, anyway.
Yeah, in the portrait, yeah. The portrait looks more like a Razor, definitely. But I would like to see K13 using this DD rune to try to contest a bit of TA's farm. She just had, like, a ancient stack, which I strongly believe they could have contested it.
Yeah, it's just a hard camp stack remaining. Both of these heroes, though, going to be farming this TA and this Drow Ranger, especially because, like, yeah, TA, no, going straight Deso first, good. I was afraid it was going to be, you know, first item Dragonlance on both ranged heroes, and it's only Dragonlance for Drow Ranger, which I think is very acceptable this game.
Yeah, I guess Dragonlance is a must if you're doing hard carry TA, because you need it to help you farm a little bit. And you don't need to enter the game so early, but in this game they really need this Deso to do Roche and start taking control over the map.
There's the Storm DD active top lane, and they will be able to get and kill the LC. There is no points in the Dark Rift, so this is going to be a pretty easy kill then in exchange onto the own enemy offlaner. But he was farming the enemy jungle, and LC was just trying to get this Blink Dagger online. So randoms, they'll pick a kill in their own jungle, but a bigger kill here for the Storm Spirit. And in fact, he still has a little bit left of this DD rune. He's thinking about looking to go mid.
Oh, it's a regen. Would have been so great for him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And instead, that's going to go into the bottle of the Templar Assassin. Wraith King has not been booted out of this lane. In fact, he's farmed his full armlet and is even doing some decent damage to this tier 1 tower. The Fortify has already been used, and he has an Undying Tombstone level 2 ready to be dropped behind him for support. 3 heroes from randoms are going to make their way over. Old Roman odds will nuke the first wave of skeletons as Tombstone is dropped, expecting a bit of a skirmish. Duel is down, as they will shred that Undying. There's going to be 10 duel damage for the LC. Level 2 Tombstone. well, there was no Little Shredder when they started that fight. Now there is still taken down just as easily. And a nice defense of that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and they almost got his Mortgage, the crew here almost died. That would have been huge. Better than killing the Undying, to be honest. Because it delays a lot his game. But he was able to get it, so yeah, doing the support. Guess Legion Commander is happy with that.
Yep. A little bit of damage. You know, LC, an offlaner, you do need to enable a little bit, and with kind of a double carry or dual core strategy here between the LC, between the TA and the Drow Ranger, there's plenty of action to go on and to get a couple of kills. Defense now being mounted by Paradao, however. Miracle. Looking around. There's a Dark Rift incoming to that lead creep. He's going to try and kill it, but just stuck inside the Pit of Malice now, and they're going to have a perfectly timed press the attack there to avoid the second pit. But Miracle, look at this armlet toggling. He's actually going to live, and now the duel second time around is not going to be successful on Tchaikovsky. In fact, he gets a little bit of healing off. Joining the fight now is K13, finds the Terrorize, though, of the Willow instead. We're still playing with the second point of reincarnation, as that stun, the Wraithfire Blast, was off the mark. Tombstone dropped, but it's a little bit too aggressively placed. Stolen now is the Terrorize from Henry. That's going to allow now the Wraith King to pick up the kill. And that's the only hero to drop in this engagement. All 10 heroes currently top laned.
You gotta respect Moraco. That's it. The guy, he really did an amazing job with the armlet toggle. Survived 2-3 times there.
Yeah, through the kisses. Very, very impressive. And what a press the attack as well from LC. I don't have replay set up, but that was basically like instant. You know, Wraithfire Blast hit, and then the Dispel was immediately there. Very impressive. Drow or TA is invis. They don't have detection for her, and there's going to be more refraction charges. He does have an arcane. Yeah, he's going to continue fighting. Okay, Moracle though looking for at least to keep the Willow out of the fight, as the Cursed Crown is easily avoided, and Wraith King with one swift mortal strike picks up the kill onto the Templar Assassin. I didn't realize he had that arcane rune.
Duel?
Yeah, it's a good kill.
Chill out.
Another 10 damage totaling to 20, pardon me, for the LC. But it looks like this top tower should be going down. Got a blast already used. There's only a little shredder. But at least they're going to force him back from the tower for now. So much fighting over these top tier 1 towers.
Yes, this game is so confusing.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, this is not usually the first tower, or even the second tower you see Radiant go for. Are they just looking to put pressure in the triangle? Is that why they're looking for the second tier 1 tower top lane?
I think they feel so strong, the Wraith King, that they just kept fighting there, and he was happy to maintain this area. And then I believe the TA was super greedy, because Legion was looking for a dual kill in the mid lane, and meanwhile TA was just hitting this tier 1 tower against an Arcane Storm. So they were doing like 2 things at the same time, and this usually doesn't end up so well.
Storm's going to get his third power rune of the game and his second double damage. And in fact, Paradao, they're going to smoke and maybe look once again to defend top lane. Already clearing the wave is Underlord, so this will create enough space and time. Randoms, they're setting up. They're going to send in the Willow first to break smoke. Great smoke breaker, one of the best in the games, because of course she just goes into the Shadow Realm and does exactly this. No chance to get the D ward because of the little shredder. Oh, Roche is going to enjoy the company of a Tombstone. Kisses, though, are good enough once again to secure the dual victory, but it's 2 dead as Storm with the DD rune does big damage in this fight. Tombstone not taken down because they already used a little shredder, and that means Willow is currently being chased down. They've got vision, the confidence, and the damage here. 3 kills then for K13, and that is a big, big fight. They're going to try and Roche off of this. What? Can they do this?
They will be able to. The Underlord has 200 damage.
Oh, yes, he does. Good point. Yeah, maxed atrophy. Wow. All right. Good call. That's huge.
No.
I think that's... oh, Radiant did get the kill there with the overwhelming odds. So that's a little bit more money in their pockets at least. But the Aegis, nonetheless, is easily going to the Storm. One of the best Aegis carriers in the game. And we talked so much, Astini, about how much randoms could have used this first Roche to help their tempo this game.
Yeah, the biggest value here is not only the storm having the Aegis, is the TA not having the Aegis. Because she really needed this item to siege towers. Now it's a very dangerous map for her. And the decision of randoms to actually take this team fight, that was weird. Because the Willow basically broke the smoke, and they knew Storm had a DD, and they decided to take the fight after breaking the smoke.
Yeah, they even had a ward up. You know, it eventually gets dewarded, but yeah, a little bit ended up being a bad decision for them, to say the least. Pardon me, I have another sneeze coming on.
Are scanning.
And Snapfire had a good ult on the Roche Pit, but the Tombstone was even better.
Yeah, especially after already using the little shredder. And in fact, they're still contesting over this rune spot. Oh no, this is going to be not good here for the Willow, as they'll root her up. Terrorize is going to come through. Didn't catch Henry, though. Didn't catch Henry. Oh, Henry disconnected. I was about to say, Henry, use your telekinesis, but he couldn't, as unfortunately he is having some connection issues. So maybe Willow escapes here.
There's the Storm to jump. And he definitely will jump with this Aegis and the Kaya.
And he also has himself a Crimson Guard buff already purchased here by the Underlord. I think it's the perfect item this game versus all the physical damage from the 3 cores that randoms have. What an item.
Yeah, it's a very clever choice. We talk so much that this lineup of randoms rely on this physical damage output with the minus armor, and it's already countered per se. So
yeah, this item's
looking very strong.
It's super huge too this early in the game, because what, it's 100% chance to block, or 60% chance to block 70, pardon me, which is just so much. Oh no, it is 100% chance to block 70, right? And for now, I mean, I'm not going to do all this, you know, math off the top of my head, but TA doing about 200 with the refraction buff, you know, a little bit more maybe with Deso, you know, blocking close to a half of it, a third. That's huge at this stage of the game. So much of the damage is going to be missing.
The multi-shot is an AoE physical damage, so is it blocked? It's blocked, right?
I believe it is. Yeah, it's one of these weird ones where it's amped by like Veil, but it is physical damage.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure in this interaction, but I strongly believe it does block almost all that damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're dealt as attacks. That's a good question.
Yeah. And it also protects buildings against this siege damage.
Very good point. Underlord already to clear the waves out, forcing these awkward heroes underneath tower. You know, like we said, like you were saying, TA needs the Aegis to be able to siege confidently. Without that and no creep wave, I don't really see her just, you know, tanking tower shots. Especially when she's doing no damage to the tower thanks to the Crimson.
Yeah. Delcy now has the dagger, and maybe with the 20 minutes on with the shard, she can be a bit more comfortable with that, but till that, it's like 4 minutes that they cannot siege, they cannot do anything to put it down. K13, he chooses to go for Kaya Sanji, which makes sense because Willow is a natural Eos builder, so Willow would have the Dispel. Draw Ranger can always go for a Manta. Yeah.
Agreed. Not always a great item versus TA, of course, because if she gets refraction up before you apply the silence, you don't really do any damage, and she can kill you even, which is always a bit sketchy.
And there's the Legion with the Dispel always.
I like Undying's choice. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. I like Undying's choice as well, going for Medallion on the Undying. It's kind of an awkward item, and in fact, he actually even has Phase Boots instead of Mana Boots, because he is just immediately dying to all this minus armor, and he needs to be in these fights to get at least Tombstone, maybe 1 Decay off, and you know, a Soul Rip ideally. So I really like his build of just going for armor.
It's actually in strong Undying with Phase Boots, because usually it's so hard to get any farm at Undying, but he has even more farm than the Rubik.
That is a good
I'm
point.
surprised.
How did that turn out? Maybe he dropped a tombstone and farmed some ancients. Who knows?
That's 23 creeps, 8 assists.
Oh, and you know, we talked about the builds on Wraith King, you know, of course, thinking he's going to eventually need a Blink Dagger. I thought it was going to be Armlet Deso, but he's actually going to go for the Radiance instead. And he's going to commit for this. He's already got 3,400 in the bank. He's about to finish the farm for the Relic. Not a bad timing for him, all things considered, but I just don't see it too much anymore.
I think a Deso would make more sense now, especially with the Storm having Daggers. They could have such a strong timing now. And that's enough gold for the Deso.
That's true. I think the DPS, of course, helping get through Refraction, maybe missing a couple of attacks might be a little bit of a consideration as they jump onto the Drow Ranger. Oh, she is very dead. Cookie means she's still alive, but a Stolen Gust means she does absolutely nothing. There's a a Dark Rift opening up. Underlord joining for this siege as it's the Drow and the Willow both dropped, and the Tier 1 tower will follow suit.
Radiant's middle tower
And they can
has
proceed
fallen.
to top. Oh, it's already.
Radiant's top tower has
They
fallen.
have 2 creeps.
That opens up the triangle. Immediately a
Yeah.
ward placed by Peredao, and they're in a good position to continue this aggression.
They wanna go for the Legion?
Yes, he's got it. The Relic. I like the idea of it this game, to be honest. Because he's going to farm faster with it. Yes, you know, it's not as big of a spike in terms of fighting, but, you know, he does scale pretty nicely this game with items.
Yeah, against the TA, it's not a bad choice.
Oh, they're going to go ahead and actually try and kill him. Blink duel. He actually almost kills this TA or this LC. They're not going to get him through the duel. They're going to need to look for more. Throwing the stun onto the Templar Assassin allows the Storm to jump on in. Gus, though, is going to stop him into the Terrorize, which catches as well the Wraith King. That's only the Aegis taken down, though. And with the Tombstone now down and no Soul Rip, or the Soul Rip not enough to rather to keep the Wraith King alive. It is going to be then the second life taken. Storm, oh, he gets hit by the Gust, but with the guard active, he's not really taking that much damage from this Drow Ranger. The Ball Lightning is going to avoid that Cookie stun as they turn onto the Underlord, and even he takes some time to go down. They've got to hit him with the Shadow Run projectile to guarantee the kill. A 2 for 3, 2 for 4, 2 for 5 if you want to count all these extra lives, but so far, a bit of an aggressive fight for randoms, and it works out. I thought that was going to go a lot worse for them.
Yeah, when they got the Wraith King and he had the second life, I thought it was a really bad idea because you have 2 lives on Wraith King, 2 lives on the Storm, but they managed to do so much damage.
Yeah, seriously. And a great Terrorize as well from Willow, basically guaranteed that second kill onto Wraith King. He couldn't really do a whole lot. That armlet being active, I should say, basically doubles his armor, and that's much needed versus this Templar Assassin.
And delays a bit his Radiance, which he was gonna have on a super good timing.
Yeah, just a 20-minute timing now. Not too bad, nothing to write home about, though, for sure.
Yeah, that's the timing you use it to get when you went for Maida's Radiance. So having more Degen Radiance, because it's good still.
Casual Crystallis on Drow Ranger, as she is actually going to go for the Shadow Blade into Silver Edge. Okay, I kind of like the idea, to be honest.
Yeah, she needed this extra damage in the early fights.
And we spoke earlier about the armor. Now we have plenty of it. Undying as well now with the medallion finished up. And someone's carrying a mechanism. And once those are upgraded to Guardian Greaves, those also give a little bit more armor when you're below a threshold. So that's actually pretty nice in terms of kiting out these heroes. Drow Ranger gets a cookie to get her outside at least of the Pit of Malice, but she's currently being chased down and will be allowed to live. Terrorize kind of resetting this fight. Tombstone from behind, though, is stopping randoms from really counter-initiating as zombies and skeletons, all the George Romero, goodies running after them, are going to prevent him from looking to counter-initiate. But keeping the Drow Ranger alive is a win of it in itself.
Dire's top tower
This
is
was
under
looking so
attack.
good for Paredão when the smoke broke in the Draw Ranger, but I believe the Storm took her as dead, so he already jumped on the next target, which was the TA, and at the end the Draw Ranger didn't die, so it turned out to be really bad to them.
Now there's a counter smoke as well coming from randoms as they're going to head back into the enemy jungle. But Paredão, they are going to be avoiding that part of the map altogether. They may have scouted this smoke with the ward that they placed earlier after a tier 1 tower was taken after that early fight. I'm not sure, but they are going to be avoiding this one altogether, which means randoms, they're not going to get much of this except for the tier 1
Dire's
tower.
top tower is under attack.
Which
Dire's
was
top
basically
tower
already
has
dead,
fallen.
right? So I think they waste a lot of farming time that they could be having with this lineup. Having like 5-man smoked is usually not a good idea unless you're looking for a big objective, and the Roche timer is not even ready yet, so I'm not so sure why both teams are looking so much to fight with those smokes. When it comes time of Roche, they won't have the smokes and wards available.
Yep, they have caught only a Willow here as she stands in between her team and quite literally 5 smoked heroes. They're committing kisses here, but canceled pretty quickly by Wraith King, trying to TP away in the pit, but not allowed, is going to be the Snapfire, and that's pretty massive because, as you say, we're 30 seconds until the fastest Roche spawn. Of course, the teams, they know about the fastest Roche spawn. It may or may not be up, but will not be up is going to be the Mortimer Kisses if it's a fast Roche, and that's a big issue for randoms.
Yeah, and it's also the Storm BKB. He decided to skip the Sanji and go directly for the BKB, and also the biggest timing here for him, I guess, the 18. So having the BKB is super nice, and when he has the level 18 up, the level 3 ultimate, it's gonna be a super good team fight. And it's a very early Roche, as mentioned.
It is a fast Roche. We'll see who scouts it first, but this could be pretty punishing for randoms. They've lost first Roche after a nice team fight by Paredão, and here they go, smoking up yet again. They've got Tombstone, they have all their abilities ready. It's going to be another minute until the kisses are ready to go, and no one else really contests Roche as well as randoms. There's only the Terrorize to annoy them a little bit. Oh no, they haven't checked Roche. They want to fight first. Willow into the river, will break a smoke. Radiance burning her down. Or it does force her into one. They've caught Drow Ranger, though, but she's got her own BKB active. Storm jumping in. DD Rune trying to close the gap, and there's going to be the LC duel onto Storm, but with the DD Rune, he is actually going to end up with a little bit more damage. Now, plus 20. Stolen Duel is going to give Rubik his own little bit of damage. That's going to be another plus 20, plus 40 damage for this team fight, or out from this team fight, out from Paredão, and they want to go up high ground. I can't believe they're still going here. They're going to throw the stun, diving under tier 4 towers. That's going to proc a buyback from the Snapfire, but what can she do? Kiss is ready in 5 more seconds. Tier 4s and the tier 3 towers starting to do some damage. Cookie is not going to find a target, and no one actually ends up dying here from Paredão. Now the kisses are coming, and I think they're trying for Wraith King, but all it's going to end up doing here, Astini, is nuking the wave.
Yeah, she should have waited for the LC to be up to use the Mortimer Kisses, because now it's also free Roche for them. Seems like this game is already on the way of Paredão. They were diving T-Force with 25 minutes.
Yeah, and they were definitely strong enough to do that. This randoms lineup, it's really scary if they're playing from ahead, but Paredão, in that instance, they knew they were definitely not behind in terms of net worth. Now they're looking to push all 3 lanes. They still have, I believe, not scouted the second Roche, but once again, there's going to be no kisses ready for this contest.
Yeah, and Mora just got his halberd, which is the best item you have against TA and Raw. It's super good against those range carries.
Pretty big items here. Yeah, even the Undying, he doesn't want to be dying anymore this game. Ghost Scepter finished for him, so he's not too concerned about this anymore. Like you say, yeah, I really like the halberd pickup by the Wraith King into the AC next, just to help his team get a little bit more armor. I think right now all the itemizations going for Paredão are fantastic, and this is a big moment here. Astini, 20 dual damage, of course, on Storm, but also now a bottled regen rune, an 8-second BKB, and a level 3 ball lightning. This is a big moment. Randoms, they need to get this Aegis to be able to try and take an even fight.
Yeah, it's weird that they go for the tier 2 first,
scanning.
but it's almost down, so they can take the
Radiant
tier 2,
structures
take the
are
post,
fortified.
and they already have the
Radiant's
post, so
bottom
honestly,
tower is under
I
attack.
don't see why they would be here instead of Roche.
They might lose Roche. Look how fast they're
Yeah.
going to get through this. Oh no, the Dark Rift isn't going to be fast enough. Storm, he's already zipping on in. He's zipped a little bit too early. BKB's active, and everyone in the pit now brawling. K13 expected an Aegis out of this, so he used all of his mana. Doesn't have anything now. Caught by the duel. A big Pit of Malice, though, holding down the Templar Assassin. The Terrorize onto 3 heroes, but Storm, he's going to live a little bit too long, as it's going to be now at least Aegis being used by Templar Assassin. She's trying to escape, but has no refraction for 8 more seconds. The Storm, who's bought back, is immediately now onto the Drow Ranger. The Cookie is going to be avoided. He's back on her, breaking that passive and breaking her life. And now Snapfire left in the pit all alone, can do nothing but die. That is a 4 dead. I'm not sure who got the Yag shard, but massive fight here once again for Betadao.
Yeah, they have to use the buyback on Storm, so that was not so great about it, but they have the game on their way. Now with 4 dead, they can go high ground. But very weird decision to go for the tier 2 bottom, which could have cost them the game. Could be the chance of randoms getting this comeback, but they managed to win the team fight with the buyback.
Yep. Nicely done indeed. Lots of utility expended on the first life there for the Storm, so not a whole lot to hold them down the second time. That's going to be the full mid lane of Barracks and perhaps even bottom. There's a tier 2 up top, so they can't get Megas. And of course, with Drow and TA respawning shortly, I think it would be bold of them to try. But they do want to at least get this tower.
Yeah, and when they go back, Storm's gonna see this arcane rune, and they will try to come back to another fight, I'm sure.
Probably. We'll see if they scout it here with the courier. Ooh, maybe the Storm's courier. No, they don't know. But what they do know is that there's an attack on the Wraith King. It looks like Drow Ranger got out of that fight with the shard because she now has the hypothermia. 7 charges we saw there on the Wraith King. And now Storm Spirit. Oh, he's so close. He's got the bottle ready. He's going to be very happy to see this rune.
Over here.
It was again a very good armlet toggle from Morocco to keep alive. Don't lose this first life when he was coming back.
Stupendous.
And the arcane is there. He's back to full life.
Yeah, now this game is starting to feel a little bit too difficult, I think, for randoms. AC is now on the way to Wraith King, so plenty of armor for the team. Already a Halberd, a full Solar Crest ready for the Undying, on top of a Ghost Scepter, Rubik with Blink, and I'm not sure what he's building with that Vid Booster, to be honest. Maybe an Aeon Disc?
It's a disc. It has
Yeah.
the 2 other items in the cooler, I believe. Or actually, he's gonna dismount the arcane.
Yeah,
boost.
and then maybe just buy the recipe, I think, and get the point booster. I'm not sure. He's a bit far away. LC is going to be scouted there, but they want a bigger target. As Wraith King solo sieges the tier 2. Randoms, I think to get back in this game, they would need just a bunch of pickoffs, and they have a lineup to achieve it. But well played to Paradao, as they're not going to give them the opportunity. Basically 5-manning here as they push the last tier 3 tower.
Yeah, they need to outplay on this high ground defense, maybe force a dive into Fountain, something like this, because Paradon, they have everything they need to finish the game.
Okay, there's almost 7 stacks of the Frostbite. Snapfire now TPing on back as Wraith King. Lots of negative debuffs on him, and this is why the Willow is incredibly annoying, just continually to spawn all of the Brambles. Tombstone is going to be focused down. There's going to be the jump down on the Snapfire duel, though, to turn onto the Storm Spirit, but the Drow Ranger has to BKB just to get the Wraith King off. A big Terrorize catches 4, but that's duel down, but now Wraith King, he was left all alone, and he's going to be killed. Dead now for his second life. Cookie actually puts the TA a bit out of position, and that allows the Storm to jump back in, but he's been gusted. Gust now stolen, as Rubik's going to turn Henry onto the Dark Willow. Kiss is now coming down, is Undying trying to stay alive, but the hypothermia is not going to allow him to heal for anything. Henry is killed, as they did try and stop the Dark Rift out, but it's only TA to fall in exchange for 3, so a pretty decent defense.
Yeah, this Drow Ranger does so much, because they can't reach for her without a dagger in the Wraith King. And after he lost his first life, what I found really good was the duel that I believe randoms understood this duel is basically wasting Storm his BKB time. So they didn't even try to kill him. They just let the duel out, and when he didn't have the BKB, then he needs to back. It was a clever decision.
Yeah, Drow really doing just so much damage in these fights. I agree. We need some way to close the gap onto her. And, well, for now, that's just not happening. Another couple of fights at least still left in randoms. Roche is about to enter his window in 3 minutes where he could respawn. That's going to be third Roche already, so Ag's Blessing or the Refresher Shard going to be ready for whoever is going to slay Roche.
And it's interesting that they also managed to defend the high ground without any buyback. So the only buyback which pending is the Storm one in 3 minutes. The Snapfire one will be back within a minute. So for this next Roche fight, I guess all buybacks up, and maybe we see this 10 versus 10 team fight, which is gonna give us the winner of the game.
Another DD spawning bottom. Uh-oh, they might end up sparring for this. No, they will not. Storm doesn't, 2 DD runes is enough for him in this game. He doesn't want a third one. He's going to get too spoiled if he picks it up.
Yeah, he could give the bottle to Wraith King though. But without this dagger, not so sure.
He'll just take it. He almost has his make that electric vortex Ags finish, the budget black hole as I like to call it. And with his 25 talent, that's a lot of damage. He is itemizing for it as well. This is the build I usually see if Storms decide to go for that 25 talent.
And the dagger is up in the Wraith King.
Willow's just going to TP, was just being annoying here, breaking smokes.
Yeah, the Rubik's going for the disc. I don't know, I could see Force Staffs being more useful at this support duel of Paredon. I really feel like Force Staffs could have saved Wraith King in all the engagements, because once he has this low of Draw Ranger, he's having so much trouble getting back.
Yeah.
And Force Staffs could be so helpful.
Yeah, this shard as well for Willow, I just want to highlight, he's constantly just surrounded by brambles. And it's just kind of hell for this hero. Doesn't really like building a BKB. Even if he does build one, he's not going to use BKB just to walk through brambles. Like, that just feels awful. But, with no Force Staffs to assist him on his supports, he doesn't really have anything to do except just get shot by the Drow Ranger. It is a big problem for him. This time, with Blink Dagger, he's going to be looking for a little bit of a different outcome.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, but it's so easy to cancel this Blink Dagger also, right? So he needs to play very well, come out from smoke or something like this.
Yeah, now there's a butterfly ready for Drow, just completed. So a casual, what is it? Yeah, 34% evasion, isn't it? Right, 35. Not reflected in the stats. Of course, it's broken. But,
The stats shows 36.
I have 0% evasion for Drow Ranger. Yeah, so very broken. So that might be a little bit of an issue. Wraith King, though, he's a pretty darn good MKB builder, so he's not going to struggle too much there. Or even Basher, right, giving you that pseudo evasion proc, or whatever, pseudo accuracy. I think against Butterfly, you generally want to go for the 75% chance rather than the 25. Better odds for you, more DPS. Game's starting to slow down a little bit, though, especially as teams will wait for Roche, and they will find themselves waiting 2 minutes longer, because it's going to be a longer Roche spawn.
Yeah, I believe it's... let's see, who doesn't have buyback? Oh, just the Undying and the Willow have buyback, so... I'm not so sure. I would say it's good for the teams farming their buybacks, but both are in the same situation right now. And Storm also going for this Aeon disc. I'm not so sure if I like it. I really like better the Sange that makes the duo less on it.
Yeah, 25%, pardon me, status resist is going to be a whole second less of duel and then some. So I agree with you completely. Especially as that bites into basically your BKB duration. That's essentially what they're using it for.
Yeah, so you're gonna use your BKB and very likely your
Radiant
disc
are scanning.
just for the duo, and he's not dying duos.
Yeah, he's dying because he is not having his BKB. So maybe that is the right choice, right? This allows him to zip in, gives him the damage immunity, then he BKBs after, maybe?
Yeah, if he saves his BKB, he can... I can see it working, right? So he jumps... The thing is, he jumps without BKB, he instant gets silenced by the draw.
That is going to be a bit risky for him. Rao, by the way, who is not going to finish up this Silver Edge, bought the Crystallis before Butterfly was done after BKB, and was farming at a decent rate, and then the game started getting a little bit too difficult. You know, TA or a Drow Ranger, not really the kind of heroes that can farm outside of the base either, so it's left to Willow to just push these lanes out. I just love the Wraith King spawning his skeletons and just going to farm the triangle.
And now has this overwhelming blink.
Ooh, that's a nice
so
one.
fast.
Doesn't have buyback for it, but a big item for him.
I guess it helps a lot when you're being kited.
Yep. Blink Dagger Canceller as well.
Dire's
If
bottom tower is under attack.
it's the X Blessing, maybe we give this to Wraith King, huh? What do you think?
And Randall's totally giving up on Roche?
Yeah, they're not going to contest
For a
it.
tier 1 tower? Okay. They believe they defend high ground better than fight on Roche.
Dire's bottom
I have to
tower
agree with
is
them on
under
that.
attack.
I think it's really tough against an Undying, against an Underlord, even if you have the
Dire's bottom
kisses.
tower has
I
fallen.
just think, you know, having to commit a blink or something to get into the river to fight and then not being able to get back up
Dire's
is
bottom tower
really, really
is under
scary.
attack.
But I don't know. So is a Wraith King with an Aegis.
And Agonies.
Yep. He does not want to die. There's no TA traps either outside of the base to like nuke these waves. Just a couple of traps now down bottom, but the traps top lane have been cleared. There's only one remaining. So basically, that's to say they don't really have too much time before they're going to have to try and get another good high ground
Dire's
defense.
structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under
I get a
attack.
fortify out already though. That's going to trigger the trap, and the creep wave is going to go down, but now there's no more traps. There's a smoke. No,
Yeah,
Rubik
they
just has
used the
Ninja Gear.
45 because of the tier 2 tower bottom, but I believe they could have saved for the creep wave when they're trying to
Siege.
go high ground.
Yeah, the top lane is, sorry, mid lane is constantly shoving in, so maybe that's a consideration for them. But now TA is just constantly bottom. She's got a lot of money in the bank. Needs to save for buyback, of course, but usually in these kinds of games, TAs will consider one of these Ag Scepter pickups to, you know, continue split pushing. With this build, though, it's not really possible for her to play outside of the base. All right, there we go. Starting the damage onto the Drow Ranger. Storm zips in, finds two heroes, avoids the Meld Strike. BKB popped by Drow Ranger. Terrorize, finds Storm. Aeon Disc being put to use, though, as that is going to be Aeon Disc triggered. He still has the cheese. Top lane of Barracks falling very, very quickly. No more BKB for Drow Ranger as she starts laying into damage here on a Wraith King. He's actually still alive. Once again, no armlets, just actually miscalculating the damage. I think he's going to make it out. Wow.
Yeah, now just one lane to go. And they didn't commit the BKB on Storm, so he committed the disc. They just used the Tombstone, which is gonna be back in 20 seconds.
Still 2.5 minutes left of Aegis. Duel mid lane, though. It's for Undying. I think they gobbled him up, did they? Yeah, no, he just went in, but that's a... Now, oh my goodness, the four-man budget black hole out from the Storm Spirit as he just zips in place, trying for maximum damage. Drow Ranger turning and firing, but not doing anything to Storm, who's out of mana now. Doesn't have a cheese any longer, but actually it's going to be Wraith King with the overwhelming blink to pick up 2 kills, a third, make it a fourth now, as he is just cleaning up. And certainly that, with no buyback on the Drow Ranger, is going to be GG. As the bottom barracks not going to be lasting too long. Whew. He does so much damage.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the Rampage with the buyback.
Me too. Me too. Maybe just needing the Pit of Malice first. There's 3 heroes caught yet again. As far as staffs all around. So I'm still a little bit too low on mana to make the jump. He did finally get that Sanj, by the way, but I believe this game for Paradao is all but in the bag as GG is called and making it official. 1-0 lead for Paradao. Very, very strong game one from them.
Very well played from the team. Like this Storm, just one death in this Roche fight where he had the buyback. Also Wraith King with all this Mordija micro, and the support duel was also on point.
Yeah, they made it look very convincing as well here. I think this strategy definitely had hope for randoms, especially in the early game. But in my opinion, as soon as they lost first Roche, that was so much wind out from their sails. And from there, their game just becomes so much harder. And they basically spend the last 15 minutes of this game stuck on high ground just waiting for Roche.
Yeah, those attempts to take the tier 1 tower where the Underlord got such an early Crimson also was really hard for them to take this tier 1 tower and be able to do Roche.
Yep. Yeah, indeed. I liked this idea, though, of trying to play fast, and maybe that's what they're going to need to do here, because the late game looked fairly clean from Paradao. Not a whole lot of mistakes. Once they had the items up, you know, they really theory-crafted how to take that high ground push, and it looked very, very easy for them. Randoms, you know, just looking for a duel onto the tanky enemy offlaner. Not really, you know, much of a chance to win a fight like that. So I'm eager to see them maybe try with a faster draft, because I think they could beat them using tempo. But we're going to see, Astini. So we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have Game 2 of this qualification best of 3 for the SA DPC. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to be back after a 5 to 10 minute break with Game number 2 of the series. We will see you then. Hello everyone and welcome back to the SA DPC closed qualifiers for tour number 1, where in the first qualifications, the Brazilian qualifications for the SA region, or I guess the Brazilian server ones, and already in the second game with Paredão having a 1-0 lead over random SeekNStrike, and joining me is Astini, a lot faster on the bans this time around, so both teams at least prepared heading into phase 1. Astini, that's the biggest difference that I've noticed here.
Yeah, the first game they lost some time to decide on the first bans. I guess it was the time to open Dota buff and see what the other teams playing, so they didn't seem so prepared. But now they just copy the bans of the first match, which means we might see Rubik Storm here again if they want to go for the same opening. But randoms, they changed completely their approach. They go with the Ember and a Tide Hunter. Already showing 2 cores.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that is pretty curious, right? And I think that's probably surprised Paredão as well. I mean, you can flex the Ember mid and safe, but Tide maybe between supports. But Paredão, they're just gonna go with the Lina. Decent pick, right? I mean, you know for sure if it's gonna be an Ember core, he's probably gonna be mid, and Lina is gonna be able to win that lane usually pretty easily and get out ahead with plenty of farm.
Remaining.
Yeah, super good lane against the Ember Spirit, and also a natural Silver Edge builder, which can deal with the Tide Hunter in the late game. So again, I already see some advantage for Paredão. And they had the first pick again, and randoms with the Radiant choice. They still can play fast, what we mentioned in the first game, maybe go for that early Roche with the Tide minus armor, get some heroes that can work around it.
I think I'd like to start trying to see them play fast. It's now scary because they're back down to do or die, where Paredão are, of course, 1 game away from closed qualifiers. So, you know, the temptation for me would be there to play fast, because late game, I mean, it was a tough matchup for sure, or it was a tough lineup to play from behind like that at that stage of the game, but it just didn't really seem to me like randoms, you know, were making the right steps in the first place. So I'd like to see them maybe try and, you know, reverse the timing and go a bit faster.
Yes. What would be interesting here for Paredão now would be some cover for this Lina. Legion Commander is like the top 3 heroes of their offlaner, so Random Esports should go with the ban, because I don't believe they want this hero again, because they already have a Tide Hunter. So
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Interesting to see if they choose. They went for the PA ban, which Tide Hunter has quite a good lane against PA. You have some mana issues as a Tide Hunter, but against PA with a stick, you always have mana up.
Yeah, there's the LC ban like you were talking about. I think that was a very good suggestion. Now if you want to draft saves on your supports, it does become a little bit awkward. There's not really, especially with a Rubik, right? There's not many 2 supports that I can think of that have save and also help you kind of fill the void of, you know, support things that Rubik kind of leaves you. Because he's a support, he is, but you know, he's a little bit more greedy in the way he needs to play compared to most other supports. I'd like to see. I mean, maybe actually, who knows? Maybe Rubik with a shard. That's kind of save, isn't it?
But I believe it comes too late.
Yeah, that's true.
The 20 minutes. You already are past gun that BKB timing that you want to push out towers. They have once played Rubik with Winter Wyvern. This could be one choice, though Wyvern's not good at all against Spirits.
I like the idea of an Abaddon. I don't know if I really, you know, like the hero in the position he's in these days, but, you know, one of the better heroes against Tide Hunter, because you don't care about Ravage. You just pop your ulti immediately after the tentacle hits you, and then you dispel the stun from your Lina, and you're good to go. You know, there's a dispel for the Syrian Chains, but, you know, the hero to support with Rubik is not good, and as an offlaner, I don't like it, so I don't think we're going to see him. That's why the LC would have been very, very nice here for.
Yeah, they have also the Shadow Demon, which is good against the heroes of Fandom Esports, but again, the feeling of any other support with Rubik gets weird, right?
Yeah.
You're mostly expecting maybe an ogre, a
Radiant team
frontliner,
pick.
Undying again. Some heroes that gives you actually vision in the team fight, so you can use your spells. They need this also. Yeah, so some background. Basically, the offlaner of Paredão and SArt, he
10 seconds
is a streamer.
remaining.
He streams like 10 hours each day. Very try-hard player.
5
and
seconds remaining.
he has over 1k games with Magnus, Legion Commander, and Night Stalker, and those are by far his best heroes. Like, there's a huge gap in between what he plays with those heroes, where he's like, he plays at pro level, right? He already played with us at Furia. We qualified for DPC event with him, and it was a meta where Night Stalker and Magnus were broken. So we had this luck. He's also good with other heroes, but there's already some gap at his skill level.
I understand. So
Dire
random's
team pick.
hitting him with the respect
Wind
bands, I
Ranger
think,
at
is
your
very
service.
reasonable. There's the Windrunner. What the? Okay, so support Windrunner could be, or a safe lane Ember with a mid lane Windrunner is also possible. But I correct me if I'm wrong, this is also a matchup that Lina is mostly okay with, isn't she? Plenty
10
of magic
seconds
damage,
remaining.
decent range, you know, as long as you don't eat every single power shot, usually the
5
lane is not
seconds
too hard
remaining.
for the Lina.
Yeah, Wind Ranger is not good against those magical bursts, right? But I believe here we are seeing a
Dire
Wind Ranger
team
position
pick.
4 to go along with the Tidehunter in the lane and build that shard.
Luna.
Yeah.
Classic lane. I think this is one of the lanes you suggested last time with Paredão. Instead drafting the Undyne. This time they're going to go with the Luna and the Ogre Magi alongside the Rubik, one of the heroes you suggested earlier.
10
That's nice.
seconds
Nice tanky
remaining.
hero to just tank some spells, walk up front, because neither Lina,
5 seconds
Rubik, nor a
remaining.
Luna really want to be the first to be engaged on, ideally.
Yeah, this is their default playstyle, which I was surprised they didn't opt
Dire
to the
team
first
back.
game to go with the Luna, and was the obvious pick here. And a Sand? Getting weird.
This
for
is
me.
getting really weird. It's a support tide, I think, right?
But Sand King is not good against Luna, or am I wrong?
10 seconds
I would assume not, right? One of these tanky heroes that usually likes to play close to the creep
5
wave, and
seconds
Luna, a hero
remaining.
that can just spam Lucent Beam and not care. I mean, that sounds correct to me. Tide, though, he suffers from the same thing, and I would rather give a farm to a Sand King, more farm for the Blink Dagger. Maybe, I mean, this is too greedy, especially this game, but like, Ag Sand King versus Lina is amazing. So that's why I would rather have Sand King take farm. But yeah, now I feel like Tide is in a very rough position himself.
Yeah. Because, and it made sense for me, the Tidehunter winged lane. And if you were to pick
Radiant
up
team
an other
back.
offlaner, I would expect an offlaner to actually win the lane, which would be either Nature's Prophet or Venom, maybe. Definitely the Nature's Prophet. There are many offlaners that can actually win a lane against Luna.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, it just feels like an underwhelming 8th pick, right? And yet that's usually the
5
one that
seconds remaining.
makes second pick look
Dire
very
team
strong. I'm not seeing it. Maybe we're about to see the last pick come together here. A very good TB ban, though. I think that's quite wise. Luna doesn't do too bad versus TB. Neither does Lina, but with a Tidehunter Ravage to back him up and Sand King to follow up with more stuns, I think
10
he is
seconds
enabled
remaining.
within this lineup of randoms.
Yeah, I also see
5 seconds remaining.
if they play Morph, I see as a good Morph game. I know Lina has the burst, but Morph's pretty good against Luna, and you have good heroes to morph into. There are some teams in South America that they play Morphling together with Wind Ranger. It's super good. Also, you have the Sand King to morph.
Oh yeah. It's a classic, isn't it? The Sand King Morphling.
Yeah.
Double stun there.
And would make more sense for me on the Sand King.
Yep. Yeah, that could be it. Morphling especially, he's usually good against these agi heroes. Luna checks that box, an agi hero. Eclipse does a lot of damage, but it doesn't come out fast enough without eggs to kill a Morphling, so he's not going to care about that. Yeah, I think that's a good choice here, actually, for random, for sure.
Radiant team
But they banned the
back.
Ursa instead.
Maybe they want the Underlord again, building auras and doing this front line for them.
Dire team
Oh,
pick.
well, all right. Randoms are going to also ban that one out, so they're on the same page as you. Yeah, I think there might be a Morphling coming. What do you pick here to really dissuade it? Because I agree completely. He's got natural gap close to Lina, can prop her. The matchup versus Luna's decent. Not too scared of the supports. Rubik is a little sketchy because he can lift you from fog, and, you know, not much you can do about that, but...
I guess Centaur is solid here. Rubik is always a solid lane, and if you don't have that cover, at least you have this disengage with the Stampede.
Yeah, I like the idea of that. The only issue I see with that is the lane for Centaur is hard, right? Because Morph just has way too much base damage, and his attack is so slow. That's interesting. CK. I'm not against it.
It mostly has to do with the hero pool of NS Art. That's... After those 3 heroes, it comes CK offlaner and Elder Titan offlaner. He doesn't play that much those standard offlaners such as Tidehunter, Mars, Centaur, Timber. Because, for example, would be a good game for Timber against the Tide 5 if they ban the Morph, of course.
Is Morph still coming, do you think? For random? Is there a better pick?
Monkey King.
Is Boys Monkey the pick?
I can see it having a decent lane. And there's not any natural counter to it. You're not playing like against a Storm, a Beastmaster, Undying, Mars, anything that can break you out of the trees. And this hero is super strong in the meta. I can see it working. Makes sense.
Yeah. I think...
And you have...
yeah, I mean, you have the ultis, right? The Tidehunter Ravage into Sanking to set up Wukong's, plenty of damage. You know, I could see that actually working as well mid and early game.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. All this AoE team fight. And later in the game with the Wind Ranger Shard, you also have it to throw enemies at the Wukong's command. I like the hero. I like the hero. I think they lack some siege damage though.
Yeah, that might be true, right? Because Windrunner has to really commit to a tower. And is it a support or is it... What's the final lanes here for randoms? Mid-Ember, safe Monkey.
Yeah, it's a Wind 4.
But not a whole lot of tower damage there even. They clear waves pretty fast at least, but so do Patarao, especially from range, right? Rubik, Fadebolt, and Lina can pretty easily clear waves and safely. So yeah, I think their siege is awkward. I agree.
Because usually, like, of course, you can open the Wukong command and isolate every other hero from the tower, but then you need another hero hitting the tower with you, because Monkey King's not really siege damage. And with a Wind 4, Ember sinking, yeah. Will be a long game for them, because they have this early game potential, but they cannot take much towers with it.
We're gonna have to see how it goes here. Game number 2 about to get started. One game away from closed qualifiers is Paradao on the Dire side this time around. They have had to defeat, what was it, APU, right? Which took down 0900, which took down Mad King, so, or some order, right? So they did dodge a lot of these more difficult matchups, and now only one game away from the closed qualifiers. It's a pretty big moment for them.
Yeah, the Brazilian stack, let's say the Brazilian team bowed. Same as what Gork was doing, so... Would be amazing run for them. Just getting to the closed qualifiers, it wasn't what they were expecting. Of course, you always go for the best, right? But I've seen them talking on the stream that if they won one game, the qualifier, they would be happy. So they're super happy with it, and entire Brazilian community is super hyped with the
30
situation.
seconds to battle.
Once again, the five-man rotations, both teams going to end up dodging each other out, but they end up on each other's triangles. It's sometimes a little bit sketchy on the way back down. There's a camp blocked as well this time here. The mid lane camp being blocked. I've been seeing a lot of that recently.
Especially,
The
they done
battle
this
begins.
the last game also against the Storm. It's somehow tilting for the mid laner that they're going for your natural farm, and you don't see it. Then you need a sentry. Until the sentry gets, you lose 1 more minute, and the sentry arrives, and then the other sentry expires. Yeah, kind of. Henry though, he has his own sentry. Is he dropping it here? No.
No, not yet. As he's going to make the long walk down bottom. Lane almost underneath tower, but should be pretty easy for the Monkey King to see us here. Very free, actually, indeed. As everyone is a little bit too late. Tide even going for Gush level 1. Interesting. As he's going to look to make as much space as he can for the safe lane Monkey.
Denied.
Okay, so Sanking off lane, level 1 Burrow Strike is really no surprise. And that's a nice power shot, at least to secure the range creep. But 3 other denies here
Radiant's courier has been
for
killed.
Luna. And I think this is going to kind of be how this lane is mostly going to play out.
Yeah, 0 less hits. Getting zoned out by the Ogre. That's why I was not so confident of that pick. They managed to deny 1 range creep themselves.
Yeah, Windrunner at least is making a lot of work happen here. They might look to chase her down in range of the Ignite. And there's going to be a TP immediately. So just buying space and time. TP's to the tier 1 tower, though, and doesn't have a salve. So it's going to be out of the lane immediately for a while. But space for Sand King.
Yeah, at least he gets to touch the creep wave and get those levels that he needs.
Yeah, but Ogre's immediately right back on him, isn't he? With the Orb of Venom, with Ignites, and with 7 base armor. Actually, First Blood's going to drop bottom in favor of Monkey King. Henry couldn't do much here as he is zoned away. I was too busy watching Ogre smack Sand King.
Yeah, I was watching the same lane. And CK is level 1, and there's gonna be a Monkey level 3. He managed to get the pool here. Won't be possible. A pretty strong lane now, and Henry might... not gonna die.
Mid lane, though, like I predicted, Lina having a fairly easy time here. Simply just outranges the Ember until he really gets, a couple of items for the Orb of Corrosion up. He's not really too concerned. I am very surprised to see how frequently K13 is denying. 13-7 already is a little scary. But we've seen Embers recover, usually with a Magnus, I will say. And only when Magnus has had a good lane. And that's not happening this time. Because 1, it's not a Magnus, and 2, Sand King is still not having a good lane. So I'm a little scared here, Astini.
Yeah, and it's not like the last game, because this one, the supports cannot really help him. I don't see a Tide Hunter going mid lane to help.
Not versus Alina, right?
Yeah, and there won't be that many stacks, because if Windranger leaves the lane, the Sand King gets destroyed. But at least at bottom, they might even get another kill.
2-second stun should stop them. And I start actually turning around a little bit as they continue fighting first the Tide. Yeah, and I feel like if there are any stacks being made, Sand King, I was going to say, would probably take them. We'll see what he puts his next 2 points in. That's going to determine how he's looking to play. But right now, with the 2 points in Burrow Strike, which to me is a little bit surprising, because it doesn't really help him against, this, as Ogre is just going to continue taking a walk with him.
It's so much harass from this Ogre.
Yep, he even pulls the wave. He's underneath a sentry, so he's not going to be too pleased with this. There's Windrunner missing as she secures the rune stun onto the Ogre. But again, he's Ogre. He can tank these pretty easily. 50 damage a shot, and with a healing salve ready to go, this is so much space. Lina at least has lost out mid lane on the water rune. Ember and her both went bottom, and the Windrunner presumably nabbed the top one. So this is at least a pretty big moment here for Ember Spirit, because he needed something. Randoms really as a whole needed something a little bit more to go their way.
Yeah, I believe that might be one more reason for the Ogre to dive the Sand King. Then he doesn't need to use his regen. He doesn't have any mana, doesn't have so much HP, so he can rebottom mid. Could be a play here.
I like the idea of that.
Yeah, it's not like you wanna die, but if you can get the Sand King exchange, that's so worth it.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, because we're going to need Lina, if she wants to continue the pressure here onto Ember Spirit. She already has Astini almost a full level. Not quite. It's like a half level, but pretty significant here for the mid lane. So, yeah, I'd be curious to see how they're going to lane this. Plus, of course, her side camp is still blocked. Jackal Shot and Power both going to connect. But Windrunner is not going to really be able to make a dive here against the Lina. But 2 water runes secured for Ember is, again, it's massive for him. Ogre, he did...
Tidehunter also got the bounty.
Yeah, so completely done. And he's going to kill himself to the tier 2 tower. Ogre pops all of his regen, so he's going to stick around in the lane. But it's not going to help Lina out, as she is still unable to farm this side camp. And she's going to be very, very sad to see that there's no rune here. She just has to go home.
Yeah, she went to check it. I guess it was somehow miscommunication, because let's say for the guys in the bot lane, it was kind of clear what Tidehunter was doing if he denied on the tier 2.
Yeah, especially if he didn't have casual double crit by NSR. Luckily, reduced greatly by Anchor Smash, even if it is only... Oh no, Anchor Smash, pardon me, that was Gush. That's, yeah, that's a lot of minus armor. It's level 2 Gush. Interestingly enough.
No points at Anchor Smash.
Nice dodge on the LSA by Ember Spirit with the Sleight of Fist. Luna, though, is basically free farming. Lina, at least they've stemmed the flow here a little bit. And bottom lane is actually starting to get a little difficult now. NSR able to fight back a bit more now with level 2 Chaos Bolt. As he even looks for another jump. They might turn back onto him, though. There's Orb of Corrosion finished, as he's forced to stun up the Monkey King. 2-second stun. That'll create enough distance, and he should be safe and sound.
Yeah, I believe he lacks some patience here, because Henry is walking to base to get resources. He's at a strong timing, but he could have waited for Henry to join back again and use the catapult wave.
Gold for me.
Yeah, and once again, this is going to be the second bounty snagged away from Lina, as Tidehunter is going to go ahead and very easily collect it now that Henry is back mid. He's refilled the bottle. I don't want to say with the TP.
He keeps the bottle.
Uh-oh, careful. Careful, Laguna Blade. That is a dead Ember Spirit.
What a punk.
Ooh. Henry, he'll keep the bottle for that. He's actually going to go ahead and even take a sip out of it.
Taxes, right?
Yeah, support tax.
That's
what I always say. Bot lane, they're going... Oh, maybe they tried for NSR. He actually pulls in the Tidehunter again for a couple more tower shots thanks to that minus armor, but they can't quite get the kill. Tower falling pretty low.
He's getting back to the game.
He is, actually. Sandstorm builds. He's just cutting waves now, just avoiding the Luna with no support there to punish him. He is free to do mostly as he wishes. There's no stacks going, though. The supports needed to help out the mid lane as the wagon was getting in a lot of damage. So no stacks for Ember, no stacks for Sand King. As Luna is deciding to fight him a little bit. Only level 1 Caustic, though, so not much damage done there.
Yeah, there was no sentry at the Ogre. That's why Ogre was connecting, but without sentry, there's nothing they could have done.
Not a bad lane for Lina. Not a terrible one for Ember, as he looks to gank top lane now. Not throwing out the Searing Chains, though. So once again, just continuing to look elsewhere around the map. He at least gives the boot to the Luna, but she almost has a full Mask of Bandits already. So she's probably not too unhappy with the way that this game is going for herself, being the richest hero in the game, and over 30 denies combined with the positions 1 and 2. So a decent level advantage starting to build. Although I say that, and Sand King is still level 7. He's had a lot of time up top lane ever since they left him alone, but that's what's going to happen here as Windrunner is zapped by the second LSA. And that should be more tower pressure, if not just straight up the tier 1 tower. No, Lina wanted to refill the bottle and get the power rune.
Invisibility.
And the CK that's being very punished with all these movements in the mid lane because he was left alone against a Monkey King, and the Monkey King against any melee core here just has a free lane, and if you look at the net worth, he's being very punished.
They scouted the camp being blocked there by Tidehunter, so unfortunately that's going to be dewarded pretty much instantly. But he does at least see the stack. There's a ward here watching. He's going to know there's a ward there as soon as he goes up to the high ground, but for now he's got no clue. They look to just interrupt the Lina continuing to farm. So the support's doing a lot of work here at slowing the Lina. There's detection now for Sanking. He's going to turn around, though, and throw the stun back towards the Luna. This is a high-level Sandstorm. It's maxed already, so that'll force Luna out of the Sandstorm. But with Chipped Vest, Morbid Mask, and Power Treads, that's a very difficult kill. They're going to go instead for Koffs. There's a Burrow Strike, and he's going to find it. He is scouted by the melee creep, and that actually might turn into a tower. Really good recovery here by Sanking.
Yeah, he made Luna go to the jungle, although I guess she's happy with that, but getting the kill on Ogre and getting the tower, it's very meaningful. As mentioned, they don't have that much siege damage, but if you have your creep sitting the tower freely, you're gonna get it, and it's way faster than the last game where they struggled so much to get this tower.
Lina has been somewhat contained here as well, as even the Monkey finding a little bit more farm than her, and despite the level advantage and the CS advantage especially she accrued in the early game, Ember has mostly managed to mitigate that. 500 gold separating the two, but that Arcane rune here could just about even things up if they want to go for a bit of a fight.
One thing I would like to draw the attention is something that K13 does that I personally strongly disagree with. That is, he max stun. He doesn't max the aura. So we went for...
Oh, stun is dodged as well. Look at this. What a kill. It's huge. Tide was just watching her farm, and they pick up a kill there. Then with a 10-minute wagon here mid lane, and the Monkey connecting, I think this is a tower. They don't have Ravage, though. Oh, but there's a book. There's a book coming. They're going to have Ravage. This is pretty major. Look at this, the early game. Henry, he's minced meat. Ogre's going to TP in, and as is the CK. Ravage is through. It's going to catch on to 2. Shackle Shot is good for the kill onto the CK, and even in the triangle, Luna TPing away from the stack, as there was the epicenter making pretty quick work of her. Now Koffs, he's going to end up dropping. The tree is going to be snuffed out there by the singular auto attack, but a big team fight there by randoms. It cost them just about everything they have, but they'll pick up a tier 1 tower first. Not how I was expecting this mid lane to play out. Maybe a kill into Lina? No, okay.
Yeah, it was some kind of chain feed from Paredão. Basically, one hero was dying, another one was showing up, then he dies, then another one shows up, then another one. They didn't wait for the Lina to come back, and they've been so punished by that.
Now even a small net worth lead here for randoms, and I think probably the bigger thing is, sure, this mid tower only has 80 HP, but bot lane is basically only scratched. Top lane as well has barely any damage to it, and of course randoms have mid and top tier 1 both. And in fact, they might have another kill here on K13, trying to run. Ember Spirit will commit the Spirit Bombs. They're going to pick up the Windrunner in return. A 2x multicast stun now as well onto Ember Spirit, and he's completely burned of his mana. He will be taken down, and now maybe the overextension this time coming from randoms as they pull back the Tidehunter, and he will be slain. 3 dead in exchange for the Lina. That seems like a little bit too much, especially when the farm goes the way of Luna.
And another tower.
Radiant's middle tower
Had this... Oh no, it was CK illusions. I thought she got a illusion rune. Oh. It was the CK that he just casually left there in the river. Okay. So she's going for the Dragonlance, completed, and Lina... She was going... Okay, she has her travel on the way.
This is good because I think we need to get some pressure now onto Sanking. He's basically been allowed to recover full Vanguard, already halfway towards Blink. Real quick, randoms making a smoke attempt into the enemy jungle. A13, I think he's going to sniff this one out, though, and he will back away.
Yeah, you can see Rubik drawing the map exactly what they were doing, so very well read. I don't know if by K13 or Henry with the draws in the map.
Uh-oh, but will they get greedy? The mid wave is pushing in. Luna is currently farming them. There's a Ravage. There's a Wukong's command. Ravage will follow up now, and she's stuck just barely inside the circle and will be stuck for a while longer thanks to the Shackle shot. 3-second stun there onto the Monkey King as they're going to look to follow up now with a bit of magic damage, but being zoned out here currently by the Tidehunter. The Laguna Blade is just not enough damage, but with the Ignite ticking down Monkey, he is going to drop. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1 even. As it looks like with a great Shackle shot. Ooh, trying to juke that LSA, or sorry, the LSA unsuccessfully. They're not going to be able to pick up one up. Stun interrupting the channeling of the Epicenter. So it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Ember Spirit in trouble. They've got good damage from him, but not nearly enough. Gets off his remnants. They're still chasing here, but I think they're going to have to give up the chase now. Tanking mid? Nah, he's fine. Okay. Decent fights, though, I bet it all.
Yeah, and they get the extra move speed from these drums. The item you mentioned, we don't see it nowadays.
Yeah, on offlane CK, interesting.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. Yeah, cool.
I think the move speed's so valuable, and that's why I don't like the Lina maxing stun. Like, I've even tagged in Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and like 100 games, 100 they go for the passive. Because I don't know, like every point in the passive is basically on Hyperstone because it gives 20 attack speed per stack, so it's 60 attack speed each level you get.
Yeah,
and
I
don't see that much value.
At the start of the patch, we started seeing Lina support again because of how strong the passive got buffed. Right, they increased it. I think it used to be 10 seconds, and they increased it to 12, I believe. But even that alone was enough for people to start playing her support again.
Yeah, and with the 12 seconds, you can always spend Dragon Slave, so you don't need to max up the Light Strike array. Of course, having 2 points, then you will waste less mana to keep the 3 stacks active, but you don't need more points than 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, now he's got the second point in the Fiery Soul, so maybe looking to go back for it after just a little bit more stuns. I mean, the stun duration increase is a little bit negligible. It is up to 2.2 seconds. Maybe that's some consideration versus an Ember Spirit, but for the most part, I completely agree with you. It just, to me, it doesn't seem worth it to not max the stun, or sorry, to not max the passive.
Caps just scouted a DD. He's gonna very likely protect it for Edina, or will she give the bottle to Luna? No, to Lina.
Your place is here.
Yep, DD in the bottle makes her a little bit more of a weapon. Really good warding, by the way, from Team Randoms. And if they back up and smoke near this tier 1 tower, this will be scouted. Most likely, Lina right now right on top of the ward. The TPs, nope, they're not going to smoke. They're going to go top lane instead to defend. And in fact, Team Randoms that smoke because they have so much vision on enemy heroes right now. And another Ravage.
And Paredon is making a mistake that you're showing 2 cores on both side lanes, so they know they can go for a play in one of them and it's gonna work. But okay, Moracle, he instantly TPs out, and Henry is just sitting under the trees expecting this to happen.
Yep, I mean, look, he even perfectly draws him out on the map. He sniffed this one out. He is not willing to die for it. Last time Luna went to farm another creep wave mid lane and she got ganked. And guess what, Astini? It's the same exact thing. Epicenter, though, this time prevents her from getting off anything. Oh, no. I mean...
Henry must be sad.
Yeah, I mean, he called it coming both times. And both times Luna just gets too greedy and wants to farm one extra wave. No enemy showing on the map for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is a play that I'm curious to go afterwards and watch the screen and see what Henry told while they get the CK.
He is very dead. Oh no, are they feeding again? Henry, he might go down too. There's a Ravage. But of course he's not going to use it just for the support kill.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see how Randall is playing. They're showing way better Dota than the first game. The first game, I had a feeling like they couldn't play up to the level that Paredão was showing, but this game, they seem to be playing better.
They're actually going to go behind the tower. There's a ward there. They pinged it out. Lina in trouble. There's no save for her, and the 3-man Boundless Strike. There might not even be any save for the supports. Eclipse is now out. BKB active from Oracle, and he's going to have the damage for the Monkey King. Another stun onto the Rubik as he's in his own Sandstorm, but he's going to be able to stay alive. BKB charge expended for the kill onto the Monkey as NSR now respawning, looking to chase for more, and I don't think they're going to be able to find any.
Yeah, they got a kill on the hard carry, but that's not how you imagine the first usage of a Luna BKB, right? Like using right under your tier 3 tower because you basically just chain feeding under an enemy ward. Oh, it's something to get out of it, but not the best situation here for Paredão.
Very true. Very true. Maybe it's just, for the mental, right? Like, hey guys, freaking stop it, Stop it. We're going to get the D-wards going. We got to get everything ready to go again. But yeah, these random supports, I mean, the Tide Hunter is working out pretty nicely for them, I have to say. With the Ravages always landing, always connecting. The Smokes finding kills, especially onto the Luna twice now. I mean, despite the fact she's still 600 gold ahead of the Monkey. But yeah, I mean, it's fairly impressive stuff, I want to say, from randoms as well. They're making this one work.
Yeah, usually you always see the Luna on the top of net worth, right? She can farm way faster, so I'd say it's good having a Monkey only 600 behind a Luna. Especially considering that she just got the kill on him. And he's heading to Skadi, which is going to be very, very strong against the Luna and the Lina, the both cores that are ranged.
Yeah, very true, especially with very little save being built. It's a great 4-staff game. Of course, always versus a Monkey King, versus an Ember, versus a Sand King. Always a great 4-staff game. And I don't see any queued up yet, as there's some drawing on the map. Love
Peru. I love Peru.
I think that's what it was, right?
Then a question mark from his teammate.
And then a heart. There we go. Okay. They're chasing for more. There is vision, though, again, thanks to this Observer Ward that has been basically sitting mid behind the Tier 1 tower for some time, half duration. The one behind the Tier 2 tower is that finally dewarded after the BKB is popped by Luna, and she's back into the jungle to continue farming.
Yeah, but this trade-off farm is actually good for the randoms team now, because for 100 seconds they don't have the Ravage up, so they're super fine with it, and you can expect aggression from them again when the Ravage is up.
The ebb and flow, if you will, of the support Tide Hunter, who is literally only about the Ravage, especially now that he has, I want to say, Blink Dagger on the way, unless he built a Force. I think he...
No, has a TP. He has 2k net worth. It's position 5.
Huh. Oh, yeah, true. I thought there was a bunch of money in his bank, but yeah, he just... I think maybe he bought Medallion? So plenty of minus armor for him. I thought he had Blink soon, but I was wrong. And look how aggressive he's... Wow.
With Medallion again. I really feel like they're missing those 4 stats in both matches.
Yeah, I mean, at least I like Ogre Medallion for the multicast, because it is really fun when you multicast something like a Medallion. But, no, I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, it's not bad, right? For Luna, this is the same reason why, Tide Hunter Eggs on Gush is pretty good with Luna, because the glaives bounce around, but no, I mean, I agree. 4-staff versus Monkey versus Ember versus Tide versus Sand King, it's just too good.
Yeah. And the Ogre, I don't know, I think he needs either lanes, otherwise your cast range is just so bad for this stun.
Okay, oh, a beautiful stun onto the Lina. Boundless Strike to follow up, no chance for a save here. And even though Luna is held back through her BKB duration, buyback out from Henry. But that can't be a good buyback. I mean, he didn't have TP Astini. That's got to be a little bit of an upset buyback.
Yeah, you just do it by reflex, because, a team fight's about to happen, but once you press the button, you check your TP and instantly get sad.
Yeah. Well, that's
like they learned.
A fantastic jump from randoms yet again. And now there's not really a whole lot left. Lina without BKB for another 800 gold now. Oh, and like you say, once the Scotty is online for Monkey King, I think their game becomes, pardon me, fairly easy, to be honest. Pretty easy.
Seems like they learned the lesson. They have sentries standing all over the entrance of their base, so this won't happen again, but they've already been so punished by those aggressive wards by random sports, which are doing roach now.
They need the minus armor from Tide, but then it'll be pretty fast after that. There it goes. Go spit on him. Go spit on him. Give him the gush. There it is. Even Anchor Smash to speed it up a little bit. And yeah, Paredao, they just got to keep farming. They need this Lina BKB before they can even look for the next fight. And now she's just a couple of creeps away from that, but they're going to be going into the Aegis for the Monkey King, and in one creep for him, Scotty as well.
Yeah, and I'll blame a little bit on this delay on the Lina BKB, of course, that much pick-offs because of the aggressive wards, but because of the item and skill build, you go for 2 nulls and stick. It delays your BKB a lot, and when you don't have the stacks on fire, so your farming potential goes down because you farm because you can just abuse the massive move speed you have and all the mobility with the travel. You can be everywhere all the time. And with max stun, of course, you can clear the wave faster, but you can't move to the next wave so fast. So you just lose farming potential.
Plus 150 Sandstorm Radius taken for Gaben's favorite hero in the game, the Sand King. But with Aegis and now smoked up, Team Randoms will sweep across the map and look to reclaim their own jungle. Luna is in the fire line. Oh no, Astini, she's going to farm the Camp of Death. Oh no.
Oh, there she goes.
There she goes.
Where's Henry to draw it?
Oh no, she's TP'ing. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Wow. Wow. What a play. Okay, that was so close. Whew. There's Henry drawing lines on the map.
She didn't even finish farming, like stop it hitting the middle of the farm.
Yeah, that's very good. I see most cores just die there, to be honest.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
What's big? They avoid this Monkey King Scotty reveal. They noticed Sand King was not farming mid lane. They hadn't seen heroes for a while. And instead they're going to go ahead and start farming in the top half of the map, continuing to at least stay just about even with this Monkey King. Scotty's a pretty big item in this matchup too for Luna. Of course, reducing that Jingu Mastery lifesteal. But for now, only one hero in the game has Scotty, and that's the Monkey King, so he's going to have this advantage for a while.
Yeah, and Paredon, they're doing the right move. They are trading towers. Of course, you don't feel good trading a tier 1 for a tier 2, but you take towers faster as a Luna than a Monkey King, so they're good to go here.
Yep. Not to mention, you know, kind of all 5 heroes just farming right next to each other for Team Randoms, because they're always ready to fight, whereas, of course, everyone else for Paredao, they're just farming wherever they can find farm, wherever they're not going to die. So their net worth is still increasing. They have not really been losing the gap of this net worth. It's not at that stage of the game where they just have to sit in the base and farm whatever waves come in. They're still allowed to take farm elsewhere. So it's good of them that they're still finding it.
Yeah, they need a good team fight to be back to the game, but against these Aegis doesn't seem to be coming in the next 2.5 minutes. But the BKB of the CK is almost up. He just needs this camp, and then they will have the 3 core with BKBs, and the Ravage will not be so impactful if they play it right, so they can win a team fight once they get this BKB and the Aegis is over. And the tower with Bloodlust defends herself so well.
Tower is under attack.
That is true. Bloodlust in the Fountain is one of my favorite things to do, Astini, I have to say. that puppy he attacks very fast with this Bloodlust bonus attack speed.
I would even Bloodlust my barracks just to look more powerful now.
Of course, when there's nothing left to do, you have to Bloodlust the Ancient. Just make it even bigger. Bloodlust the buffer buildings with the multicast.
And he's going for this Force Staff.
Good.
Almost there.
Yeah, it's just too big of an item for him not to have. I mean, even being able to force a monkey out of his own Wukong's command, you know, like, how often does that happen? Not very, but, you know, how many times have we also seen Luna at the very edge of a Wukong's command where a Force Staff would have saved her, you know? Already twice, so.
Yeah. It's the second game that I'm surprised by how many items the position 5 are getting, and it seems to be a trend at this series that look at the net worth of positions 4 and position 5, they're so close. There's like 500 gold gap from each in each team, so maybe it has to do that they do so much 5-man, they're always walking together, so basically position 4 and 5 are getting the same amount of resources.
Yep. All right, Astini, this is a very crucial time that usually I see a lot of teams make mistakes in. We're 1 minute left on this Aegis for Team Randoms, and we can already see now, because two heroes were pushing and showing top lane, the Paradao, they're looking a little bit for a fight. Now they see enemies coming, so they're going to back up. I mean, it's so hard to do nothing in Dota, is what I always like to do, what I always like to say. But what's the right move to make when you're in this situation as Paradao and you know that this Aegis is on its last legs, 30 seconds left of it?
I believe they should smoke, because Monkey doesn't have his BKB, and they have BKBs on the 3 core. So even you're super close to your Skadi, which I believe Luna... Yeah, you can smoke to the secret shop, actually, and buy your Skadi there. If you see someone on the way, you just kill them.
Dire are scanning.
They're going to go for it. Dire looking for the scan. It will now come show as positive. But there's also an Ember showing top lane. So they're actually going to make the play first for the Ember Spirit. There's the 5-man smoke. Aegis is now reclaimed. And, well, claiming an outpost is going to be the Windrunner. There's the Force Staff forward from the Ogre as they secure the kill. And that will actually go the way towards the Luna. And that's enough, more than enough money even, for the Eye of Skadi.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't know if this was the kill they were looking for, but it's nice. It's time to buy her Skadi. Mora, he's trying to use his courier. You can see it standing in the trees, trying to go through the Sand King somehow to get out. Oh. Yeah, he bought directly at the secret shop. It was just easier. And they still have this short window where the Monkey King doesn't have BKB. Maybe for 30 seconds, or the team fight they could get now at their triangle.
And
they see the monkey.
They see the monkey. These wards are here. Doesn't have BKB. TPs are coming, but that's a 6-second TP. 3 seconds stun, pulled into the Eclipse beams and killed off. NSArt is going to be landing the killing blow. Lots of ultis used there, but of course, to stop Monkey King from getting the kill, well worth it. There's the Gale Force win. Henry tries to throw himself out from them. Is going to now receive a little bit of backup, but Ember has a little bit too much damage for him. Ember now on the run, has his own BKB, so he's a bit of a hard catch. And I think they're going to have to settle for the Tide, who is just purging off all of their stuns. My goodness, what a hero, huh? He's going to try and TP.
Whoa.
Okay, the beam bottom's good. I was about to say, come on.
I guess it's a good trade. It's the dieback from that very early buyback of Henry, so he got that extra time on the respawn, and it's some time of the game that nothing's going on.
They've got vision on number, but they're not going to go for it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so you don't mind this extra 25 seconds. This could be really bad if it was Roche timing.
Very true, very true.
And they delay the Monkey BKB for 1 more minute. Now he still needs to farm 500 gold for it.
Big fight coming for randoms though, as well, we're still far from this Ember Ags. But now there's a Lotus Sand King, a blink on Windrunner, as there's a stun that only finds one BKB active from Chaos Knight, as was expecting a bit of a bigger fight. The BKB will see him alive at least. But I think now that's going to be a BKB just about finished for Monkey King. Actually, there's a 5-man smoke now. Let's see what this Roche timer is going to be, because Peridao, they're matching up it perfectly with this. They still have vision in the enemy triangle, unobstructed. It's a long Roche. Actually, it's just 30 seconds, as there's the jump forward. Gale Force wins to keep enemies out of the base. A big stun following up with the Ravage now, but BKBs come through in time. So Luna manning up with the Eclipse active, not doing too much damage to the Monkey with his own BKB that was freshly delivered. Astini, they don't have a stun, so they'll only get 2 kills. But BKB delivered right in the nick of time there for the Monkey King, and they even find the Lina. Epicenter used. Oh, Rubik trying to throw her to safety, but no chance there. Couldn't throw her far enough, and he even has to smoke just to run away. Oh, man. That is a big opening here for Team Randoms, especially as second Roche make that has just respawned.
Yeah, but they didn't scout it, so they're going for the tier 3,
Dire's
which
top tower
might
is
not
under
be the
attack.
best move here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Fortify. No Bloodlust for a couple of
Radiant
seconds,
structures are
unfortunately.
fortified.
For that fortified
top tower
multi-shot
is under
Bloodlust. Always good stuff.
Super broken.
Oh no. Oh no way. Gale Force wins? This is no way this is a kill, right? Shackle doesn't connect. Oh, but Luna, she just cannot fight through this one. Mask of Madness is the only thing she has. She at least turns and will trade her own life for the Ember Spirit. CK making quick work of the Sand King. In the meantime, his Wind Run is stolen. Rubik Henry chasing after enemies, but doesn't have any to see. Except for Tide, but again, he is kind of a bait. And I wouldn't really bother with him if they knew that Roche was up. It's a free Ag's Shard now at the hands of whoever's going to get to slay him.
Yeah, and it was a buyback from Lina, so they should immediately go for it.
You're right,
Yeah,
K13
that's what they
buyback. Alright, with a Crystallis, this is some decent damage as they'll throw in some minus armor. Bloodlust is going to be ready to go in just a second as Ogre actually picks up the regen rune, tanking that power shot. My goodness, look how fast they forced Lina out of the Roche pit, and they might have another kill here onto the Ogre. Power shot being channeled, stick charges up. But good patience there from Team Randoms as they just know it's about the Roche. Tide was trying to sneak around from behind, but he's going to be picked off with that Laguna Blade. Didn't have Ravage anyway. He's going to have it in 15 more seconds, though. And with Luna up in 10, ooh, they might look to force the buyback. Roche half HP. This is close. This Roche, I think, is going to determine the game.
And it's weird that randoms are going for it even without the Tide. I would expect them to try to avoid it for this extra 20 seconds.
He's got buyback. No tier 1 to TP to, though, so he's going to be a little bit slow back to the pit. 5-man smoke may have been scouted here by the Monkey King, and soon they'll know he's there because the smokes break, but they're just going to look to try and get through Roche ASAP. Tide back in 5 seconds, but it's going to take him about 10 more to get into the pit. But for the Sand King, he's in immediately. Lina, though, pops the BKB. Snatching the Aegis is going to be the Luna then, as the Eclipse Beams are coming down. Sand King stunned up once, has Spider Legs to get himself out of the pit, as Luna also recovers the Ag Shard, so all the loot from Roche goes the way to Paradem, but the fight not going their way whatsoever. That's the first life of Luna, but she only has a Lina to support her, who is TP'd away in the middle of the fight. No BKB, shackled and surrounded by 5 enemy heroes. She will fall a second time. Ooh. That's going to be Team Randoms picking off basically getting a big win on the fight. Was that the right call? Did they have to go for the Roche like that?
I believe yes, they had to commit, but especially because of Lina that wasn't with buyback, they needed to get it for her, but maybe they were a bit late with the BKBs. This shard from Wind Ranger is doing so much on the team fights, and maybe when they got Roche, they should instantly back. They tried to kill the monkey inside the arena for a while, inside the Wukong's command. Even like Luna realized she forgot the shard, so she went back to the command for a while. Yeah, they just extended a bit too much on that play. But also well played from the Sand King. Entering Roche, getting the last hit on Roche with his ultimate and forcing all the early BKBs.
Another pause here. Another pause by Henry. Maybe he's yelling at the team, who knows? But he almost has his own 4-staff done now. As it's a fairly long series here. Already, yeah, we're already 3 hours in, basically, to the broadcast. And maybe still only halfway through Game 2.
Yeah,
I doubt
it's looking like we're gonna have a Game 3.
It does look that way, though. Yeah, I was about to say, I'd be surprised if this one went more than 45 minutes at the current pace it's going. I can't imagine now that Randoms, did not claim the Aegis, but of course removed the Aegis buff, and we'll wait too long. A third Roche just seems a bit too far away. They still have long duration BKBs. Maybe we go on this Abyssal for Monkey King if your team Randoms.
What do you think the CK is gonna build? He's going for a Sanji and then Aghanim.
Ags.
How do you see him have impact here?
Ooh, I mean, it's a basic Dispel, right? On Phantasm, and I think Wind Run, or sorry, Shackle is strong Dispels only. I don't like that, because I think that's where it might actually come in handy here this game. Everything else is, I mean, I guess you get rid of Syrian Chains, that's it. I don't like the Ags. To be honest, I don't really know what else he builds. Not really such a good Blink Dagger game for him, you know? Monkey King can pretty easily fight him. Windrunner can kite him. Yeah, I don't know what he builds. I really don't know what he builds. It's just, to me, maybe that's the pick, not really showing its worth, but I don't really have a good item for him besides the Sanj. I don't mind the Sanj, I suppose, just to be tanky.
Yeah, seems like he fell off in the game. He's not being so impactful. Since the moment he used that defensive BKB, I haven't seen him doing much.
Yeah, true. He's still pushing bottom at least with the illusions.
Radiant's
I
bottom
don't know if we
tower
go
is under
like for
attack.
assault to help our team to empower the Lina and the Luna.
Yeah, I think like a Centaur would have been a little bit better this game. Right, we liked it. You liked it, especially versus the Morphling. But the Monkey came out. I mean, the lane would have been very hard, but it wasn't an easy lane either for this CK, so... Tough. It's tough. Galforce wins into the Ravage. Luna on the complete opposite side of the fight. A secondary stun to follow up now. Stunned up, pops the BKB. Epicenter not doing anything to her, but the physical damage is too much. Trying to TP, but killed during the TP. No buyback on Luna. She bought out for the Crystallis. I think that's GG.
Yeah, this BKB is taking so long to be pressed. She needs to press it before the Ravage, but it's hard.
Two-man stun, beautiful stuff. Boundless strike for the 4-staff spine. Lina a little bit more time to at least get the BKB off. NSR not as lucky as he's going to go down. Big Spirit Bomb from the Rubik is going to find a kill onto one. Not bad from Henry as he's going to now get a telekinesis. That's going to trigger a buyback. Galforce wins though. Are going to force it back. Has to pet a dome. What the heck? Rubik Spirit Bomb, huh? Not bad. Is it enough? I kind of doubt it.
Yeah. For a while I was like, what is Ember doing? Then I realized what happened.
That's the awesome thing about Rubik, isn't it? And that's kind of the shame about the Arcana. I think the Rubik Arcana is absolutely gorgeous. Oh no! What a shackle shot onto two, despite his best effort there, Henry. The telekinesis working against his team. I love the Rubik Arcana, but it does make it obvious, you know, when you see the green remnants. No one is confused when you see green remnants, but when they're all red, it is really funny. You have those moments.
But also for our team, like, if you just Sandstorm there, I'm pretty sure our team will run out of it.
True.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Top barracks cleaned out. Not bad though. I mean, that's what's being pitted on in the game, right? That this high ground, the siege in general from randoms, is just not that good overall.
Yeah. One thing, I don't mean to be picky because he's also a big friend of mine, but I'm not a big fan of the Daedalus here. When we saw the Lina against the Tide already mentioned, she's an amazing Silver Edge carrier, and he goes for Daedalus for this extra critical. I'm not sure. I think there's such good passives that you want to break. The Tide Hunter one and the Monkey King one.
No, the Gale Force wins. This time the BKB is out early, and in fact it might net him a kill. Eclipse use. They reflect the stun. Most importantly, end up with the kill. They might jump onto Luna though with no BKB. Monkey King in the trees with the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike will find her with this extra ring. Silence rooted, chained, and killed is Luna, but she's got the buyback. Has to use it now. K13. Oh goodness, what an attempt. He tries to TP away from the trees. Ravage though will find him, if not for the other three heroes right next to him. Another two-man shackle. My goodness, the support Windrunner has just looked so good this game. Stolen stun on stolen stun, buying Luna a little bit more time, but they just can't seem to save her. A boundless strike, Henry doing everything he can, but another shackle shot. They just cannot allow this Luna to move. GG is called, and it is going to be a game 3 between Team Randoms and Betadum. There's 2 games, are not enough to separate them.
Really well played by Team Randoms. They did so much with those deep wards in the game. The Wind Ranger with this Gale, it looks so great for a shard spell. Even if it was an Aghanim spell, would be worth, because has done so much with it, forced BKBs, got big pickoffs. Impressive play by the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it looks really, really good, to be honest. This position 4 working nicely. I even want to say this Tide as well. Tide 5 really working nicely too. Just tanking up a lot of damage, getting off the Ravages whenever he needed. Basically just Solar Crest and Gush was all he had. No Blink Ravages. He didn't really need to be that kind of person. And I also really want to highlight the Sand Kings game, right? Because he got pretty crushed in the lane for the first 5 minutes. And then they decided to help recover the Lina because of some good rotations bottom or from the supports, and everything kind of fell apart there. I thought this was going to be a pretty easy 2-0 considering the first 5 or 6 mid waves, but boy, was I wrong.
It was really good decision by the Wind to try to help Ember's game and destroy Lina's game. Because of that, all the supports had to go to mid. And then in the 1v1, it was good for the Sand King, it was good for the Monkey King. And they started getting advantage on that time. And
yeah,
also, Paredon, they seem to get somehow... I will not say tilted, that's not the word I'm looking for, but... They were not with their head in place, seems like, compared to game 1.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's fair, especially kind of like the chain feeding underneath the tier 1 tower. Well, I mean, either way, it didn't work for them in game 2. But because they were the victors of game 1, they've got another game to reset and get qualified. It's do or die time now for both teams, but for us, it's break time, as we are going to be going to a small break. But when we return, we're going to be back for our 3rd and final game of the first series. Thank you all so much for tuning in. You're watching the SA DPC Open Qualifiers Brazil Server Edition. This is our first best of 3 of the day. Following this next game is going to be BALROGS Esports versus GODGENESIS. You're watching the coverage here on the Epulze gaming channels with SeekNStrike and Astini, and we're back after a bit of a break for game 3. Until then. Welcome back to the DPC Open
Radiant
qualifiers
team
for
pick.
tour number 1. We're on the Brazilian servers here between 2 Brazilian teams in game 3. And, well, we only have one
Radiant
Brazilian
team
joining
back.
me, SeekNStrike. And that's Astini. Welcome, Astini. We have our second draft underway. A couple of heroes that have been banned in Phase 1. Maperadao let through
team
and picked
back.
up immediately by Randoms Esports. This is set to be a pretty fun game, I think.
Yeah, seems like Paredão, they have the last laws stuck in their minds because they just go for 2 bans of heroes that beat them in the second match, but they totally forgot about the
remaining.
biggest comfort of random sports. That's this opening with
5
the
seconds
Dawnbreaker, and there's also opening with Weaver, and they gave away both.
Radiant team
I
back.
think they could maybe have gone for the Weaver Tide, which is a super great lane, and steal the Weaver from the enemy team, but they choose to go for the Rubik, which is apparently good against Weaver and Dawnbreaker, so they should be fine also with this decision.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The Tidehunter as well is a little bit weak too. Basically, any of these bugs that get put on him, right? The Swarm, Grimstroke, Phantom's Embrace, I think, of course, is something that is not the bane, but also very annoying. One of the most annoying things for Tidehunter players out there. Swarm canceling Blink Daggers, reducing his
Dire
armor,
team back.
cannot be dispelled, so super annoying ability for him. I'm really curious where this Weaver's going to end up being played. Of course, it's one of the ultimate flex picks. Carry in position 4, basically, is where he's going to end up going. But the fact that the hero can be so easily swapped between
seconds
positions makes him
remaining.
pretty strong in the first phase. And yeah, I agree. I'm surprised as well that it wasn't
5
taken out.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I would like to see if these Tidehunters played 3 or 5. They might have stolen the idea of playing 5 because, again, the NSR pool is very small and he doesn't do those standard position 3 heroes, so he's not
Radiant team
a very
back.
good Tidehunter player. I know it seems weird to say that because Tidehunter seems so simple to play, but is a hero that's definitely not in his pool. That's why Random Esports, they still ban the Night Stalker and they might go for the Legion Commander ban just to make sure he's out of his comfort and they don't get
remaining.
baited by this Tidehunter.
I like that. I like the idea of that,
5
right? Just
seconds
making sure
remaining.
in a game 3 that I mean, I wouldn't really call that cheese, but it's really just clever drafting, right? Kind of tripping you up. And if it is going to be an offlane Tidehunter, well, then you end up wasting 2 bans. Yeah, that's what's going through the heads of Random Esports right now as they try and make best of this situation.
Yeah,
Dire team
and
back.
yeah, they banned another offlaner, Underlord, so they should be fine against the Legion. And what I was going to say is that if they ban here offlaners, they very likely are facing a Storm Peak on the 18th from Paredão, which is the best hero
10
from
seconds
K13.
remaining.
We've seen this in the first game, and Weaver
seconds
has
remaining.
0 catch, so you're super happy as a Storm here so far. And this Invoker ban also leans toward that pick.
So what's the strategy here for Paredão if they want to consider it? All right, you pick something that would
Dire
dissuade
team
from a
pick.
Storm pick here, maybe something like a Silencer, for example, strong pick versus a Weaver is going to dissuade. Well, but that would force your Tide core, right?
Yeah, maybe they go for the Luna again, which I know it wasn't so good at the game 2 the way it was
10
played, but
seconds
it's their
remaining.
biggest comfort, and you don't show if the Tide's a 5 or a 3.
5 seconds
It's the only
remaining.
way that they can keep it open. Or they just instantly go for the Storm and it will be countered.
That's risky though, right? That would be a little bit risky.
They can go for the Legion and maybe understand that they don't need to keep that flex till the last hero being picked. NSR also plays DK, which I can see working very well together with the Rubik. Seems like a good hero against the Weaver. That no cast point stun.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to go for the Snapfire, so that'll be... I mean, I know it's essay, right? So Snapfire mid was kind of born here. Snapfire off lane, it just seems a little bit too weak, but I mean, I think it's a tied core. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
10
It seems like a
seconds
tied
remaining.
3 and Snapfire 5.
5
Yeah, it looks like
It's not a
gonna-
hero I've seen them playing on the mid lane, so yeah, it's super likely a Tidehunter 3. Which is reasonable. They have good picks with that. They would make some mistake here if they would try to keep the Tidehunter as a possible 5.
Random esports. Thinking about this one then, they are going to have to go 1-2 and
Radiant
almost
team
certainly
pick.
reveal whether or not Weaver's a
Void
core.
incarnate.
Keeping it vague currently with the Void Spirits. But this pick is going to reveal something about Weaver, or you pick an offlaner here, and that seems a little scary because then Peredao would basically guarantee no lane.
10
with eighth
seconds
pick.
remaining.
Yeah, one thing I've seen is they always play the
5
Dawnbreaker as
seconds
5,
remaining.
because I've seen some teams play them as 3, and they always play the Weaver as 4.
I like the DB5. It's pretty good. The build I always see is like basically just Locket Ags. It's very ridiculous. Sometimes I see different things too, but that one just seems crazy. It's like reverse Spectre ult. You just get instantly saved, and usually here, teams just cannot out damage that heal and the mischance.
One offlaner I like a lot against Tide is the Doom, but you have the Rubik for the steal afterwards.
Hmm.
I think they need to address this Tide somehow.
It's interesting actually with the Doom pick, because if they don't pick Doom and they go for a different
Dire
offlaner,
team pick.
they could very well pick Doom as well for Peredao. I don't know if that's in their hero pool, but always a threat versus Weaver, always a threat versus any of the spirits. It's not the Storm pick, though, that we were expecting, or it wouldn't
Yeah.
be.
A Bloodseeker here also looks so great against
10
Void Spirit and
seconds
Weaver,
remaining.
but I don't know where to feel it. I don't think
5 seconds
position
remaining.
1 would make sense. It's likely a Shaker Weaver lane.
Radiant team banned.
Storm Spirit.
This Storm was very expected. No matter, like, even if they picked, I don't know, Lion Puck here, I guess he would go for the Storm. It's just like,
I don't think he's in
It-
for too bad of a
10
time, to be
seconds
honest.
remaining.
Shaker
Yeah.
aside, the catch is a little bit weak. Void Spirit with Yules is going to be
5
an issue.
seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
let's say he has at least the cookie to help him out afterwards. Should be a bit helpful. I guess he's happy as a Storm here.
10
The
seconds
lane against Void
remaining.
Spirit usually goes well.
5 seconds
Yeah, Weaver
remaining.
support, Dawnbreaker support, not going to do a whole lot to him. Just got to be careful for his brother to set up for
Radiant team
control
ban.
onto the Shaker. Good AM ban. It's deceiving because Tide actually is fairly strong on that lane. You just get Soul Ring and and Anchor Smash, and you're good to go. AM just doesn't have damage, but
Dire team ban.
of course it's just a bomb waiting for Storm and Rubik. It's too risky. Especially the way that Storm Spirits are played, you know, you just barely run out of mana and then leave the fight, but it gives perfect opportunity for AM to join and just explode you. Are they thinking about a Medusa?
10 seconds remaining.
Because I just,
5
you already have
seconds
Shaker. I
remaining.
don't see the need to go for the PL ban for any other reason almost.
Yeah, unless you're going for a Morphling also, but then the Jugger ban doesn't make sense. Because Morph Shaker is still strong.
Morph Shaker in game 3 of the Open
Or
Qualifiers.
TB, there's TB also that you should be scared.
TB is a possibility, but again, it just feels kind of like a bait pick, right? Because you do have this Shaker to deal with him. I mean, it's not like the
Radiant team
instant
pick.
hard counter, right? PL gets heart and he's very strong, but it's curious, that ban. It's very curious.
Felt like they had the tools to deal with it already.
Yeah, because you know, the
10
Deuce, very
seconds
tanky hero,
remaining.
not a hero that Storm can just zip in on, pardon
5
me, and 100 to
seconds
0. It's just not realistic with the mana shield.
They have Wraith King here, the hero to survive the Ravage. They've played before.
Yeah, I wouldn't really mind that one actually. Yeah, because I think that would be the concern, because the team fight right now for Peredao is a little ridiculous. Maybe even too much for a Dawnbreaker ulti.
Dire team pick.
Oh, they will go for the Morphling. All right, good call on that one.
Yeah, the Morphling Shaker, game 3, deciding which team goes to the closed qualifier.
And which team is going to try again tomorrow?
10 seconds remaining.
The cheese.
A little bit.
But well, Storm can deal
5
with it
seconds
somehow if he gets a very early Orchid. Tracy forced the Morphling to go for a Manta that he will take some time to farm, delaying the Agonies.
You may now select
Okay.
your heroes.
A little bit of some cheese. The only Brazilian cheese, regrettably, that I've had the chance to eat is it's what is it? Pão de queijo.
Pão de queijo. Yes.
Delicious. I like this Sven pick though, to be honest. Not something that Morph is going to be able to 100 to 0 super easily. It is someone who is going to get kited around quite a bit, is the issue I see with him. So they're very reliant on K13 locking heroes down with the jump in, maybe baiting overreactions, and then tied to punish with a Ravage, because Sven is... I mean, he needs a lot of help holding on to heroes.
Yeah, but he has the tools at his team, right? If they fight the team fight right. I'm really curious on what you expect from this Tide Hunter. Again, it's not a comfort pick for them. So that might be something that they won't make it work so good. But if he lands good Ravages, I can see this Sven bursting any target he goes for. And then the team fight is easy for Paredão.
What do you think? Who's moving on to the closed qualifiers, and who is going to have to try again tomorrow on the Peruvian servers?
I still think Paredão is the best team, so I would go for them. I think on the second game, they just lost control of what was happening in the game. They lost focus. Maybe they were super excited with the qualification, this possibility. But I guess they took the time to reset, and they're gonna come back as they came game 1, where they simply play better. And that's what I would expect for them to win. It's hard to see K13 losing on that Storm. I'm surprised he managed to get the hero in such an important match.
We'll see if it's going to be able to carry them through the Morph Shaker Cheese. He's going to pause real quick. People always forget there's 10 people in a Dota game, including yourself. You know, sometimes your biggest opponent can be the mental. It's important to, you know, get that reset in and make sure you're in a good spot to continue playing at your peak, especially for these guys. One game away from potentially getting into the closed qualifiers, or at least taking a pretty big step towards that.
Yeah, the mental part plays a big role, especially because I think both teams, they were not expecting to be playing this match for the spot at the closed qualifiers. Of course, they're great players, but they by far weren't the favorites to be here. So it's something unexpected. They found the Dawnbreaker.
I did. Dawnbreaker putting down a ward here, very likely scouted. I'm not sure where she is going, but she is going to die. Oh, no way. 13, no, okay, I was about to say no way.
My strength is
Pretty
my
close,
mind.
pretty close.
For a sec, I thought I only winged them.
For a few seconds, I thought they would
30
turn it
seconds
with the
to
Fisher hitting the 4 heroes.
Were you expecting a Fissure Blink Echo Slam? Because
Yeah, I'm like...
Morph already coming in with the Ag Scepter. I mean, you know, maybe that's what we're going to see a little bit later this game, but early on, fairly easy to pick up that first blood. And a good start, right? Because that's exactly what you want to do. We've seen twice already in the early game before the Horn teams make those 5-man rotations to try and find something, and both times they've been fruitless. Maybe this is the game where they go, all right, guys, you know, time to start on a high note, and that's exactly, I think, how you want to get it started.
I already have this feeling of things are working as expected. Well, we're gonna win.
The gratification, right? It's like, yep, we had the team talk. Uh-oh. Well, okay, that one didn't work.
You see how easy
Free TP to go to his lane that he wanted.
Yeah, of course. Free TP.
Gets to buy an extra salve for the man. Or not. Save the gold. He bought.
Extra salve to the lane. And I think actually this lane is not too bad. Sven, oh, excuse me, Mr. Courier. Yeah, just kill it, guys. Free golds. No, kill the courier.
Oh.
What? All right. I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually. Ooh.
I wasn't expecting the Weaver to die.
Me neither. Oh, and Void Spirit actually almost taking a dive as well mid lane. I mean, hey, there's currently 5 groups underneath the tower here for the Void Spirit. Great deny from K13. But he's not going to be in really a great position to secure many of these. I don't want to say any, as he did just immediately get one. He's going to miss out on a couple. This is the big one, the range creep, and he's going to get it with the Resonant Pulse. So a little bit closer than this early score would otherwise suggest, but a good start here for K13 for sure.
Yeah, Trampoline, he needs to pop the salve, and he's still more or less hits away from the bottle. And K13 already has his, so it's gonna be a lot of pressure for K13, especially with the level 3 coming now.
And bottom, Tidehunter is being really harassed here. That magic damage from the Celestial Hammer. On top of the Starbreaker is plenty of damage. Morphling is chasing. Adaptive Strike, not enough. Tide will live. Henry is taking a lot of damage from the creeps. Has a Fade Bolt. That's not enough damage, though. And with the stick active, Morph looking to chase, looking to turn. Is not going to be able to get it. And neither will this Dawnbreaker. Lots of sparring down bottom. But no kills.
Yeah, it's weird to see Morphing playing so active at level 2. Usually they wait till level 5. But he's feeling so comfortable at this lane.
Yeah, he is. And I suppose, you know, one thing that is going to have an effect then, or how this is going to play out in other lanes, is this time around, I think actually both supports are going to be a little bit too occupied to look to gank, to look to, you know, provide support mid lane and get the water runes. That's really where K13's game went south last time around. As they get the Shaker top lane, Weaver not doing a whole lot, and all the Centaur Conqueror almost actually deciding to stun him. Wouldn't have killed him, but would have been a lot more damage in with that Blightstone on the Snapfire, who has Blightstone, but is not going Little Shredder. Has just put the second point now in Scatterblast.
Yeah, but I believe in the last game it was a very clever move by Jean Pimpão, which is this position 4, that he left the lane that was losing and started putting pressure in the mid lane. Maybe he does this again and see if he can get the Snapfire to mid lane also and leave the Shaker free in the lane against the Sven. That's what he did last time, but hopefully Paredão has learned the lesson and they just leave this extra pressure at mid but keep winning the side lanes.
That sounds like a really fun name to say for the Weaver.
Jean Pimpão.
Yeah. It sounds a little bit like a tongue twister, or like the start of one, you know? Great.
Yeah.
Great language. Oh,
so basically our João is João. And João is like a nickname for João.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, Stormhammer is gonna stop Do. Oh, actually, they're gonna look to turn, and with the Swarm Beetle, he's gonna need to get that thing off of him. Tower assisting will leave them healthy. Healing salve used for the Sven, but that is gonna be Caps dropping. Don't be bone. I can't. It will pick up the kill. That is Dawnbreaker, though, just like last game, rotating away from the lane and denying K13 a bottle refill with the bounty. Henry continuing to give chase, has a telekinesis, but there's TP ready, so he is going to need to just secure the kill the old-fashioned way with Fade Bolt and the right clicks.
Yeah, but this Morphling already with 12 denies, you don't see... Like, Tide usually he can at least draw the lanes, get his farm, but not being the case so far.
I think I'm really surprised, to be honest, to see NSR go for the point and Gush. I think this is a lane where Anchor Smash versus a Morph is not really too good. That's a big kill mid-low, as both supports will rotate on over. Storm gets the XP for killing his brother, so that's going to be a small win there. But I'm really surprised because, in my opinion, especially with Quelling Blade, you just put points into Anchor Smash and Kraken Shell and just guarantee your CS. Because Morph has just way too much base damage for you. Look at that deny, for example.
Yeah. The thing is, that's what I was expecting, is because he's definitely out of his comfort zone. Again, we're talking about a team of streamers. Of course, they play high-level pubs, but they have somehow a small hero pool. And when they try to go to those heroes that are more common in competitive Dota 2, they might not play so well.
Like Morkel, I think he knows that the Void Spirit's here to try and gank him, just taunting him with the all chat voice lines. He's just not coming out from behind his tower.
Yeah, both of them sitting under the trees.
Go ahead, gank us. I dare you. Dawnbreaker was taking last hits in the mid lane, so it was pretty obvious that there was a Void Spirit looking for a gank. And now he feels it's safe, especially with the healing salve, so he'll go ahead and clear the creeps from the tower to make sure the wagon doesn't do too much permanent damage.
Invisibility.
Yeah. But that guarantees K13 the bottle, the rune, the Invis rune that he uses for the bottle. And it's a super nice start for K13.
NSR, he's gonna die. Okay, telekinesis, they're gonna try for the DB, but she is tanky. In fact, I thought maybe with the Gush they'd look for a turnaround, but it was still on cooldown when he morphed back in.
Here I am.
Oh, that ward scouted.
Morph's getting scary.
Yes, he is. And he doesn't really need like a Linken's this game, I think. As long as he's fast enough to be able to get off the strength gain. When he hears Storm zipping, he's fine. Of course, that's a big if, because as I recall, as I said last game, with Henry on the Rubik, or really any support with instant type abilities, he could be disabled for long enough to not have that be a possibility. So I think this is just one of those strategies, one of those games where you cannot afford to go for the Linken's. I think it's going to slow down your game too much.
But would you go for the Manta?
I think I would go for Manta. Yeah, personally I would.
Yeah, you have the Yasha helping you farm, and then you have the Dispel on the Orchid. I guess it's...
I wonder if K13 will go for Orchid, is my question, though. Oh, God Strength active. They're trying to get this Weaver. One more swing of that great sword right as the God Strength expires. Is going to lead them to a kill. Aether Remnant dodged. Also picks up the TD rune here for K13. Removing that one from the Void Spirit is going to neuter him for a while, because that is potentially a very dangerous rune to have for a Void Spirit with Astral Steps.
K13 has 2 null talismans and going for the complete speaks for the Wand. That really delays a possible Orchid. He also going for the portraits. Sometimes in these matches you even see Orchid with brown boots and just 1 null talisman, so you can really abuse this timing where the Morphling doesn't have the Manta.
I think it's just going to be too slow now, right? Void Spirit is going to be making progress towards his Yule Scepter. Again, a little bit more of an even laning stage. Once again, it was the early levels where K13 was able to get a big advantage, but it just didn't really pay off. as Storm ganking top of the DD rune. Nice dodge there on the enchant totem. One more right click is all it takes. Caps as well, still alive. They just need one more swing of that hammer, and they've got him. They're chasing now after the DB as they've stolen Sakuchi, so Henry's after the kill, and with the Fade Bolt will pick it off. However, the gank now from Trampoline. Oh my goodness, this damage. He's tanking tower hits. A second bit of damage out from that last Astral Step is not going to get him far enough away, but at least it will get him the kill before the Storm Spirit is able to secure him. And Henry is going to come out of this one with a triple kill. The ultimate champion here. He's the last man standing.
And he has the tome at his quick buy. He's level 8 with 9 minutes. He has more levels than the Tidehunter. What a player.
This is the game where Henry said, you know what, fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, he's a mid laner that is doing position 4 this streamer stack, and I guess he's starting to feel like a mid laner at the competitive match also.
Yeah, taking a second point in telekinesis here early rather than just maxing arcane supremacy. So we'll see if he can put that to any use against a Weaver or against a Morphling. And Asart now has maxed the Anchor Smash, so he's beginning to recover in farm and has given Morphling the boot, as Morphling would just rather farm jungle now. And Morph, interestingly enough, is going for that Lincoln Sphere. I don't know if I really agree with this, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it's too slow of a game if you go for this. You're gonna lose so many towers to this man while you keep farming.
Cookie was bad bottom, but don't worry. DB is still going to drop. Yeah, just because I agree with you completely on the Yasha point. And if we take a look at how many things are still going to be able to get through your Lincoln Sphere, Rubik, of course, he can just Fade Bolt Telekinesis, and not to mention his stolen spells. Gush on top of Ravage, of course, which is going to go through it. Cookie's going to still stun you. Doesn't help you anything versus Scatter Blast. Helps you a lot versus Storm, but it doesn't even save you from a Stormhammer stun because it still hits you.
Yeah, and I also get the feeling of the match we had yesterday where we had the Weaver that we mentioned. Yeah, Weaver carry kind of weird here because of the Doom. She needs to go Lincolns. You go Lincolns, you don't scale, and seems like same situation.
Yep, it does. Stuns mid lane, though. They're going to be looking to turn. Oh, nice stun, though. As Henry, he's even going to go ahead and borrow that Solar Guardian real quick. Take that one for a whirl after he cancel it. Now they're going to chase after the Dawnbreaker. Get ready for maybe, and in fact, Randoms, I think, making the right call. They cannot fight into a Rubik Solar Guardian. He look at this. He TP's home Henry. What a player, because he knows, basically, again, with the support equivalent of Spectre ulti, he can immediately be in the fight. I really like how he's playing this game. 4-0-5 on the Rubik. Wow.
Yeah, he can go split push now that he knows he can re-engage, right? So he can get his farm. Level 10 already. He has more levels than the Void Spirit.
Who was the Brazilian Rubik? I think you were telling me a story of who would go like 10-0 and, you know, 18 on games and literally carry.
This RDO when he was playing position 4.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. It was RDO. Which is crazy, of course, because if you watch a lot of Brazilian Dota, or if you just saw him, of course, on a stint on Bait, you'd think, oh, TB, PL, Medusa. But no, position 4 as well.
Yeah, and it's the same feeling, right, as Henry, that it's a player used to be core, and he gets the Rubik and like, okay, I'm going to be a core here. That's what I know to do.
Okay, K13, he's moving with the team, but they're going to be scouted by this Observer Ward as they make their way towards the mid-tier 1 tower. Randoms, though, of course, with the vision, and they're going to play it safe on the other side of the river and move into the Dire jungle. This movement scouted, though. Oracle continuing to amp up his farm. Yasha and Sanj in the quick buy. But overall, it's going to be this sweep across the map, relatively unsuccessful from Paradome. Now that it's really game 3, you know, both teams playing it very, very safe here. But with vision here on the Shaker, they feel confident enough to smoke up. This would be a pretty big kill. Astini due is just 200 gold due for his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, it's a very important kill, delaying this dagger, delaying the possibility of randoms to do any moves in the map.
There we go. Fissure is off the mark. Kisses coming down now. He's not going to get it. Was walking in as if he was going to go for the slam, and with a tier 1 tower up top lane for Randoms, it was maybe a possibility. And they're not going to find it. Randoms, they run back mid. This tower is half HP. Out comes the defense. And once again, Paradome, they put so much pressure on this tier 1 top lane. They don't even have mid yet. And they're going to be forced to try and defend. That's a Rubik Solar Guardian there. As in he comes, the Sun's not going to find another waveform out in time. That's now the DB Solar Guardian. Ravage finds the Void Spirit. The big old Hammer Swing will stun up too, but the Cookie's even better there. Does not allow the Rubik to throw out the stun as fast. Either way, they still find the Sven. As he's chasing for more Echo Slam there, only on a couple of creeps, but it'll still get the kill onto the snap. That was no blink reveal either. And now the question is, can they actually get this tower? Yes. The answer is
they
yes.
will. I was surprised that I think usually you see the Tidehunter instantly TPs in front of the tower, and if someone engages at him, he presses Ravage. But they went for a different approach where Storm TPs first and tries to engage from Fog at the Morphling, but it was very a try for a lucky shot there if Morph wouldn't morph in time and didn't work well. They could just go for the simple play that's just leave your Tidehunter defending towers. If they engage at him, press R and turn the team fight.
Absolutely. Henry securing that kill as well using his stolen Astral Steps. That's going to reveal the presence of a ward, but it was almost down anyway, and actually with the DB dead for 20 seconds, NSR, he is beginning the tower push with the wagon at his back. They look to now avenge their own tier 1 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Henry seeing his having a super good game, now he's going for the Vessel, and also that's super good against a Morphling that's not going for Manta, he's going for the Linkens. Close to the item, but so easy to proc it.
Yeah, and speaking...
Maybe you get a fake grenade by 17 minutes that just counters it.
And speaking of that Vessel, Weaver as well support making haste towards his own. I'm a little bit more skeptical of this Vessel for Radiant. I don't really... Obviously, Urn is a great item for Weaver, I don't doubt it. But I am not sure what warrants the Vessel upgrade this game for me.
Yeah, maybe if you wanted to go for an item before the Aghanim's would be a Solar Crest, or at least a Medallion. Could be helpful for the Morphling.
I could even see an option for a Force Staff or a Yules versus a Sven, right? Always nice items to have if you wanted to do something a little different, but the full Vessel to me just doesn't seem necessary.
Yeah, it's very unconventional, but I really see it working here. Would be super good also against the Orchid of the Storm that's gonna, as mentioned, come very late into the game. So it's already countered.
He is still building this Orchid. Yeah, no, and, well, I mean, okay, well, there's Lincoln's done. That'll let Morph farm in some relative peace. K13, though, he's currently in the firing line. Lots of enemies surrounding him, but he's not going to zip up to farm the camp. Very patient. His team showing pretty heavily in the river. And with DB taking waves here, it's kind of clear there are enemies afoot. And in fact, they're at his feet now. Eul's Scepter is going to be used aggressively here. No chance to save him, despite what Henry does. He's looking to steal a spell. No, he's not. He doesn't want any of those spells. The big death there for K13. Good jump in from randoms. As look at a second one.
Go for the Shakuchi.
Solar Guardian is not going to catch Sven. There is a fissure, but Do doesn't really have his team too close by. And they're going to get a big kill into Henry. 450 gold, my goodness, for the Morph.
Yeah, one of the biggest kill streaks, and he had the F4 same as the Tidehunter, so super big kill.
They're going to look for Roche as well off the back of these little pickoffs. Astini, dare I say that this is slightly reminiscent of game number 2 when there was a couple of kills consecutively and randoms just started to run away with the early game?
Yeah, but they have the Ravage.
Oh my goodness, the DD rune, the Ravage. Okay, big Ravage. It catches plenty of heroes. Oh, they needed to get Trampoline, and they didn't quite find him. Oracle joining the fight, but he does not have God's Strength, so he's going to go back and farm the jungle. There's going to be another kill here onto the Snapfire. They have ball back on DB NSR. There he is, experiencing the Vessel, but he just dispels it because he's tied. And, well, there's the fake grenade.
Yeah, it is the fake. I knew it was gonna come. Oh my god.
Oh goodness. I think that those were the most Ks consecutively I've ever heard you say that. That was a very hearty Brazilian laugh, but you did call it. 18 minutes, you were a minute late, but the item is here nonetheless. I
Yeah,
love
but
it.
still, even with the Lincolns having such a great game, 502, no deaths yet. Going for that shotgun before the Agonies, I think he could go for the Agonies directly because he's very close to the level 18. That's what he needs to the combo to work.
And Shaker has the levels too, right? That's sometimes a problem when you draft more of Shaker. Aftershock isn't maxed. Totem, pardon me, isn't maxed, but they're both ready to go.
Yeah. And Assart standing there, but he doesn't have Ravage.
No, he does not. And this Sven also has got strength, but no BKB, so he would not be too eager to join this fight either, I reckon. There's no kisses, but still, bet it out. They're like lining up to defend this. I don't really know if they can afford to do it. K13, he has now Orchid finished 19, we'll call it 20 minutes in, as he only really has 50 gold in the bank. But how is he going to use it? Who's got Fake Grenade? How are they going to break this Lincoln Sphere? It's a couple of things. I don't think anyone is holding Fake Grenade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What?
Oh, I guess, yeah. They're not paying so much attention at these Lincolns yet.
NS13? Oh, he's tanky. He is tanky. NSR. There's a smoke, cheeky little smoke. They're just going to look to engage on whoever they can find here. It's not who they want, only the Snapfire, but it is going to be a kill and very likely the tier 2. Even using that Starbreaker for the kill. NSR now is joined by Henry behind the tower. Henry, who's been slowed and stopped almost completely. As they search the trees for more, but they've TP'd away. And with Storm and Sven continuing to farm, it's a tier 2 tower with the safety of this Aegis and a little bit of more farm for the rest of Petadao. BKB and 500 gold for Sven is, I think, the next chance they could look to fight. That'll line up pretty nicely with this Aegis being reclaimed, I think, Astini.
Yeah, but then Morphling will have the E-Blade. Still a very tough fight to take. I really don't know what to do with Vampire down here, because I would say just split with the Storm, cut waves, but what's your timing? When the Morphling gets the Agony, it gets even worse.
Yeah, and dare I say, despite how much you did hype up this K13 Storm, and again, I saw the skill in the laning stage for sure, I haven't really felt the impact of the Storm Spirit very, very much compared to almost any other mid laner. You know, I don't think he's really made any of these standout plays that only Storms can do. You know, Queen of Pain, Pucks, I think, are able to do everything that he could. He's had this Orchid for now 3 minutes, of course, into Aegis, but has not really done a whole lot.
Yeah, if you compare even to his first game, he had such a better game. And even like the item choices, as mentioned, weren't the optimal. Such a late Malevolence that you cannot make so much of it. When you have it, they already have Aegis.
NSR hiding in the trees. Not got it yet. Little dark pocket for him. They're pinging him though. They know he's here, and they're gonna make the jump. Barrier is up. Cookie to get him out of the side of the fissure and avoids even a little bit of damage, and they might just get this Morphling. Oh, they were so close, Astini. They just needed a little bit more. Oh no, that was when the Storm could have zipped on in to secure the kill, set up for the second life, but now he's got this DD rune. He's on your tier 2 tower. A smoke is going to be now coming through. Aegis reclaimed in 10 more seconds. I think they're slightly mistiming this. The E-Blade is out. Ravage at least does find a couple of heroes. They're going to go for the backlines first. There's going to be the silence onto the Shaker, and the kisses coming on down. BKB active for Sven and God's Strength, but he cannot find a target here, Astini. Aegis is reclaimed, but it's only the DB to drop. They're going to be able to force this Void Spirit out of the fight as well with his current HP levels, but it looks like Morphling is ready to turn. And then he goes, Cookie stun. It's going to be canceled. Big Echo Slam onto 2, and that's the kill onto the Sven. To follow suit is going to be the Tidehunter. Caps actually is going to be able to TP out, and he will live in the fountain. The fight falls apart there on the re-engage. Randoms play perfectly after the Aegis is reclaimed.
I feel like if they waited 5 more seconds for the Ravage, this could have turned so well for them.
Oh, now Henry's going to die. Storm? No, he just zips in. It's getting hard.
They tip straight. Yeah, because I really feel like they could have killed Morphling so easy. They just decided not to kill because he still had the Aegis.
True.
And Storm could have jumped him if this wasn't the case, so they were a bit impatient. I'm not sure if they try like, okay, they will be unarmed because they're not expecting us to start.
I just think it's wild not to go for that kill there. I mean, yes, he does have Lincolns, but you have Ravage at that stage to immediately stun him when he comes back, right? Now you can't.
Yeah.
Now you can't even do that because Void Spirit is going to have Ags in this next fight. You've already scouted the point booster in that last one. Morphling is going to go into Scotty next. He's just having a regular old Morphling game, and he still always has the option of going for the Shaker. It's starting to get really scary here for Dire.
Yeah, it's a good Scotty game, but I would still go for the Agonies. I think it's just too powerful to have Morphling Shaker. But yeah, he feels like he's winning the game. He's not dying.
Whoa. Whoa. Oh, wow. That extra last zip needed. Okay. He's a Storm player. Can confirm.
Yeah, but not getting the Fake Grenade, it's... Keep the Arcane Ring. It's just like, makes me think they're just feeling under pressure about the situation. So they're not on their prime. You see, Tidehunter just cancel his TP. Probably a misclick. I guess they're feeling the pressure so much.
Gold for me.
They're going to smoke up, actually, and move around together. They'll go hunting. Henry puts down a ward from halfway across the map, thanks to the Arcane Supremacy. But once again, the all chats, or the voice lines letting us know, Jumping Pao, he knew that one was coming, because he saw the sentry get placed.
I'm sensing a pattern here, he said.
Yep. Gotta love it. Sven hit him with a couple in the top lane. He will return fire. Ag Scepter and a DD rune ready for Void Spirit. And I don't believe that this Ags has been scouted. How much does this change the fights for Paradal with this Void Spirit silence?
A lot. It was already hard. Now, especially if Void Spirit gets the initiation, they can still surprise. If they have the initiation the first hand here, they might get successful.
Ward scouted, even though it was placed behind the tower just in time. Shaker continuing to bait top lane. It's all about this mid-tier 1 tower. That's what's preventing Paradal from really effectively sweeping across the map. But good vision here currently in favor of Dire.
Radiant's middle tower.
Random's playing really, really well around this vision as well. There's going to be the D-ward coming through. Geminate attack. Oh, he didn't stick around for the second one, but obviously he's going to get it. Storm, there's a slam, and there's going to use it in the Solar Guardian Fissure. He's comboed 100 to 0. Beautiful kill top lane. I didn't think, actually, that they would be able to spring that trap.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, I draw the attention to Storm because I thought he would jump in the Earth Shaker. Maybe he had vision, but it was totally the other way around.
Yep, and that's going to open up Roche here, Astini. I think there's a DD rune as well for Void if he wants to go and help with it, but who needs DD when you have Morphling, I guess?
I don't know what's happening with this game. Seems like we just get DD runes all the time.
Yeah. Normally it's haste. I usually get to whenever I observe, I see about 1 million haste runes, but not here. DD runes.
When I'm playing, just get illusions. It's the worst one.
You got a Manta dodge, so you got to illusion dodge everything with them. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, so by the way, now there's Ag Shard for Void Spirit on top of the Ag Scepter, and there's the haste rune that we were looking for. I mean, Sven, he's been farming, but Morphling now is completely outpacing him. Henry, he's drawing the circles. He knows enemies are coming, especially because they smoked underneath a ward. Everyone's now going to start TPing out, and no one should be caught here. Henry, the last to leave, he's probably going to look to push one more wave, the cheeky little Rubik that he is, especially with Sakuchi stolen.
Has been killed.
Finds and kills a courier here, and he's going to cut a wave. So we're already in Plan B mode here, but what is Plan B here, Astini? What are we waiting for?
I think wait for 4 minutes till the Aegis is gone.
Okay, I mean, that's pretty straightforward.
And then very likely lose to them without the Aegis anyway, because it's getting harder and harder.
Yeah, Rubik's gonna cut a wave. That's successful. This Oh, aggressive fortify is used to keep the range creep alive, and that'll be good for the last tier 2 tower to go down. Henry's going to cut behind this tower. Now the Sakuchi, and another auto attack there to cut another wave. Snapfire as well has done the same, and we'll get a second courier kill here. Void Spirit jumping on in. He's actually caught the Rubik, who is invisible. They're trying to get another courier. What's wrong with these guys? Why do they just want to kill couriers?
They just want to get something in exchange for their deaths. Yeah, I feel like they could have cut the wave also with Storm jumping and tipping out, had the TP, so maybe they didn't need to use the 45 so early.
K13, he's learned. He wants to push this tower, but oh, there's a shaker nearby. Or there could be.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, they're wasting time though. They're wasting time.
The thing is, this Sven, if you look at this pathing, he's going like from tier 3 top to tier 3 mid, just thinking like, oh, I need to farm. And then he goes back, oh, I need to farm. Where do I go? So Sven's not getting any farm. He can't leave base. Super weird situation for a Oracle.
And there's another DD room being protected by 2 Aether Remnant sentries. Maybe even a third, if they give him 5 more seconds. But nope. Into the borrowed bottle for Morphling, Aegis, DD rune, Eye of Scotty, E-Blade.
And Agony's in the Weaver.
Oh, goodness. This is starting to look... I mean, I don't want to call it impossible, but how do we defend this?
Yeah, they need to hope for a mistake from
middle tower has fallen.
randoms.
Healing Morphling back to full. They get through the link-ins. A quick little cheeky stun, but he's just going to 4-shot your structures. And he shows no sign of stopping. I believe Henry, he has one more vessel charge here, but he has no more mid-barracks. Bot lane is pushing, top lane is pushing, but mid lane now will push in favor of randoms until they get some more barracks here.
13 got the BKB, but still not 18 in 31 minutes.
Hard game. He's now more poor than NSR.
NSR got his dagger. They have some initiation power. And randoms, they're split. They might get the Weaver at least.
Yeah, they could. Henry is going to break the smoke. They're going for more. Yelping Bao. Already kind of taunting them. Shaker looking to turn. He's got a BKB and a Blink dagger. Henry at least looking to cancel it, but Sven in some trouble. The Fissure at least mercifully stops the Morphling from jumping on in. They're immediately dewarded, and that's the smoke attempt failed.
Yeah, I feel like they could have gone for the Weaver, but maybe they wanted a bigger target.
Moving around, that was Henry throwing away the Sven to make sure he could live it. He's going to go ahead and run and look to cut another wave despite his vessel debuff. And he'll get it. Another wave for Henry. That lane will push. Mid wave again, the barracks already gotten, so it's just the Shaker looking to set a trap. Actually stuns up the Sven, but no follow-up immediately ready. Henry is trying to cut one more wave. TPs are coming, though. That's the Morphling chasing after him. Is he going to kill another courier? He started.
The bait with the courier. If they left the courier there, he would die for it.
Yeah, he definitely would. And that wasn't delivering anything too impactful. Just some dust, actually.
A golden thread.
I mean, if that courier actually ends up buying, I think it's the Mystic Staff. No, now he's gonna go Shard, or sorry, Ags on Shaker. I mean, Henry, you know, you can take the player out of the mid lane, but you can't take the mid laner out of the player. Using all his mana, sweeps across the map, cuts 2 waves. He's created.
On his way to his Blink dagger, but I don't know if it's game changer at all at this point.
Void Spirit has Aeon Disc.
They need so much more. Maybe a refresher on Tide, but that's so far away.
And they just don't have time. They don't have time. Morphling is shredding their buildings. Has a butterfly. He's just gone full carry morph. He just doesn't even care, and they've stunned up the Sven. Waveform is going to be used defensively, however. And they're just going to be happy with that tier 3 tower. They've forced basically everyone back because when there's a morph knocking on your high ground, he demands a lot of attention, that one.
Yeah, the siege problem they had on game 2, they definitely don't have now. Morphing such a good hero to do damage to structures.
Dire are scanning.
But down, they seem lost. The way they walk in the map, like they're probably talking and wondering, what do we do?
This game 3 problem, right, where you have to just kind of make a bold move at this stage of the game, but a bold move, it's so easy to, it's so hard to make it because it's so easy for it to go wrong, and then you're out, and you were just so close.
Yeah, the risk reward seems too high. Always the risk is too high of losing, so you don't take moves and you end up losing without taking any risk.
But exactly, and then there is just nothing, and then you just end up doing nothing because what are we playing for right now? Sven Daedalus, unlikely to change the game. Storm has level 18. That's all he's gotten in the past 5 minutes. Sorry, is just a little bit of XP as they're just farming whatever waves come on in. Blink Dagger Rubik, and in the meantime, enemies are just kind of farming the whole map.
Yeah, and Morphling, he's marking a BKB now. I don't know. He was marking a Satanic on the quick buy. I don't know if he bought it or he just changed the idea. And seems more reasonable to have the BKB, to be honest, because I feel like one Ravage can kill him, and no matter if he has Satanic or not, but the BKB just saves him.
Yeah, so far it's been fairly easy for him, having a very, very strong game and not struggling in the least bit. G's. 35 minutes in. Roche, number 3, I think this one is Astini, going to be spawning as soon as in 20 seconds to following 3 minutes.
Yeah, Sven bought a Blink Dagger. They want to do something.
Radiant are scanning.
Get out of the base. Guess he's tired of staying there. Nothing happens. He knows he needs to fight for the start Roche.
And he's just also not even farming that fast, right? Because Sven's, they obviously great cleave. Not only that, but God's Strength as a farming mechanism used, but he just can't afford to use God's Strength for basically the past 8 minutes, just in case a fight comes. They're one fight away from losing, and if they lose that fight because he used God's Strength to farm the triangle, I mean, GG, right?
Yeah, he can't afford it. But then he reveals his dagger by just showing Chill Wave. They seem lost.
Yes. Regeneration. My waters rise.
They need a pick off, something to give them hope at this game.
Well, there's good vision here on a Void Spirit. And as Sart, though, they do not want to make the jump. Dawnbreaker could be the target instead. Or Staff sucked back with the Vortex into the Cookie Stun. And there is finally something. Svenath just farming basically all by himself. Roshan, it's going to be another minute, so it's a bit of a long one. DB back in 40 seconds, but of course can buy back and Solar Guardian back in the fight. Remember, she's support Spectre.
Yeah, but it's a good feeling for Paradon. Like, this is the furthest Moracle has gone in the last 10 minutes. Hasn't left the tier 3 or the base. So finally they feel like they can do something. They might.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I also believe that's the first instance of an Orchid kill for Storm.
Yeah.
Oh, Henry makes the jump in. Oh no, but the BKB's in time. Oracle just trying to fight through this, and with God's Strength, he definitely can. They need vision, though, for the Great Cleaves, and he's being kited around the tree. Morphling now jumping on in, but oh no. Oh, it's not enough damage, though, and they're going to be able to give him a cookie, but the cookie is going to make him avoid death for now. Ravage and the blink out, but the double astral step securing the kill onto Sven in the Roche pit. They're going to trade away only the Shaker. I think I heard no buybacks, but not exactly.
Has buyback, but no God Strength.
Yeah, and no BKB. Henry running. Resonant Pulse Shield is through. Gets a Glimmer Cape, steals a spell. It's the Swarm. Blinks back. As Cops creating as much space and time as possible. Can do no more but die. And now third Roche with an Ag's Blessing. This is probably why Morphling decided not to build Ags, because he'll just get one for Roche from free, Astini.
Yeah.
Of course.
He knew it was
then,
there.
and then a DD rune, you know, just because.
Always the DD. Weaver's gonna scout it.
Yeah. Well, that is that's tough.
Your shards
Okay,
So-
one wave.
into the radiant.
No, a little bit more than one wave for the refresher on Tidehunter. Actually, he can sell the Killing Blade and the Wand. And he has a refresher. He should sell it. No, go back.
Yeah, that guy. You can sell items there. He accepts returns. Okay, his courier. Maybe his courier will do it. I mean, the issue is these couriers are about to be scouted as well by the ward. Storm, he's got his courier heading to the secret shop, but I don't know what he's going to be hoping to buy here, especially because he does need to save for buyback. He's not really too well off for money. Oh, no. Art, he's got to get out. He's got to get out. This Void Spirit, he might not kill him, but if he
Dire's
looks to push
courier
this
has
wave,
been
he's
killed.
certainly going to be able to hold him down long enough to cancel TPs. Oh, this is terrifying. They don't even care, though. They just don't care about Tide.
Yeah. And they're pinging the secret shop like something's gonna be here.
DD rune.
And he lost the opportunity.
Dire's
Like
bottom
he could at
barracks
least have
is
bought
full.
the Perseverance. Because he had the gold. He would
Dire's
just miss the
bottom
gold for
barracks
the
is
recipe.
fallen.
Okay, I mean it's do or die time here, Astini. There is no more time. Morph has half duration on this DD rune. He has Ags. He has
Dire's top
Aegis.
tower is under
They
attack.
can't afford to wait. And in he goes, at least forces the BKB. Henry is gonna live
Dire's
because he's
structures
stolen
are
strength gain.
fortified.
He's got 3,000 HP on this Rubik, but only 2 armor. And they will at least be able to force back the Morphling. Tide, there it is. Item has
Oh.
been purchased. It's coming back now, but this is going to be scouted, so they won't have the element of surprise. Courier scouted as it flies through the ward.
He definitely needed that Quilling Blade to keep farming. Look.
And also the gauntlets of strength, don't forget.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a chance. There's a very, very small chance. I don't know if they kill Morphling twice, though, is the problem. But they can kill anyone else easily. But
And he should have a dust.
Weaver has Ags. I mean, we haven't even seen this Ags come through yet. It's just been sitting here all game.
Yeah. Felt like it wasn't really needed, but could have saved in the top fight.
Well,
Storm.
It fills me with
No new items for the last 10 minutes.
It's tough. It's tough. And here goes Morphling yet again. Tide again. He's at least incredibly tanky. He's not even going to pretend to be surprising about anything. He reflects the Sven Axe. I think that was on purpose. I think they were trying to pull him back into the fountain. Storm jumps in, tries to burst the Weaver. He's nearly two-shot by the Morphling. Kiss is coming down as they land Ravage number 1. Ravage number 2. Echo Slam, though, is going to be BKB'd. Morkel shrugging it off. And now Sven cleaving his way through the enemies. As Storm, he's going to buy back. They get through the Void Spirit, though. But now Sven in trouble. Needs some support as the DB is going to drop the Solar Guardian. Double buyback now, but there's no God Strength, no BKB, no Tidehunter, as he is going to be taken down as well. Morphling, they've gotten through the first life, but now is the real challenge, especially with the Megas being claimed. The stun's not even going to find him. He's going to be this way, that way, every which way, but most importantly, on top of Henry, who is going to die. No buyback. He's 400 gold away. K13 doing whatever he can. But the Sven dusted up and killed a second time. Is just about going to wrap things up here, Astini. GG is called. Going to be Randoms Gaming moving on into the second round. They're going to the closed qualifiers.
Radiant
Power
The
bend.
Morphling roads to DN Locos.
This pleases me.
That's something that Actor typed the first time he qualified to anything. Yeah, it's just Actor fun. Yeah, very well played by Random Sports, that Morphling pick. And also, let's say Paredão, they kind of lost their minds during the series. They were in so good shape at the game 1, but the second one and third one, they just lost to themselves, it feels like. But very well played for Random.
Yep, they are going to take it, and that takes us to our second series. We are going to be going to a short break, The teams have been waiting almost, well, over an hour actually already for this one to get started. You guys have probably been waiting a little bit too, so we are going to be going to a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have our second and final best of 3 series for Open Qualifiers number 1. That's going to be between BALROGS Esports and GODGENESIS. Astini, why should people stick around and watch this match?
Gonna be super exciting clash of Peru against Brazil. There's a lot of rivalry going on. Doesn't matter the teams. If you have Peru one side, Brazil on other side, it's gonna be a great match.
All right.
Sure.
You guys heard it first here. Make sure you stick around, and we'll see you after about a 10 to 15 minute break when our second best of 3 is underway. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Series number 2 and the final series for the Open Qualifiers, number 1 of the SA DPC Tour number 1. Thank you guys so much for joining us throughout our coverage for the past 2 days. We hope you guys have generally enjoyed it, and if you have, well, don't you worry. We're back tomorrow for a whole nother round of qualifiers, this time on the Peruvian servers. Last series, that is, on the Brazilian servers. There's a Brazilian team taking on a Peruvian team, and we have a Mexican-American casting with a Brazilian. Astini, thank you so much for joining me. How's it going?
Super nice to be here with you. And we have a clash of Peruvians against Brazilians, where the Peruvians, they're totally the favorites here. Would be super surprising if GODGENESIS can take a map, to say maybe the series out of BALROGS. But they've proven that they can surprise. They've beaten the King RD stack, the Our Way, which was made of 4 TI players. So they are super hyped. They're super confident that they can also take BALROGS out.
BALROGS, of course, also overcoming the odds yesterday, didn't they? In the last match that we spectated, when their mid laner Roboseta ended up disconnecting about 13 minutes into the game, and they proceeded to win. I don't want to say easily, but I was only scared for them for probably 7 minutes after that, and then they just completely won. So a 4v5 victory for them. Now they're at full strength, taking on GODGENESIS in a best of 3. Time to settle down and put it all out here. And well, I'm surprised by a couple of things, to be honest. I am not surprised by that Mars ban, because Drakil, the offlaner for BALROGS, was the reason basically that they won yesterday. He caught Storm, what was it, Seeds, right? He caught Seeds like 4 times with BKB as a Mars, which was incredible.
10 seconds remaining.
So that ban makes sense. Soothes, thank you, not Seeds. Soothes, thank you.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and talking about confidence, they must be so confident. you just beat like 4 against 5, one of the favorites to take the spot at the DPC second division, which was Fúria Jovem. So they're super confident here. They let the Luna of GODGENESIS through. It's the hero they most used in the tournament. They used 3 times so far, but it was banned last match by Our Way, and Our Way ended up getting cheesed by a Lycan position 3 with an Ursa. So they go for the Lycan ban. I think it's very clever to take out the cheese. We say about the cheeses on best of 1s, but of course a best of 3 they could also have used it and start in the upper hand here. So very well thought by Sexy Yogi with that ban.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Sexy Yogi, I believe, I didn't go back and watch the replays, but I believe he was the one microing as well, the disconnected Kunkka. So yeah, good bans, good macro and micro, and good drafting as well here for BALROGS Esports. Would be pretty surprised. Well, I don't know. Actually, you never know, right? It's good to keep an open mind heading into the drafts as they are continuing. But I do like their start quite a bit, right? This Weaver Tidehunter, very strong lane. You can build into the Gush, or you can decide to just play it a little bit more normal as the Tide, a little bit more traditional, and just get your farm if needed. I think it gives you a lot of flexibility.
Remaining.
Yeah, Sexy Yogi, he's like Dark Willow spammer. That's his most played hero by far. He played 137 matches with the hero.
Wow.
So I see they could fit here a Dark Willow Morphling maybe. So we've seen Morphling the last series, super strong and super strong against Luna. Of course, he's not strong against Elder Titan. That removes all this base armor, but I could see it working here as a possibility for them.
Yeah, and I mentioned it previously, but Grimstroke, one of the most annoying heroes for a Tidehunter, just because that Phantom takes you a long time to remove, and you cannot kill it, as with most things you do as Tide with Anchor Smash. So very, very annoying. Decent pick here, doesn't reveal much about your draft, but of course, BALROGS are going to go back for the Roboseta Kunkka. Nothing wrong with it yesterday, even if he was disconnected for half the game.
Super well played by someone in his team, the Kunkka yesterday.
And he dominated lane. He looked so good, didn't he?
10 seconds
remaining.
Yeah.
So against the Storm, And
5
probably
seconds
they are
remaining.
picking their position 5 here, unless the Tide Hunter is a 5, because as you mentioned, it got countered by the Green Stroke. Green Stroke was, let's say, the old counter to Tide Hunter. At TI, we've seen so many
Radiant team
disruptors
pick.
against it. And they go for the Jakiro, so it's a Tide Hunter 3 indeed. I'd say there's slightly chance that the
Dire
Weaver might
team
be the
back.
hard carry, but I don't believe so.
Queen of
Hmm.
pain.
He's going to be the counter pick to the mid lane, Kunkka. Usually a lane that Kunkka cannot sustain through. Queen of Pain, we've seen, pardon me, going for the Shadow Strike builds, taking level 1 Scream as well
10
to be able to secure the
seconds
first
remaining.
wave, and then you dominate a little bit underneath the tower, blah, 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 blah. Hope to
5
delay the bottle,
seconds
build a
remaining.
significant lead, and then by the time you've got more points in your Scream, you're already farming side camps.
Radiant team
So it's a
back.
lane Kunkka will suffer in, but it does also provide a catch versus the Queen of Pain. So it goes a little bit both ways, this matchup. I think it's one of the more interesting ones.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you that I'd rather be the Kunkka here against the Queen of Pain. I find it a bit weird that you pick a Queen of Pain to
10
Kunkka.
seconds remaining.
I can understand because you look at the support duo like in Jakiro, Weaver,
5
they don't do
seconds
anything
remaining.
against the co-op. But the lane itself, like the Kunkka, he can always X into base and come back. So this harass of Queen of Pain is usually not
Dire
enough against
team
him.
back.
And you don't want to build Ill Scepter at Queen of Pain at all anymore, which is the way that you can counter this X marks a spot combo with the bolt. So this matchup now leans a bit more towards the Kunkka, and also Queen of Pain, you want to be that
10
burst kind of
seconds
hero,
remaining.
and Kunkka is really good against burst lineups.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, he's got all that sustain on the rum buff. What are your thoughts on Jakiro right now as a support? Position 5 here. Generally known for, of course, lots of lane damage, but very weak to dispels. Now that we've seen both supports have got
10
Genesis, that's
seconds
not a
remaining.
concern. So that's why they pick it here in this phase. But other than that, like, what are your
5
thoughts on the
seconds
hero?
Yeah, and seems like they planned for the hero because they banned the Legion. That would be the position 3 answer for that.
Dire
But
team pick.
I don't see the hero so strong in the meta. I haven't seen for a while. I've seen it, let's say, sometimes as an answer when someone picks a Nature's Prophet or those push-oriented lineups. Of course, you see a Luna, you believe at this push-oriented lineup, but I'm pretty curious
10
about it.
seconds remaining.
Sexy Yogi, he usually plays those heroes a bit outside of the box, and it
5
works well. So
seconds
let's see what
remaining.
he has to show in this Jakiro.
Yeah, I think the hero is... Yeah, I mean, he's nothing
Radiant
really to write
team
home
pick.
about, but if you can get away with the pick, and they will still go for the Dusa, interestingly enough. So I think GODGENESIS looking to maybe give some more farm to this Grimstroke. Now we have 2 supports that you kind of want to give Ags to if you can afford. So I'm going to be curious as to how they look to distribute farm.
10
But good
seconds
matchup here, of course,
remaining.
just very tanky. Queen of Pain not going to be able to blink at 100 to 0 you. But
5
yeah, I
seconds
like the
remaining.
Jakiro here. Lots and lots and lots and lots of wave clear for BALROGS. Whether or not Tidehunter decides to build Ags, and he might with the Dusa and Kunkka. So much wave clear. So that's I like that. Decent building damage now for BALROGS with Kunkka to clear waves, Jakiro with the liquid fire. It's an interesting draft. It's an interesting draft here for BALROGS. I like it.
Yeah, and like Dedusa, I'm not aware of any lane counters to her in position 3 besides the Natures. It's also the same I see as Luna. Just Nature's Prophet can counter it, can actually win the lane against those ranged heroes. So with Jakiro, definitely the other team's not picking Nature's Prophet, so we have like this kind of blocker pick. Although I like a bit more, let's say, an Ogre here that can buff Dedusa, or any other hero that would offer some cover, some save, some dispel.
It does
lot of
give her
damage.
it does give her a lot of security in the lane, because if there's one thing Jakiro does well, as long as the other supports don't counter him, is he prevents supports from messing with the lane equilibrium. And that's, if you don't pick the Nature's Prophet, that's how I've seen a lot of teams look to reduce the Dusa's farm in the early game. You know, sometimes the Shaker fissure blocking, completely messing the wave up, and then the support skipping the waves, and Dusa gets very sad. Jakiro is very good at stopping you. He's got too much damage. You cannot ignore him. So GODGENESIS, they're going to go Sand
You
King.
now select your heroes.
Okay.
I don't think it's a good laner, but I can see why they would pick for the game. Very reliable stun against Weaver, Jakiro, Duza. They need some way to enter in those enemy heroes. To go behind this Kunkka and this Tidehunter.
It is going to be the 4-Weaver, of course, no surprise. This just feels like such a good Kunkka game, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
Like the only thing to bother him is kind of Grimstroke with the Phantom, and that's all I really see here. ET is always scary, but that's just the nature of the hero. I think if I'm Roboseta, you know, once again, I'm very happy with this draft in my mid lane.
Connection lost.
Sorry about that. We'll get Astini back here in just a second. I'm sure he's eloquently making a point. There we go. Sorry, Astini, we lost you. We lost you. If you could restart the point, I apologize.
Yeah, I think there's a high chance he wins the lane a little bit because of the matchup, but also like being the better player here. Like Robozet, he was at Division 1 teams. He's sitting at rank 10 or something. And he's against a player that's rank, if I'm not wrong, something like 300. And there's some skill difference in there. So if he wins hard his lane, he can really contest the stacks of this Luna. And if you're a Luna without a jungle, you basically lost. So I can see they having the advantage at this early game, which would crush the plans of GODGENESIS here.
Yeah, and I think more so than that, I mean, you're completely right. Like, do so without a jungle. Even if they do manage to repel the Kunkka, you're going to end up having to pull a hero like the Sand King over to help with the defense. Sand King, then he's not going to be able to contest the farm and the stacks of the Luna, right? Or sorry, of the Dusa. Like, I think there are lots of problems if they, you know, if you have to end up pulling your offlaner to help in defending against a mid laner who's out of control already. Whereas Queen of Pain cannot look to be aggressive versus the Dusa. It's, you know, it can be very momentum based here in the mid lane, as the mid laners are going to say hi to each other.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Blessings upon a
Weird that they're not clapping.
No.
That's what I expected.
No high five. Yeah, you walk up there and say, "What do you mean, bro? I wasn't going to ward. I just wanted a high five."
Weaver already sets her own ward. Maybe a deeper one could be a bit better. Choose Night Couriers.
30 seconds to
but
battle.
guess she wants to see the rotation.
And here's a 4-man move now coming from GODGENESIS. They're eventually going to be picked up by this Observer, and there they go. So Balrog's going to have pretty good information to this. Rakil is playing dumb, of course, as they don't want to make it too obvious that they have this ward down, lest they lose a lot of information. They see ET with 2 sentries, but they are going to be able to match the count here. So 4 for 4 down for this bottom rune, actually for 5, and they're going to make a play towards Sexy Yogi. Plenty of damage, 3 heroes hit by the Astral Spirit buff, and first blood goes the way of ET. You take you?
Yeah, some, let's say, small win for GODGENESIS. They must be super happy with it and motivated, like, yeah, we can beat them. Let's do it.
Oh, I love how you make them sound like the supreme underdogs here, and yeah, I think they would be as well. The mid lane matchup for many reasons. But Scream of Pain taking level 1. I don't see a deny on the enemy on the dire range creep, and I see some CS for Quab. So a decent start so far. I would say at least it's you know, a good start, right? First blood, and I'm winning my mid lane.
Yeah, but really, like, all the gamers were surprised till now. Like, all the games the expected team to win actually lost. So I'm not so sure about the BALROGS being the favorites.
Yeah, especially because there's 2 pretty slick denies now. Quap up to 5 and 5. Roboseta having to make up here, and he is going to get his own range creep, making a bit of a statement going underneath the tower there for that cheeky little deny. And I mean, just this guy with his... these torrents are so devilish, aren't they? They're so good on these torrents. Okay, bottom, they're going for the Grimstroke. Liquid Fire is going to expire. That last Mystic Snake would have actually killed them. So a nice Burrow Strike there from Sand King. Although Grimstroke has turned around, that's going to be another Liquid Fire underneath the tower. He will drop. The regen was nearly enough, but unfortunately bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Down bottom, Weaver being chased around the tree by the Luna, gets the vision. That last Lucent Beam will find the kill. Drakil now in trouble, as actually the Echo Stomp is going to allow them to set up, block him off, and, well, the stick charges are keeping him alive for now, as well as that Anchor Smash level 1. He's going to have another one ready to go, which allows him to trade the ET away, but 2 kills early for the Luna.
Yeah, and 10 stick charges, so they can't harass her so well right now. An outplay by the Elder Titan on the Weaver, seems like. And it was the power spike from BALROGS, this level 2 on this lane with Tides, and Weaver is so strong with the minus armor. And they managed to get a double kill for the Luna. Super good start by GODGENESIS.
Yeah, now Roboseta is starting to pop off a little bit in this mid lane. I just saw him land a Torrent and deny 2 creeps, and there's another one. Yeah, nice. He knew that one wasn't going to be taken, but he didn't want to take too many tower hits. He is fun to watch on the Kunkka, I'll say that much. He is great to watch. Aomin against Sexy Yogi. He's going to land the stun, but he's actually getting bullied a bit by the Centaur Conqueror. So he's going to be forced back. And Roboseta making a nice recovery. The lane wasn't really ever too hard, but certainly now doing a much better job.
Yeah, but it's surprising to see a Queen of Pain starting with like 5 denies in his Kunkka. But yeah, when he gets this level 5, it gets super annoying with the Torrent.
114 teams we began with. We're now down to only 3. As we saw randoms take the 2-1 win over Paradao. We'll see if it's going to be 2 Brazilian teams making out of the Brazil server qualifier. So far, of course, it's a little bit too early to tell. I'd say all these lanes are still pretty, if not even, in the process of being contested. Roboseta is going to miss out on the second water rune as the Grimstroke does rotate over, and they're going to get another kill onto Drakil down bottom.
Super good start by the Luna. Already 4 kills, 2 kills, 2 assistants. And it's a super strong lane. When you pick Weaver Tide, you don't expect to be losing that lane.
And I think they're going to find themselves a Jakiro, 2 stick charges, and he's going to get picked off there by the Stroke of Fate. Could not avoid that one. And this is a strong start, pardon me. Radiant Scan is going to confirm that Weaver is off and stacking. So they are going to maybe be ready to look to try and contest this a little bit. Roboseta is still... I mean, what the heck is going on in this lane? 21 denies combined. Oof. So it's honestly it's slightly surprising. No. They should get level 6 from this mid wave. Easy. Never mind. I was about to say. Even if they deny the whole wave, they both get 6. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but like a level, like 10 denies from a Queen of Pain.
Yeah, not bad, huh? Almost got that one as well. X mark. Oh, he's got boat. He got boat because he got the enemy range creep first, and he's going to get the cleave kill. Oh, that is fantastic. Top lane. Berna is being chased around here. There's an Inkswell. The action was bottom, however. I've chosen the wrong lane, but Berna is still in trouble here. Blocked momentarily by his allied creep there, as there is the rotation from Weaver. Almin is not going to be able to outrun him thanks to that Sakuchi move speed. Be a big kill for him there.
And suddenly 3 heroes dead on GODGENESIS side was looking so great for them. Now the Luna being died.
She should be fine here, especially... Oh my goodness, actually that's not enough damage for the infused raindrops to help her out. But 3 stick charges and the power treads. I think she is going to be safe and sound there.
With the south, she can turn the things around.
Yeah. And another bit of Liquid Fire. Liquid Fire level 2, 201 builds. Wonder when you put the first points in Ice Path. There are two things that are certain in life, you know, death and taxes. And there's one thing that is always uncertain, and that's my skill build on Jakiro. It's always different depending on the game. 2 points in Liquid Fire.
I would say it makes sense. Like, watching the harass she's doing into Luna makes sense that she gets more points, that he gets more points in the first and third skill. Keeps this going.
Careful mid. Roboseta calling another boat into the torrent. Will land. It's the Liquid Fire is not applied, but it's ultimately not needed here. Stomp avoided by Roboseta because he already has full phase boots. That's going to be 2 essentially solo kills, Astini. Jakiro was there, but he didn't actually end up doing any damage. So 2 solo kills there by Roboseta, and this one with the Arcane Rune active. So he's going to basically have another combo almost immediately after the Quap respawns.
Yeah, this Arcane Rune's super good now. Queen of Pain, she'll TP mid and be in danger again. She doesn't have the boots yet. It's gonna wait for it to the TP. And Sai should go top. Yeah.
Has
level 6 only.
Yeah, has level 6. There's a bottle sip to the Sand King, who's also level 6. If they can connect here on the ultimates against Berna, it should be a kill. Level 2 on Burrow Strike, so he's going to go for the ultimate first. There's the jump in. He's got to go around the trees a little bit, and Sonic Wave, that big ol' whip, is going to pick up the Dusa. They're not going to look for the tower, though. They're going to immediately back up. The Balrogs back to the mid lane.
Yeah, because they use both ultimates. I'm not sure, maybe Queen of Pain didn't want to use, she was holding, but to be sure she was getting the kill she used, so now 2 minutes without that ultimate. Meanwhile, Roboseta already with the ultimate up and a haste rune, so Queen of Pain, a lot of danger again.
Yeah, and the push here is pretty significant, isn't it? Jakiro level 2 in Liquid Fire. Kunkka easily cleaving these waves now with the Tidebringer maxed as he tries to get the creep in a good position here. TP is now incoming from the Sand King. So no pressure currently being applied top, and this is a free and very safe jungle for Berna. In the meantime, his team looking to fight around an Observer Ward that they have down, and just otherwise occupying 4 enemy heroes just with the 3. Look who's also free farming down bottom, it's Drakil.
Yeah, it feels like they're farming 3 lanes, or at least 2 lanes and entire jungle on Berna. Meanwhile, GODGENESIS, they are just holding the triangle.
They're going to look for Sand King now. They pull him back with the X mark and kill him. That may be the opening that they need here for the tier 1 tower. And very well looks like GODGENESIS are going to have to concede. Down it goes.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And that's 4k already ahead for Balrogs. And the triangle gets a bit open. You can see there 2 stacks at the Ancient. The camp has been already farmed at least, but they can contest this Ancient with the next boat.
I like that play by Sono. He goes to just body block the Ancients that Dusa was looking to stack. Haste Rune active. Another Arcane Rune for Roboseta. Haste Rune already halfway through, so he'll just push pretty aggressively here and force someone to clear that mid wave because there's going to be a wagon uncontested. Radiant end up fortifying, so they're just buying some space, but Drakil and Berna doing pretty good damage here on this top tier 1 tower. So instead, Sand King, he's going to go back top lane. Epicenter yet again ready to be used. Only Jakiro showing as the bot tower falls. DP coming up from Drakil. They're not going to quite scout him. He's got a Ravage, and they immediately want to try and back away. Gush isn't going to connect, but they're going to go for the kill now onto the Sand King. Dust was coming from the Weaver, so good communication there, as even the Macropire committed to make sure that they will repel any thoughts of pushing.
Well, 6k ahead already for Balrogs. It didn't seem to be that bad for GODGENESIS, to be honest. They were doing so well at the bot lane. The beginning of the mid lane, it was even. We even mentioned that both heroes were close to level 6 at that same wave, but then Kunkka got a kill and they started just to winning team fights and getting pick-offs everywhere.
Yeah, and now they're really threatening to close off basically the whole map, aren't they? Top tier 1 is being sieged. Queen of Pain, basically once again 3-4 heroes on their way over to defend. Sexy Yogi is going to be left as a kind of a sacrificial offering. And again, in the meantime, Roboseta pushing both lanes in. He's pushing mid and bottom, basically, back to back. He's got a full already Sanj, and it looks like the Ogre Axe for his BKB on the way.
Yeah, the Sanj that won him the game last time.
This is when he was disconnected last time, yeah.
I guess he feels safe now. Okay, if I disconnect,
guys.
my teammates, they can do it.
Yeah.
My job's done here.
Job is done. I have repelled the aggressive mid laner. And Quap is actually going to, I would say quite wisely, especially after what we saw last game, Treads and 2 Null Talismans, gonna go just for more stats. No Orchid in sight.
Yeah, going for that Kaya Sanj is the safest build and it's the right one on this occasion, for sure.
Smoke play. BALROGS maybe just try to sneak around the river here. They don't have any wards, so they don't know how many bodies are here, but with the Weaver playing up and aggressive as he can with time lapse, he's going to see at least 3-4 heroes. And BALROGS, once again, farming kind of everywhere. Luna is farming in the triangle and nearby ready to fight, but she doesn't even have Eclipse, so doesn't really have too big of an impact.
Yeah, it's interesting the choice of BALROGS. Like, Kunkka had this Arcane Rune, he could go contest the Ancients, but he decides to just keep farming because he realizes they're farming 3 lanes against a team that's farming 1 lane and a half. So he's super okay with how the game is going, and if they keep trading farm like this in more 4 or 5 minutes, they're just gonna be so strong that they just enter Roche, get Duza the Aegis, and run down mid.
Exactly, because right now with 3 lanes essentially being farmed simultaneously, yes, you're always scared that Luna, if she has a lane to farm in, is going to very easily keep pace, if not outpace most other heroes. But if you have 2 heroes that have just as much farm as Luna and 1 mid laner who is already starting to fall behind, you're not concerned. The BALROGS, they're quite happy to be in this position. In fact, Dusa almost has a full S and Y on top of the Treads and Dragonlance. There is a smoke gang coming into her jungle. Scan is not going to find anyone here from GODGENESIS, and in fact, it might just be Sexy Yogi that they find, as he's going to walk up to the high ground and be immediately punished. But better him than the Dusa, so even that within itself is a small win for BALROGS.
Yeah, it was kind of a scout play that he did. Like, okay, if they're smoked, I'm doing this. I'm taking this one for the team, and makes a lot of sense. They're super fine with it.
Look at this super deep ward, by the way, that BALROGS have in the enemy base. It's right next to the mid-tier 3 tower. That's fascinating. I wonder who put that one down. Probably Weaver.
Yeah. If they had Henry, he would be staying there just sniping couriers, right? Because it's super good.
Radiant's top tower
Oh, I
is
can't
under
believe
attack.
that. Yeah, I can't believe that was something we saw. That was very funny. Bottom. They are kind of gathering around for a bit of a fight, and Weaver is going to be jumped and killed. He gets the Phantom at the very least, so they don't have another one ready to use. Roboseta, though, falling back. The Queen of Pain bringing in the Ghost Ship and bringing the pain. As the Quap will drop. Aomin just trying to escape here. Ice Path perfectly finds him. Now only Ice Path level 1, but that's all they need. And 2 kills there for Roboseta. TP's immediately top lane out from GODGENESIS because they want to apply pressure elsewhere on the map, force some rotations, and at least get some farm. But Dusa, Berna is going to be quite tanky. He's got Stone Gaze level 1. Can he get it off, though? Slept, stunned, and with Epicenter now coming through, and even the Eclipse, Stone Gaze is active, and they can't even get through him, and the TPs are here. Roboseta's the first to come on through. There's a Vessel debuff on Luna as she is controlled and killed. The tip by Berna. Oh, wow. And, well, I don't think ET is making it out of here either. There's, again, the full Vessel on Weaver. But when you're this far up, why not?
Yeah, if Berna survived to this, I don't see him dying any other ways. Like,
Dire structures are
what was that?
Yeah, that
One
was...
thing, like,
Regeneration.
all the time you look at Roboseta, he has a rune. All the time. He has something bottled, and this is super bad for the Queen of Pain. You really need those power-up runes to make plays, to open up the map for your team. So it's really tough that they lost the mid lane so early. This tower, they can't control the runes, so Queen of Pain cannot have presence in the map. that means just Luna can guarantee farm, so Sand King cannot farm anywhere, and that delays a lot his Blink Dagger that just came online now. And that's the first opening they have to get a start to surprise Balrogs in some way, and let's see if they smoke and go chase some kills now.
They're going to find it a little bit difficult. Blink Dagger on Tide, it makes him surprisingly elusive. Roboseta with his BKB finished up. And, I mean, we just saw them try and kill Dusa. Dusa, who, by the way, decided to not go for the Sanj and Yasha and instead actually turn that Yasha into the Manta. And is going into a Scotty next. So, some tanky heroes here for Balrogs. But I think we're about to see a smoke. Indeed we will. Luna decides not to join because does the carry thing and decides to hit
there.
creep.
Look at him.
Yeah, he's just parked.
Look at him.
He's just parked. He's like, come on, guys. Yeah, the voice line being dropped as well. I mean, he is so far from his team. Look at this guy. This is the most bit. Oh, I can't believe it. Tumblr's toy. He's going to look to turn. Did you see that? He avoided the ability, and there's going to be the Blink Ravage. It catches 4. Berna even joining the fight. Turns Aomine to stone, turns him to dust. As now Luna on the run. Echo Stomp is big. It catches 4. And that's at least going to allow them to escape. A Sexy Yogi continuing to daunt them with the dub voice lines. They don't even get him. He Tumblr's toyed the Burrow Strike.
Yeah, that was the review of the Blink Dagger on the Sand King. Definitely not what they were expecting, but definitely what Sexy Yogi was expecting. This guy is just like one step ahead all the time. He was literally parked like, hey, come on, I know what you're gonna do. I'm here waiting to break it. And then I guess he was fine, like, okay, I exchanged my life for that, but the Tumblr's toy dodge.
Just ridiculous. I mean, here they go. They're diving underneath the tier 2 tower. Sexy Yogi, careful, buddy. That thing does a lot of damage. Echo Stomp is going to be channeled. They are not going to get it off. X marks to interrupt. As Roboseta is going to BKB. He's going to turn this fight right around. They don't have any ultimates, but they do have lots of power, lots of farm, a lot of confidence here. As they will just continue back to push this tier 2 tower. Careful here. They're looking for more. Sonic Wave not ready for a minute. There is an Eclipse, and now a fresh BKB just delivered, though. Drakiels jumps in. Can they even get this BKB off as Luna is fighting under the Macro Pyre? That thing hurts. Be careful. BKB active, looking to turn onto the Kunkka. He's going to call in the Ghost Ship. Rum buff is applied, and, well, they're not going to be able to quite cut through him. They can't even get the Weaver. He gets the time lapse off in time. Sexy Yogi is going to decide to Ice Path the Creep Wave. Stuns them for a quarter second. Doesn't do a whole bunch of else as Weaver at least is going to be some small compensation for GODGENESIS. They took all 5 heroes here, and they only end up defending the tower and picking the Weaver up.
Yeah, Balrogs, they seem like in a rush to, okay, let's just take this tier 2 tower, starts moving the map, but I guess the clever move now is just to go for the Aegis, and then the towers will naturally fall when you have the Aegis and a Medusa hitting it. You don't need to put yourself so much in danger like at this play. But like they were forcing the BKB from Luna, which is super fine, but once you used it, I believe they just go back and do Roche.
And now you're not scared. I mean, you're going to have Eclipse up in 7 more seconds. There's no Eclipse. There is currently no BKB. Sonic Wave is up, so that's going to be a little bit of a concern. But without Eclipse, I agree with you. It seems like Roche is very open for the taking. Balrogs, they really want... Pardon me, they really want a tier 2, and they want to, of course, push the waves back out. So the Dusa TP's bottom, she's getting ready to siege that tier 2, but we'll ride along here in the mid lane where Roboseta is on the prowl along with his supports. I look for something, but now they're just going to go ahead and connect with the Dusa and push the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, the Sand King has ultimate, has dagger, but I guess he needs to dagger out, otherwise he's playing with his life.
Yeah, and in fact, Weaver almost canceling the Blink Dagger there with the Sakuchi damage. Roboseta now has gotten farther than he did in his previous game on Kunkka. A BKB and a Heaven's Halberd. And that's the tier 2 tower. Supports immediately moving on to take the outpost. Core is continuing to farm right next to them. And then I have Scotty done for the Dusa. This is some very good farm for Berna.
With that, Scotty, they should just enter Roche. The next move.
Wow, 160 GPM against the Luna right now.
Fire
They don't even want Aegis. They're just going to start hitting tier 2s.
Yeah. I guess that's the feeling they have, that they don't even need it. Kunkka has the halberd that's super good against the Luna.
They're going to take it. GODGENESIS, they're ready for a tier 2 fight. They weren't really ready. Sorry, they were ready for a Rosh fight. They have all the wards up. They weren't really expecting the tier 2 push.
Yeah. They might go for the one on top now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the draw of Berna in the map.
Yeah, they want, I mean, you got to push the lanes back out, of course, as they put a G down on top of their outpost. They're smoked up, sweeping the map. Dusa just farming so confidently. But Rosh is going to be started up here eventually. They're going to send in the Swarm Beetles. Those are going to be scouted. Pings are lighting up the Rosh bit now from GODGENESIS. But you can see everyone's still a little bit nervous. Sono, despite having Kaya and Sanj, is still playing out in the trees. Bardo, he might be able to ruin their days here. They've got now detection. They know Rosh is low. Sorry, vision is what I meant to say. So they got to be careful here. The tidal wave! What the heck? Roboseta, he pulls him back down. Aegis is going to go the way towards Berna. The Radiants end up getting the kill as Sand King is killed. What the? He didn't even have vision up there, Astini. Did you see that? He tidal waved them down.
Yeah, this guy's just a god on Kunkka.
Oh my lord.
But also nice move for Bardo, need to point out. Like, yeah, they're losing the game hard, but it was very nice move. He managed to get the Rosh last hit, although not the Aegis. But it was very close move. And it's really hard to make those moves when you are so behind in the game.
Yep, exactly. And, well, straight up to the high ground they go, pushing an 11k net worth lead, 23 minutes with an Aegis on the Medusa, Eye of Scotty. And just used for style points there to make sure she didn't get stunned up. Splitting the illusions to cut the wave. Ardo just blinking in, hoping to find whatever he can, but not going to get much. As the barracks are officially under siege. Queen of Pain farming the jungle, hoping to find an Ags. They will not be able to defend here, as the barracks are going to drop. There's an Echo Stomp, but again, without the Queen of Pain here, there really just is no hope for some sort of kind of engagement here. Luna Shard or not. Go back. Sono gets to tier 2, at least for his time.
Queen of Pain splitting almost with the Naganis, but not so sure the Naganis gonna help that much.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Once again, Roboseta just, you know, bottle is always full.
Yeah. Even with this bottle nerf, right?
Yeah, 30 seconds less. Oh, wow, they eclipsed for the Weaver. I mean, it's a kill. Oh, they're turning? No way. Are they really? Okay, there's the Ravage onto a couple of heroes. They're continuing to lock down the ET. This is not a bad fight, though, for GODGENESIS, as they just need to pick off these kills. There's 2 heroes alive on no HP. They're going to get the first one. Drakil blinking away as Berna got Stone Gaze active, continuing to chase after the ET. Oh, my goodness. Roboseta, he's just making water all over this team, isn't he? He splishes and splashes his way around this team fight and gets the kill onto the Elder Titan. How much damage does tidal wave?
Surprisingly good for GODGENESIS. Felt like they couldn't get any more kills, so they got 2 and almost got the Tide Hunter. That would be huge.
I didn't know tidal wave did 250 damage. Wow, that's a lot. Not really. Sorry to distract you. No, you're totally right.
No.
2 kills. Not bad. Weaver is struggling quite a bit to this Phantom's Embrace. It's the only way they've actually gotten kills on him this game. Wait, guys, why are you pushing mid? You already have the barracks. What? What? They actually got the X mark? Hold on, they're going to pull him back. Ice Path misses, but the Torrent doesn't. Roboseta literally playing this game by himself. Sexy Yogi just cannot hit any of these abilities under the Queen of Pain. The stun as Berna just walks himself up to the high ground. He's got Aegis for another 2 minutes. Regen Rune active. Roboseta once again kidnaps 2 as the BKB active by the Luna. That's going to get the first life off of the Medusa. Roboseta, though, once again finds another kill here using that X mark first.
This blink tidal wave, such a good combo.
Yeah, he's making water. I hope he goes Ags, so he has the biggest skill bar in Dota 2.
Radiant's bottom
I
tower
think he
has
won't have
fallen.
time for this.
Well, they're going to smoke up in the base. GODGENESIS looking to at least force them back. Oh, tidal wave actually doing them a bit of a favor, but it creates more space for the Deuce to get some heals. And after the buyback, BALROGS, they're going to smoke up and maybe play a bit of the bait game. We'll see. No. Robo said that he needs a rune. There he goes. Arcane rune. Scan is good, though, from GODGENESIS, so they're not going to be baited here. Not like this, anyway. But Berena's just going to go ahead and walk up and farm the creep wave anyway. They're so far up. There's an Axe, though, for Quap, so there's another Sonic Wave ready.
Yeah, she can fight all the time with this Aghanim's. And they need to fight all the time, right? The pressure is always there.
Who said that? He just pulls down the Queen of Pain. He got the X-Mark off. Astini.
Oh my god.
Oh, the blink is out? Oh, no, they still got him. And the Ravage is huge. It catches 4 heroes. The 4 heroes that remain. Luna Disarm can't help. There's 2 heroes. They're pulled helplessly back by a second tidal wave. The Arcane Rune. He's got one every 9 seconds. There's another one. There is no running. There is no running, Grimstroke. Oh, Luna's the only one left alive. There was buybacks, but they're slow to use them, and the GG is dropped. What the heck did we just watch?
Has fallen.
Was perfect
Unbelievable.
execution from BALROGS,
Radiant's
but
middle tower is
Robo
under
Z,
attack. Dire
this guy,
victory.
such amazing plays. Made the game so cool to watch, even very one-sided game.
I can't believe that. I've never seen a Kunkka be that flashy before. And we saw Dark Mago at the Animager. You know, this was one of his 4 heroes.
Yeah.
What a game. I cannot believe it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use... I mean, first of all, flawless game on the Kunkka, 7-0 and 10. But I really don't think I've ever seen anyone use Tidal Wave that effectively, that early before. He was just pulling people to their deaths. They had no choice in the matter. What a game for BALROGS. Wow.
And he even made like a blink dagger because he saw how well it was working, right? So
Oh,
yeah,
well,
this guy's just too good. It's too good for open qualifier, Robozy. The entire team's super good. That's why they're in the finals, right? And the mid lane honestly looked more even than I was expecting. But once he hits level 6, he just outplayed every move.
yeah, and there was just really no looking back. Even Sexy Yogi, you know, 5 deaths, always felt like he was a step ahead, breaking smoke ganks, baiting around the enemy team. Just an outplay here. But a very entertaining one, to say the very least. We're going to be going to a short break, guys. When we return, we're going to have game number 2, and potentially the last game here for Open Qualifiers number 1. Thank you guys so much for joining us, SeekNStrike and Astini on the call. We're back after a short break. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. GODGENESIS down 0-1 here in what could be the very last game in the first SA DPC Open Qualifier. SeekNStrike and Astini bringing you the action as our draft now just getting underway for game number 2. And we can see the Tidehunter already taking form, but this time on the other side of, well, for the other team, Astini, that is.
I'm excited to see what BALROGS will bring us. That Kunkka was so entertaining to watch. And also if GODGENESIS has any pocket strategy as they run the Lycan tree, that they can surprise BALROGS and take this map, take the best of 3 to the last game.
Yeah, that's Lycan you speak of already being banned out, so if there is a pocket strat, it's gonna have to be something other than the Wolf, as a Wisp Razor opening. That might actually just be the safe lane, to be honest, as GODGENESIS pick what is most likely their off lane.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a Razor at all. Usually when you see IO, you see Storm here, you see Ursa sometimes, especially because of the Tidehunter. You could see Lashrack because of the Tidehunter. It's also a good pair with IO. Sometimes you see position 3 here with an IO 4 like Legion Commander or a later Slardar in the draft. But yeah, this seems like a lane, IO Razor, which will do very well against the Tidehunter. Meanwhile, the Kunkka gets banned.
Yeah, I definitely understand that one. And in fact, I think it would be a mistake to not ban the Kunkka. I think everything else, maybe you could say, okay, we need to do this or this or this differently, but the Kunkka could not be let into this game. I think it's simply too powerful in the hands of Robozeta. That guy's Fleet Admiral. Yeah.
The side lanes went well, and the mid lane was going well to his level 6, so that's the biggest problem you have to address at this draft. So it makes a lot of sense to go with this ban. BALROGS, they removed the Morphling, the Batrider. In this meta that, as you mentioned yesterday, you don't have those Huskars, Broodmothers, Meeples. Maybe you can have like a Tinker as a cheese pick. So they removed Morphling, which can be something that just out-carries the game. Morphling Shaker, Morphling Willow, and those combos.
Yeah, there goes the Morphling. Batrider is well removed. Not the cheesiest of heroes, but I think we did see a Batrider yesterday. I'm not sure for who, I don't recall off the top of my head. But that's always a hero that counters, you know, a melee mid lane matchup style. I'm surprised not to see... Oh, and it's also a response, of course, to the LC ban. I'm also a little bit surprised not to see GODGENESIS consider a Lesh ban here. I don't know if that's well within Robozeta's wheelhouse, but again, with the Wisp, it is something that allows you to split push a little bit too freely.
Yeah, it's a hero that would fit really well here for them. And they banned the Legion, which is a super good combo with IO, and Lash would be
10 seconds remaining.
Super good with IO. I guess it's the best one. If you wanna target bans, heroes that go well along with the IO. There's also one possible Slardar, because if BALROGS picks the Slardar, the natural counter to it, that's Troll. You don't want to be playing a Troll against Razor. So that could also be a ban here. So we're gonna see Robozeta on a new hero at this qualifier. He has played Kunkka 3 times so far, and Queen of Pain twice, and they have themselves banned the Queen of Pain.
New hero incoming. Now GODGENESIS, they don't know what to ban. Just kidding, of course, but they'll take out the Dawnbreaker, so we're moving even more global potential from BALROGS if they wanted to. You would have the Wisp to relocate, Dawnbreaker, of course, to bring herself to the fights. So they're going to also, you know, making sure that they can at least have some semblance of control in this game if it comes down to it.
5 seconds
Curious
remaining.
ban. I haven't seen BALROGS playing this hero, but makes sense with this global presence that you want to be against.
Okay. Nightmare to potentially set up something. Pseudo save. It can be kind of canceled out though by a wisp as the hoodwink. And next the Void Spirit. So Roboseta, Void Spirit, and Hoodwink supports, I want to say. Yeah?
Yeah. Guess a Hoodwink 4, IO 5, Void Spirit mid. Razor, I'm not sure if it's a Razor 3 or
10
carry, but I
seconds
strongly
remaining.
believe it's a carry because of the Tidehunter.
I
like the Hoodwink.
Remaining.
Pretty long range cast stun onto a hero that needs to stand still to use his most impactful spell. Yeah, seems like we have two ways of canceling him. A break on the Sharpshooter for the Tidehunter, in case he, thought he was going to have a fun game. He really isn't, not at all. I wonder if now, I mean, you can't, not after this Bane pick. This has to be a Tide Core or a Snap Core. Ooh, this is rough. The draft is in a pretty rough spot, I would say, for God Genesis.
Yeah, Tide's gonna have a really rough time. And I don't see if they could go for a Storm, maybe.
In the
Amber.
spirit.
Yeah.
I like it. Somebody to cut the pretty squishy backliners, give your Bane and Tide vision as well. Sure.
Yeah, you needed a Spirit here to go to this back line, and also that has a good lane
10
against Void
seconds
Spirit.
remaining.
Makes sense.
5 seconds remaining.
Final picks incoming. Final pick overall going to God Genesis. Balrogs are going to need to define this Razor. So whether it's going to be safe or off, on God Genesis we'll get to pivot off of that, but we'll most likely be picking a safe laner. Almost certainly.
Yeah, I see PL working for them. Balrogs doesn't have that much
Radiant team ban.
heroes to deal with illusions. Could be a cheesy last pick.
Sorry, that PL was for God Genesis, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's true. The Lina, sorry, make that the Luna
10
banned out.
seconds remaining.
Would you consider along a same approach banning
5
something
seconds
like a
remaining.
Terrorblade here, or is the Razor somewhat decent in that matchup?
He's not decent.
Okay.
He just dies.
Okay, that's what I thought, because TB meta is bonus damage, which Razor is not going to be able to steal, so at least you have
Yeah.
some damage to fight with. So would you also
Dire
consider then maybe
team
taking the
ban.
TB away, just in case? Kind of seems like a
Yeah.
decent game.
It's a good ban, and whatever hero actually that you pick here as last pick should be a hero that's good against illusions. Because either PL, TB, Naga, any of those heroes
10
Yeah.
are hard to
seconds
deal with.
remaining. Radiant
So
team
yeah,
ban.
PL?
takes PL out.
Okay, so yeah, that's wise. No, I mean, you're completely right. The illusion hero is definitely a big problem. Supports don't do anything to them. Naga sets up Tidehunter Ravage very nicely into Kisses, into Fiend's Grip. TB
10
gets set up by
seconds remaining.
Tidehunter Ravage beautifully as well. So I think those are two
5 seconds
big threats, and I'm eager to see how Balrogs are going to look to deal with that. There's the Wisp save and the Hoodwink Interrupt from long range, but other than that, they would be very weak to some
Dire
illusion
team
hero.
pick.
And it seems like they're thinking about it with the Underlord ban.
Yeah, they removed the two best
Radiant
heroes to deal
team
with
pick.
illusions. Then there's Beastmaster
Beastmaster.
doesn't deal with them. I was gonna say that Timber could be a hero that deals with them.
Would have been a decent pick here as well to further make the Tidehunter cry at every stage of this game.
Yeah. Saddest day of his life. But Naga here is super good.
Choose your
Wow, I
hero.
haven't seen that hero in a long time. Well, not really that long, right? I guess the start of the patch. Or last patch, was it? Which was the Clinks patch when he would just build Maelstrom and win the game?
Yeah, actually, I guess it was 7.30, which is the patch we are at, but we are like at 7.30 Z,
Z.
and it was the A, so
Yeah.
at the beginning of the alphabet, long time ago.
And this could be the end of the qualifiers here. I mean, we've gone from A to now Roboseta, right, for Void Spirits, despite the
Yeah.
patch. So could be it for them. The Clinks last pick. Are you sold on this Clinks pick here?
Not really. Like, used to counter Beastmaster with Clinks when the Death Pact was
10
a
seconds
non-ultimate ability, so you could deal with the board all the time.
5 seconds remaining.
You're still okay against the Beastmaster in lane, but I don't see this hero carrying them the game. I guess they needed more, because like the way they were outclassed the first game, I was really expecting them to take a hard carry that can just like 1 versus 9. You know, you have these South American poop stars that if you just give them the right items, they will carry you out. And I could see like a Naga doing this, maybe a Terrorblade doing this, but a Clinks, it's not that hero that you see getting 6 slotted and just carrying the game.
Yeah, not anymore. And of course, not really the Deso Orchid builder that would go around solo killing, much like a Slark would, you know. He's much more about farming and getting his items up, and an Ember Spirit and a Tide Hunter, especially Tide this game, I don't think he's going to be able to create the space. Beastmaster is going to be pushing all your towers down. This is looking, in my opinion, like a bit of a rough draft for GODGENESIS. I think they will struggle to try and string this together.
Yeah, and Bane is not a good hero to deal with units, so Beastmaster on that sense was a good pick. And Lynx has some sort of clear wave, but he gets too exposed. He can really easily be caught in a roar and just die, so it's gonna be so much early pressure from BALROGS and so difficult for GODGENESIS to deal with this pressure. Of course, you have a Tide, so when you think like, okay, I have a Tide against a pushing lineup, I'm super fine. But he got so hard countered by this Razor that it's gonna be hard to see Bardo having a game at the Tide Hunter.
Yeah, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but first pick, you would expect to have a little bit of an advantage in, you know, with your first phase. But to have this Razor go pretty much uncontested through the entire draft after his first phase is a little bit surprising to me personally. Do I have any logic in that, or was it just a solid draft?
I believe it's like a hero that's a bit off meta, so when you see it, you don't think about counters to him. So maybe they didn't know how to do it, how to address him properly. That might be the case.
Oh, they're gonna see him now. Berna. Oh, he's AFK. He was just command moved. And well, he's going to punish for that. I don't think he was escaping anyway. Not with Gush level 1 to slow. Set up for the cookie and first blood or the mid lane Ember. So a much better start here for GODGENESIS, as they're already pretty close to that bottle.
Yeah, again, first blood goes for GODGENESIS. That deep breath you can take and... Oof,
okay, we're resetting.
Yeah. And... But this ward is spotted on the Ember side, so he got the sweet first blood, extra gold in the way to the bottle, but he's gonna lose his ward, and... No, okay. No free XP for Obozeta.
Oh yeah, I always forget. I mean, hey, level 1, that's a quarter of a level right there. 50 XP, you take that on a Wisp.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a favorable lane, like it's better for Ember, and you can't be like that outplayed. When Void Spirit gets 6, you still survive, so guess Sono should be fine here.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Hoodwink recently either, and actually I think this is maybe not going to be too good. I actually think Bane is kind of the hero you want versus someone like a Hoodwink. You know, not that much burst damage, so Bane is going to be pretty reliably able to get off Brain Sap, and he trades decently well here. In fact, has more damage than the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I was expecting the Hoodwink to be playing the other side of the lane, like behind Beastmaster, because she can't trade with a Bane. Just play between the trees.
Gonna give a decent amount of space to Clinks at the end of the day, who is CSing decently, 7-0, as the cookie has to be used to just stop the Tide from getting ran down. But now the overcharge with all this, well, only 24 stolen damage. They're gonna need a little bit more right click, but the Fairy Fire is through onto the Snapfire. Plasma Field, however, will still collect the life of the Snapfire. Wisp, of course, has the Fairy Fire to keep himself alive. So the Tide won't be able to get anything in return. Mid lane, once again, a small lead here for Roboseta, 10 to 4 compared to 9 and 0. But of course, he's expected to get 3 here because the lane is pushing under tower, and he gets 2. So a small lead,
Yeah, but this time the side lane's not going so well for GODGENESIS. With the Luna, at least they... Whoa. 2 sticks at the Clinks?
Is one of them Bane's? Nope, they're both his.
Yeah.
Well, that's... you know, I've made a lot of mistakes in my Dota career, and I must have done that one before, but I can't say I've ever seen that one in a professional match. That's most unfortunate. And unlike a lot of other items, you know, if he accidentally bought, I don't know, 2 circlets, not the worst thing. 2 sticks? Yeah, that's just unfortunately a waste of 100 gold.
Yeah. But those are mistakes that I don't believe they would be doing if it was this... If it wasn't this pressure that they have. Right? If they lose, they need to go through an entire qualifier, Peruvian server. So it feels like the one-time chance, the one match that you should win in your life, and so much pressure comes with it.
Yeah, of course. Well, some space being made top lane as Aomin is able to snipe 2 couriers. I'm not sure what that would have had for Razor. How rich is he? Wouldn't have been full boots. Maybe just some regeneration. Maybe a ward destroyed. So nothing major, but it is an extra 60 gold or so for your entire team. So pretty nice. Pretty nice snipes.
Yeah. Maybe the armor item of the phase boots?
Yeah. Could have been.
I'm not even sure what you go for as a Razor carry. Do you go for the phase boots or the port leads?
Okay, that was almost close. Wasn't expecting the Hoodwink to be ganking, but they're going to be able to set up. I think they got him with an iron wood tree. Did you see that?
Yeah, because there are 2 trees standing, so one of them was...
Yeah, that was pretty clever. Some smart thinking. Ember was not prepared for that. One Sleight of Fist coming off cooldown. Will be returning to lane, at least with an Orb of Corrosion, but the rotating Hoodwink picks up a kill onto the Ember. And he ends up... He gets the XP for the range creep at least, but he does miss the 1 wave. So he's going to be beat pretty quickly, pretty easily to level 6 by Roboseta.
Yeah, and this matchup, the one that gets level 6 first has so much solo kill potential on the other one. Once both are level 6, it's hard to kill.
Yep. Roboseta will secure it first. This is why last time I was a little bit surprised when, you know, it was not before this wave when both mid laners could reach level 6 because they both had ridiculous amounts of denies. Ember Spirit, he does not dare approach the wave now, at least show so boldly, maybe using Sleight here to get something as he's really, really close now. But there goes Roboseta. Searing Chains find him, hold him down. And, well, missed the range creep, but not too big of a deal. Either way, Roboseta just continuing to flex that little bit of muscle that he had earlier from this little advantage. We almost get Sexy Yogi top, but he's going to be fine. Bane is actually farming the jungle? What?
Yeah, that's weird. He was there waiting for the bounty and...
Oh, okay.
Like,
he just went
might
early.
as well farm this creep.
Yeah, he just went early. Okay, that makes sense. I thought he was, like, legitimately farming. I was like, what? Okay.
And Ember gets the rune.
Yeah,
That's
Ember gets the rune. Bane ends up brain sapping the big creep as well. Hoodwink did end up throwing an acorn at it. Tide Hunter is bullied out of the lane already, but he can farm small camps, not as well as a Sand King can. Oh, Dissemblate is going to dodge the Flame Remnant mid lane. Wisp is here, plenty of heals as well, and in fact, they're going to look to turn onto Aomin. He's going to drop Sono, looking to TP out. The Bushwhack, oh, just a second late. Pings were lighting up his location, but they couldn't get the Bushwhack in time.
But he doesn't have Remnant to go back.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He just had to leave immediately. If he had thrown the Remnant, he would have been scouted and probably killed. And he might lose his tower.
Sure, IO here, do you overcharge the catapult?
I always do it. I'm not gonna lie. Overcharge level 2, bonus 70 attack speed. You basically double the attack speed. You more than double the attack speed of the wagon, in fact. I think it's more worth, because of the armor type, you know, siege armor does more damage versus siege. Something like that.
Yeah.
Do wagons get upgraded? Because the creeps get upgraded every 7.5 minutes. Do wagons get upgraded? I don't remember.
Like at this extra XP, yes.
Okay. And damage as well? And armor and everything?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm guessing, okay?
No, you're good. It's because I know, like, usually wagons, they still get 2 or 3 shot by towers no matter what stage of the game, right? So that's why I was kind of doubting it. They're setting up for a kill onto Berna. That's his Wisp coming in with the Fountain Regeneration, even using the Fairy Fire, and they're looking to turn, but won't be able to. Nice move there. You always want to gush the Wisp tether target, otherwise you don't slow the Wisp or the tether target. I assume they get upgraded. And speaking of creeps getting upgraded, Drakil already into the jungle. He's going to find his first creep of the game. It's a Centaur Conqueror.
That's what you want. 1 extra stun.
Yeah, either
So
that one or the
TP.
Hellbear Smasher, right? Just to push the tower a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's the Clinks. That's the Death Pact. He uses the Death Pact and just leaves the
TPs.
lane.
Dire's top tower is
Oh,
under
that'll
Do you
attack.
get
Go ahead.
that extra gold on the Dominator when Death Pacting?
I don't know, actually. I would assume so. Oh, they're just going to walk into each other. There's a Ravage, and they're going to use it. Sexy Yogi, he's level 6, has the points in Relocate, but he's been nightmared. Still has 11 wand charges if he can wake up and use them, and is going to relocate out. Berna, he's going to escape.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ravage used and no kill,
Radiant's bottom
Astini.
tower
Bot
has
tower
fallen.
falls, and now TPs are coming. Balrogs, but Berna, even he preempts the relocate TP.
Dire's middle
He's
tower
going
is
to be
under
totally
attack.
fine. Roboseta closing the gap. 2 Astral Steps at his disposal. Almin might have scouted him as they continue chasing. This is not what Klinks came here to do. He came here to finally get some farm and is only going to end up getting killed. In fact, I think it's going to be his Tidehunter going down first. Bane, of all people, is still alive as Ember looks to close the gap onto the Void Spirit. Bushwhack, though, finds him, holding him down through the DD rune. He doesn't have enough mana. He doesn't even have a Remnant ready to go. Berna chasing, wants the kill, is still being sustained by the Wisp. Will not be able to get him, but a big win. Pardon me for Balrogs. This is such a great Wisp game.
Yeah, it's 2-4-0 with Raquel farming bot lane, everything he had, the lane, jungle. So 4 against 5 and they still managed to win. Oh, seems like the game against Footage Oven.
Bushwhack. Oh yeah, the Bushwhack caught Ember, and he knew he was dead, so just going for the quick little deny play. Trying to get the wagon onto the Ember. Sorry, onto the Void, pardon me, does not work. And GODGENESIS just not really finding a lot in this game. Unfortunately, the Wisp having very, very high impact this game. Roboseta, he's making decent progress towards his Yule Scepter. Oh, I missed a kill. Drakil is going to fall, but it looks like his Mud Golem is going to at least trade himself away. No Fiend's Grip was used, but there will not be a Fiend's Grip because Bane is still level 5, and then some. Throw the shards. Yeah, there it is. Hurl boulders.
Yeah, but super worth that extra 100 gold.
Whoa, this relocate. Holy moly, this mid lane relocate. Almin is going to die, and Ember Spirit, they don't have a stun for him. So he's going to be allowed to leave. They're going to leave Berna behind as the Fortify is used. This is going to pull Klinks out from the jungle. Ember is back. It doesn't really have a whole lot here. There is a Ravage. Searing Chains are going to hold back 2 in the river. It's only going to find 2 as well, but they didn't get Sexy Yogi, and these heals are just too damn high.
Seems like they cannot kill the hero that's tethered to the IO. So much healing and they don't have the burst. And don't feel like they will have it. Like Bane is a super good setup to kill a hero over time. You can control for 6 seconds and do the damage, but if the healing is higher than the damage you're doing, that's not enough.
Simply isn't going to be enough. And of course, Bane, he can only do that if he's level 6. Astini, he is still level 5. Might get it, and I think he will get it as he's splitting XP with this Ancient Stack. Or I suppose with the Clinks, as he farms the Ancient Stack more accurately, and now has it. They're going to smoke immediately, wasting no time. The first 2 Ravages didn't find him anything. They're going to head back. They see Drakil farming here very aggressively. He's in a decent spot, though, and now he's going to know that there's heroes after him. There's a bushwhack, there's some heals. Roar is used as they actually bushwhack him to the tree. Oh, wow, they find the Tidehunter as well with the sharpshooter, and finally they kill a hero through the Wisps healing. They even get a decent Fiend's Grip here onto the Void Spirit, but there's no follow-up damage. Sono, at least this allows him to pick off, finally, Sexy Yogi. Bane is going to die, however, to the Beastmaster creep. As Hoodwink running from the Tidehunter. Oh, still alive. Actually, every little thing making a difference here, even that chipped vest. But eventually, they will have the kill onto her. And finally, GODGENESIS, a smoke gank goes their way.
Yeah, that's what they needed to keep in pace with the game. And the Clink's farming meanwhile, so that makes a bigger win for them. That's what happens when RoboZ lets Sono get his first power run. I mean, he got one illusion first, but if the haste was on their side, for sure this wouldn't be happening. So BALROGS, they should pay extra attention to the control of this power-up rune, and they should be fine with it.
Yep. So once again, Berna does not die. 5-1-0, continues to farm. After they killed him, of course, for first blood. And was that BKB? Yes, it is. BKB already on the way. That's a big one. This is going to come in basically 1-to-1 with the Yule Scepter of Roboseta as he gets his regeneration rune denied top. Vlad's is finished for the Beastmaster. He needs about another 2 minutes and he'll have the full Helm of the Overlord. And Wisp is not going to have that Holy Locket up in time, so they might be able to fight decently here. Berna still is pulling a really big advantage, but you do not pick a Razor to necessarily outfarm enemies. You pick them to outfight them, so they need to, well, they don't need to, but I think it would behoove them to look for a fight and use this 2,000 net worth advantage they have. Okay, it's a decent jump. Snapfire. Ooh, Hoof Stomp catches her, and they're going to relocate in Berna for the last hit. He's got BKB. That's the reveal. Bane is not even going to Nightmare himself, because there's really no point when the Razor static links you. And that's 2 heroes dead off the smoke gank. Can they Roche? Probably not. So they're going to need to just look for a little bit more and continue fighting.
And GODGENESIS, they have all their cooldowns. They have a Blink Dagger with Ravage.
Yeah, and it's going to connect onto 3. Nice job there as well onto the Burning Barrage, as that will be able to pick off the tanky Beastmaster. 2 big kills, as of course Berna and Sexy Yogi relocated into the fight, so as soon as they relocated out, they knew they had the advantage.
And they'll take that Tier 1 tower, which takes all the advantage that BALROGS put into them.
Will they take the tower? Actually, they want to defend, and there's a Yule Scepter now for Roboseta. They're going to get the tower, but at what cost here? Because they caught the Ember Spirit. Oh, great Fiend's Grip. They don't have a cancel here immediately. The Yule Scepter finally comes out, but they burned most of the duration of that BKB for Berna. They've also burned the Ember Spirit, though, and Roboseta with a DD rune in his bottle might look for more, as this Bane ends up having to Nightmare the Centaur Conqueror. He's still going to end up falling in. The Centaur Conqueror still ends up stunning him, in fact. 2 kills there. Roboseta does not waste this rune unnecessarily, either.
There's a DD on Void Spirit. Of course, a DD on Void Spirit doesn't do that much to Roche, but with IO, the Beastmaster Aura
middle tower is
helps him get kills, though, right? Because it applies to the Astral Step. So he might be able to go diving if Halloween shows why he's playing it so cautiously. And now he sees him underneath the ward, but 5 heroes alive. And they're not going to make that play. Great Fiend's Grip from the Bane, but they're still just too far behind, aren't they?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, and they go for the same move they went last game. Even they could have done Roach, they don't want to risk it. They go for the tier 2 tower, the Ember.
Oh, it's a big catch. Bushwhack into the sharpshooter. Did they break his tree? I feel like they bushwhacked him. Maybe they broke his tree. It's not going to matter very much. There was a Sonic Primal Roar, pardon me. That's not really going to be coming in handy.
Yeah, so they take the tower, they take the post, and then they can go through the entire map and take control of the Roche area. That's what they done on the last game. That's what they're looking for now.
Yeah, and Clinks is farming. He's got Crystallis and Maelstrom, and they're going to try and relocate to him just to push these waves out. Pretty hopeful for these guys to get a kill onto someone like a Clinks. Not a lot of lockdown, so they're just going to leave Berna here. That might be a trap, though, as they look to set up onto him. Bane is coming. He has Fiend's Grip. Berna doesn't see a lot of heroes right now on the map, and the scan is not going to see any reinforcements either, so they're just going to throw the Fiend's Grip his way. TPs are coming. He did not see this one. You know, in time, he's going to be killed.
That was an interesting decision to leave him. Not the Hoodwing.
Do you get off?
You are no more.
Yeah, interesting decision to leave him there, and nice read from GODGENESIS, and seems like they want to Roche, but can they make it?
With Bane, sorry, not with Bane, the minus armor build for Snapfire, Little Shredder, and Medallion, I think they actually just might. Razor is not going to be in time. Regen Rune active as well onto the Ember as he was tanking, and I think they have it. He is running on over. Sexy Yogi's a little bit not too eager to just run on in, and with that Nightmare, I think they are just going to have to end up sacrificing the Bane here. Cookie to try and get him out, but they're going to have him. That's Ancient Thunderhide doing 142 damage, a right click. So Aegis into the hands of what must be Clinks, right? Yes.
Yep.
Does Ember Spirit in Portuguese also only... Is there a Portuguese language pack even for the audio for Dota Heroes?
No, I don't think so. Like, it's written in Portuguese, but it's...
They speak English?
Said in English.
I understand. Yeah, because I know like Russian and Chinese have their lines translated.
Yeah. I remember drafting in Europe for the first time. It was so tilting because the announcer would say that I had time to pick my hero in Russian. Would bug my mind.
Yeah, I've had to
change it.
I've had to cast on the Chinese client a couple of times here in Asia, and there's a couple of things that are different. Heroes like look very different, you know, because of like censorship rules, and I always thought that was funny. Yeah, so hearing the Russian language, though, I imagine is also quite jarring. This game is pretty jarring for GODGENESIS because I think despite having Aegis, it looks like BALROGS are still pretty interested in pushing this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and they have like Aegis and all the cooldowns up. They have Ravage, they have the Mortimer. Just
the grip.
That.
Yeah, just the grip for 30 seconds.
But still, yeah, they're cutting waves.
So funny. BALROGS, they're just so confident, aren't they?
Yeah, but that might be the opening that GODGENESIS needs, right? Maybe an overextend. It's a very confident team.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Scepter. Oh, they're going to catch the Ember. Oh, wow, yeah. This time around, they're going to use the Primal. They're not even going to waste any time. And that is a kill. Look at this warding again by BALROGS. Do you see these wards? This is
inside the base.
This is incredible coverage.
Radiant's top tower is under
This
attack.
is so good.
Radiant
They can play with
structures
so
are
much
fortified.
confidence and vision right now. Wow, it's impressive. How the heck who puts down all these wards? I have to watch this replay.
Yeah. Might have been the Hoodwing or maybe
What is breaking this tree? Do any of Void Spirit's abilities break trees?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think that, yeah, it does.
Which one?
One of, I'm sure because someone at my team told me that I was breaking.
Okay.
Okay, I just need to know which.
I don't think Astral, maybe Dissimilate does? I'm not sure. I'll watch him for a while.
Let's see, yeah.
Well, there's no trees there. Because I feel like they keep destroying these bushwhacks on accident, obviously, but that did allow Bane to live there.
I mean, they're the access from Beastmaster, but
Oh, yeah.
it wasn't.
That might be it. Yeah, generally speaking, that's true. Beastmaster, by the way, just going no brown boots needed. Just straight into Helm of the Overlord, a casual Quelling Blade, and now Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he didn't break any trees with the Dissimilate, so I'm not sure what's breaking.
Tidehunter missing. Sexy Yogi just, you know, great D wards, by the way, for GODGENESIS. They got at least 3 wards because they did set up another ward aggressively after they pushed the tier 2 and didn't get it. So good coverage by GODGENESIS as they look to continue farming on their heroes. Is that 2 Maelstroms? It is. Maelstrom on Clinks, Maelstrom on Ember.
Radiant are scanning.
A good item against those high armor carries, but Hazer is not high armor, to be honest. Even its agility hero, not that much of an armor.
2.6. And I have no idea what his base armor is, to be honest, but not very high. You're right. That's in fact why he's decided to pick up a plate mail. DD run for Clinks. This could be pretty big here. 90 seconds with Aegis, something like 80 with, or not 80, probably like 40 with DD. They need to make a play, and they're trying to bait December Spirit. It's worked so far pretty well for them, but now there's a Blink Dagger on Beastmaster, so he could look to get a little bit more aggressive, as Clinks will lead them into the river. They know where the Razor's at, but they don't seem too eager for a full 5v5 teamfight. They've just relocated Razor top, so they can now scout the portal projectile and look to potentially kill even 2 heroes here. They have all the cooldowns. This is going to be disastrous for Balrogs. Oh, it's just Sexy Yogi.
Oh, I left the
He knows. He knows.
Oh my god.
Okay, I was about to say, does he live? No.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's maybe the reason the last time he also left the Razor. He was imagining they would be at the original spot, not at the final end of it. And refresher completed for Razor, so the double static link, double BKB, double ultimate.
All wrapped up for taking.
2 people caught by with this bushwhack. As Ember is getting slowed by the boar poison. Blink's ready to wrap around. Death Pact active. 2000 HP. 200 damage. And bushwhack still catching him.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's their time in the Aegis and they want to take the fight once it's
Reclaimed. 10
fired.
seconds. There
Yeah,
we go.
here's the smoke.
They're cutting it a little bit close, especially as Berna just runs on in, looking to control him down. With 3 seconds left on Aegis as they continue to chase. Silence roared. They've just got to be patient. Oh, perfect timing. Absolutely perfect timing from Berna. Tidehunter is going to TP out. They're not going to catch the Ember either. In fact, he's got a Remnant to cut the midway, but he just wants to get out of there. That was perfect timing. My goodness.
This is like tier 1 team plays. Honestly, it's very rare that you see an open qualifier team playing that good. And doesn't matter like who they're playing against, to time that perfectly. For a while I felt like he was gonna die with 2 seconds remaining, but they just timed it perfectly.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna check the combat log here, but sometimes when you do that, your game crashes. But right now they're crashing into a team. Ember does not have Remnant down, and he doesn't have any life left. Check that combat log. That must have been so close. Okay, target Blinks in 60 seconds. Oh. No, I don't think I'm gonna find it, unfortunately. Okay, points 3-1, 2-3-1. Yeah, that was literally so close. It was 0.31 second to 0.38.
Yeah.
So 0.07 seconds, 7/100ths of a second is how perfectly the Balrogs had that. It's pretty incredible.
Radiant's middle tower is under
7/100ths
attack.
a second.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, and again, even they don't have the Aegis, they just keep pushing. And Clink's trying to split push, getting that Skadi could be useful. To slow razors, remove the IO regeneration, or at least a percentage
Radiant
of
are
it.
scanning.
Wait, it takes 400 milliseconds to blink, and that was
Dire's
7/100ths
top
of a
tower is
second.
under attack. Dire
So-
are scanning.
Basically, you blink and you miss it on that kill. So literally, that's how close it was. I mean, you're right. That's like some very, very impressive level of coordination. Some teams struggle to do that
Radiant's top
perfectly.
tower is under attack.
I don't
First
know.
time you mentioned blink, I was thinking about the blink dagger. Then I'm like, oh, the blink of an eye. Okay, makes sense.
Right? Yes.
I'm like, does it take time to blink? Oh.
Well, you have to turn and face the right direction, right?
Yeah. And I guess the anti-mage one takes even more.
Yep.
Okay.
Gotta charge it up. Well, 6K up as they fight into the Aegis perfectly. That must have been the closest time when I look. I'm like very. Whenever I see that,
Dire's bottom tower
to that
is under
degree, I'll
attack.
always go back and check the replay and the combat log. That is one of the closest ones I've ever seen, for sure. Without a
Might be
doubt.
something to ask, like Knoxville. He might be able to parse through the replays and get you the
Yeah.
statistics.
Yeah, true. I mean, that is ridiculously short. I forget what one
Dire's
server
bottom
tick
tower
is in
under
Dota
attack.
as well, because each server
Dire's
tick, you know, you
bottom
have to
tower
account for
has
ping and all
fallen.
that. I mean, that was so close. Very impressive. Very impressive. You're absolutely right, though. I mean, the level of coordination to even communicate for that is beyond what most open qualifier teams are capable of. But not for these guys, obviously. Why they're already in the finals. That's why they're
Dire's
pushing a
bottom
5K net
tower
worth
is
lead
under
in game
attack.
number 2 when they're up
Radiant's
1-0.
top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And no, let's say it seemed like they want to go for the tier 3.
Not yet.
Huh. Smoke only on the Tide Hunter. Okay.
I was looking to bait. I mean, they've jumped Bane so many times, right? Maybe they'll do it again. They have eyes for the Ember, though.
Yeah, and Balrogs read perfectly all their smoke, so he's like, okay, it's just gonna be me. So yeah, he gives up.
What's our Clinks have? He has a full Eye of Scotty, and now with that wave has the
Dire's
shard.
bottom tower is under
So
attack.
he's doing more damage now in these fights. He's, again, not too far behind. He's not a full item behind Berna. It's just more of the rest of the team that's the problem.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
and
attack.
especially for high ground defense, things can be so good with the Bane.
Oh, wow. There's
Radiant's top
accepted for
tower.
Roboseta. As this fight already falling apart, they just want to try and bail here. Almin has no chance. They even BKB'd on a Razor. Sperlo running for his life is going to be able to maybe cut a wave on the way out. But 2 heroes dead just like that. Just the supports in exchange for an 8-second BKB. Oh,
Yeah.
they're chasing after the Tide. They don't see him. Good TP out. And now maybe they're going to run into Ember? Berna? Is this too much for him? No, it's not. They're going to run. Headache Link silenced there by the Prince's, or the Mindbreaker, sorry. Not Prince's Knife. That hasn't been in the game for a while, has it, Prince Knife?
No. He's been able to drain 8-5 attack damage. Quite a lot for 1.75 seconds.
They
Radiant
are
scanning.
gonna start Roche and then remember that everyone's alive and they didn't use any cooldowns for GODGENESIS. Okay, Ember Spirit almost actually bursted through the Hoodwink. Always a lot of the spells there. But Almin being ran down here currently by the Granite Golem. Roar is going to be used on the Ember Spirit, but they're going to give him with the kisses and very easily pick him off in the meantime. Bane finished, has got buyback. Where's the Ravage? There it is. It finds 4. So from behind, we'll be able to get that follow-up kill on the Sexy Yogi. Both supports buy back as the cores, they're onto the Bane, and they end up picking him off. Now there's no ultimates, very few abilities left to use. Bane's just bought back, and with one more punch, the Granite Golem, along with Berna, will send him back into the grave. All the abilities used there. Not a terrible fight for GODGENESIS, but again, they just still struggle to get through these cores, Astini.
Yeah, and the Clinks died so fast while tipping that I felt like Razor had, I don't know, 300 bonus damage, but one Link got him 3 damage and the other 66, so he wasn't even that strong with the Refresher static Link combo. Things are not looking so great for GODGENESIS.
No, and now they can... Go ahead.
Yeah, they need to try to fight for that high ground. That's the only place Clinks might get a chance at winning a fight.
And now with Aegis number 2 into the inventory of BALROGS, the game does start to feel like we're entering the final stages. They're going to smoke out. Oof.
I haven't seen Clinks for a while, but usually what you do is you use Skeleton Walk. It's 12 seconds cooldown, so 40 seconds duration, but I don't know the duration of the army, but it's longer than the cooldown, so you get to put 3-4 armies there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, okay. Casual bushwhack onto the Ember Spirit, who has Ags, but no BKB. So he has no problem getting into these fights. It's more of getting out of the fights that's the problem for him. Especially if Roboseta hits him with the Resonant Pulse Silence. He's pretty much dead if that happens. Oh, Tidehunter has Axe. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, with the Clinks, the AoE physical damage.
Yeah, even the Ember, right?
Dire's bottom tower
Not
is
too
under
bad on
attack.
Sleight of Fist.
Dire are scanning.
It's a super legit high ground defense. It's not that easy for BALROGS to siege.
Not at all. They are as well having to deal with these lanes being cut. There's a couple of wards in the jungle as well that would scout them if they tried to farm. Ember is not going BKB. He's actually going to go for the Lincolns. I think normally the line of thought is, will BKB save me from what's killing me this game? If the answer is Primal Roar, then the answer is no. Clinks is looking for the Wisp. Wisp is going to try and reload out. Oh, he just reloads actually right next to himself. Going to buy enough time, for the team to relocate around. Oh, Bane thought he could get a Fiend's Grip out. Tried to be a little bit cheeky. He's going to be killed for it as the Hellbear Smasher is just running down these enemies. There they go now onto the Snapfire. She is going to be able to make it onto the high ground, but it's only a lifeless Snapfire that gets up there. As Berna, left behind by the Wisp, picks up a second kill and is going to go onto the high ground now. Ulti ready in 8 seconds. He's got BKB and Refresher as well. Not to mention that Aegis. They're fighting into a Ravage and now an Ember Spirit who's bumped back. And BALROGS are going to show discipline and take this one. It's still a little bit slow. There's the minus armor.
A lot of damage.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's not enough minus armor though. And he's even got AC to help out here, mitigate all that minus armor.
But BALROGS, they just baited so well. GODGENESIS to outside of the base, got important kills, forced the buyback on Ember. Like, GODGENESIS, they have amazing high ground defense, but if you just stay inside your base, you're not getting much. So BALROGS knew how to bait it exactly the place they want to take the fight.
And they're just right back to sieging. Playing it patiently, not overexerting themselves. They know that Razor and basically the rest of BALROGS are getting farm, and while they can threaten to push as quickly as they can, they're not going to be able to farm basically anything at all for GODGENESIS. But yeah, this high ground defense is Proving to be actually a little bit difficult. As Ember now, he's going to feel confident to leave the base. I'm not sure where his remnant is. He doesn't actually have one down, but he's got TP. His Eye of the Storm active. A little bit of minus armor. A cheeky little 9 damage stolen. Not really going to make too big of a difference as they break the IO tether using the Force Staff. Sexayogi will relink the 2. Oh, there it is. One last auto attack. See, that's why if he had 10 damage, that barracks would have gone down. But I thought continuing to push mid lane as they get rid of that ward promptly. Better now. Back in he goes. Another Eye of the Storm in 15 seconds. Has Refresher, has Satanic, and of course a Wisp here to buff him throughout everything.
Yeah, double Satanic, double BKB, double everything.
Yeah, double life as well. That Age is still up, and Ember is just dead just like that. They just jump him and murder him. Fiend's Grip, though, onto the Void Spirit, and a great Ravage here catches everyone, but Berna, he's going to refresh and go at it again, though. Starting to link a little bit more damage, but actually forced back. Sexayogi still alive on a hair of HP. That last little arrow chasing after him will not only kill him, proc Maelstrom, but do plenty of damage. Berna, he might just be too strong. His Aegis is up in a second, and they are going to also time it perfectly. Okay.
Yeah, really well played by GODGENESIS. Making Balrog prove their own medicine, right?
Yeah, not bad at all. 15k damage there done. Between the Clinks, and may I remind you, that was a fight without the Ember. He died immediately to start that engagement. Sure, he gathered everyone around for a 4-person Ravage, but still a really good fight considering how that one started.
Yeah, GODGENESIS, they just need to keep in mind that that's how well they defend high ground, but don't get like so excited that you actually get picked off outside of our base. They need more patience, they need one more defense like this, or maybe set up for the next Roach fight that can be up in 2 minutes. We're gonna know the timer. They need to prepare vision in an area and also set up the skeletons in a high ground.
And Vizarun, I'm not sure if Drakil is listening to your logic here, because he's set up trying to find a kill. Solar Crest, there's going to be the Blast Drake. Who's this? I can't quite kill a Tide Hunter, and I think he's just going to... I'm not sure what he can do, because there's backdoor defense enabled, so he's just going to wait for the creeps to spawn. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. He has that BKB now, so he feels safer, although Bane's Fence Gift goes through it.
Oh, no. Oh, what? They caught him? Primal Roar is going to be used. They try and force that from away, but they bring in Berna, and that's still a number dead. No buyback for at least another minute here. 3 minutes to be exact. He'll BKBs for that to ensure the kill. Clinks immediately has to go back home just to defend. They see Almin. They're going to chase after him, but a good Force Staff, and it's going to allow him to escape. No more stuns remained. Ooh, Bardol, he's continuing to cut waves. They need the Ember Spirit back if they want to continue holding on to the high ground the way that they have been. He's not unable to nuke the wave, however.
And they have a glyph, so they should be able to almost 1 minute, right? It's the dieback.
Link's just eating his own creeps, or his own skeletons. 3,700 HP. Eye of Scotty, Thetalis, Maelstrom. And a big Ravage to kick it off. It catches 5 in fact. All 5 heroes. They pick off the Hoodwink immediately, but it's Berna who's now refreshed and doing the damage in the fights as Bane drops Almin, forced back very, very quickly. And now they've isolated the Tide Hunter. No Ravage, no BKB, only a Force Staff, but he won't get a chance, or maybe he will get a chance to use it actually, as he is stunned briefly there, but they actually catch the Clinks. He was invis and they got him with the Aether Remnant. Berna accidentally kills him with all the Eye of the Storm damage. He doesn't have buyback. That's an ultra kill now for Berna, as they're going to end up buying back on Bardol. Sexayogi's going to go down. They had the magic damage for him, and now Berna, with only Satanic and 62 stolen damage, he's going to try and get through the barracks. There's the Wisp to heal him back up to full, and the Megas will be claimed. Are we still on the Rampage timing for Berna? I think we're about to find out. Oh, what the heck? What Force stepped him the other way?
Again, we see the player going for the safe play instead of the rampage.
Yep, no rampage.
I discharge your soul.
That's basically the game, though, and that is the
Radiant's
second
middle
team
tower is
to
under
qualify through the Open.
Very well
As-
served.
Not my
Dire victory.
Yeah, they're going to join Randoms Esports in BALROGS. You know, this was almost a full, very nearly almost a full qualifiers. 128 max teams, 114. We've whittled it down to 2. We started with 4 today, but across the 2 best of 3 series, it's going to be BALROGS joining Randoms Esports for the closed qualifiers. And then we're not done yet, Astini, because, well, we're done for today, but we're not done with open qualifiers because from those 4 teams that go through the opens, the only 2 slots remain in lower division. So we're going to be going to the Peruvian servers tomorrow and, well, restarting just about everything.
Yeah, so we have still Peruvian qualifier in the Brazilian one. 1 slot goes to the Peruvian team, 1 slot to Brazilian. Let's see what will happen at the Peruvian server. And then the closed qualifiers where BALROGS already showed to be one of the strongest contenders. The way they won today, the way they won yesterday on a 4 versus 5, they think just super strong.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe, let me just double check, because I don't think there's a day off. I think we're going straight away, basically, for more qualifiers effectively tomorrow. So we don't even have to wait too long to get started. I mean, the season already starting the 29th of November. So in just about a week's time, just under really a week's time, we'll already be playing some DPC Dota for the start of the 2021-2022 season. Yeah, 19, basically 20 hours until we're live again for the second round of the Opens, Brazilian servers. So far, 57 teams signed up already, expecting a lot more as well. And, well, it should be very exciting here, Astini. Very exciting.
Yeah, just one detail, the qualifiers, they start 2 hours later because that's the Peruvian one and they get these 2 hours time zone difference from Brazil. So for everyone tuning in, we should be 2 hours later than those 2 days we had.
That is good to know. That is very, very good to know. All right. Wow. That's well, that's going to wrap us up for today. It's a little bit of a longer day. The 2 best of 3s. Just the 6 hours, though. Just the 6 hours. But some exciting matches. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you, Astini, for joining me as well. And, well, if you've enjoyed the coverage, not to worry, because we're back here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Whether you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, Facebook, or Booyah, thank you guys so much for joining. And we'll catch you tomorrow when the SA Open Qualifiers return for round 2, this time in Peru. Until then.